chance. We got a lot of news today and expect a chance of anti-MS house. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
And welcome back to the Garena Masters Season 3. And we have seen it all here. I know, we have had 7 days already. And today is day number 8, Super Sunday as we like to call it. It's your girl Beef Mommy, your host for today, and the casters, Jericho and Callie. So Jericho, now that we've had already 7 days into our group stages, what are you feeling right now for all of these teams playing today?
You're just gonna feel it's either the best or the worst. You know, sometimes a wise man once said, sometimes it's chalk. So I feel like most of these teams, it's pretty much a done deal. It's just a soul match for them, just going out with fireworks, as Mustache would say. And for the other teams, they're just securing their top seeding for the playoffs at the Newport Resorts World. We're gonna see you guys there August 12 to 14. So a lot of these teams are fighting for that top seed, you know, the top 4. But there's a lot more matches here that I feel like it's gonna come down to the tiebreaker, Beef.
Absolutely. And now we have 7 teams trying to get all of the points. And obviously, it's going to be a hard one because the disparity of the teams right now from opposite ends, it's pretty great. I think only one team is quite in the middle, which is, I think, VVV ESPORTS that still is trying to get all of the points. And how about for you, Callie? We're starting things off with ACNO FINESSE versus Sector 0. And knowing that ACNO FINESSE only has 1 win and Sector 3 with 3, how do you think ACNO FINESSE can finally get the points here?
For me, for ACNO FINESSE, I mean, as what coaches would say, this is over for them. You know, they're out of the playoffs, but they can do one thing here for this tournament. They could exit the group stage with the win in their favor, and of course, they could exit with their heads held high. But obviously, for ACNO FINESSE, they got to make sure that Sector 0 will be given a run for their money in this competition because Sector 0, as you all may know, will be fighting for that top 2 spot, Beep Mami.
Oh, yeah, the top spot is definitely going to be interesting for them. I mean, I feel like they're not completely out of the game yet, the tournament, because they did have 3 wins and 6 losses. So it's still very possible, especially if they get all of the points from today's matchup. I feel like it all just boils down into map selection. I feel like all the teams that kind of having a hard time today. So, you know what? Let's see what will happen there. So, with that being said, let's see what happens here because you've seen it time and time again. The tournament has been going on for 7 days. We are at day number 8. So, let's check out the tournament format format and what you'll be expecting into today's matches. As you can see here, 256 teams qualified and really just boiled down into the group stages where we have 16 teams. And the top two of each group will go into the playoffs where we have 8 teams left. And at the very end of the road, they're going to be crowned champions. So obviously you can see over here, Group A, B, C, and D, all comprised of just 4 to 3 teams. In Group A, having Almighty Sem9 and C8 Legacy. Group B, Smart Omega, RTL Esports, NB Doctors, and PDR. Group C having the Huntsmen, the LOWKINGS, Sector Zero, and ACNO FINESSE. Group D having Blacklist International, C8 United, VVV Esports. And obviously at the very bottom there, you got C8 Legacy. So again, a lot of really good teams here. And a lot of these teams really just want to get into that playoffs. But before they do so, they need to finish the group stages in such a big fashion. As you can see over here, first place, 10,000 US dollars. That is no joke. But once you go climb down, though, it really just doubles up into the points. Like second place, you're only getting half, not even half, like barely half of what you'll have in first place. Boiling all the way down 16th to 13th place, basically chunk change, 250 US dollars. So just convert that into your own local currency and you get to see how much these players are going to get. So not only are they playing for that 10,000 USD, but they want to be crowned the champions. And not just that, get the 2 top spots to represent their country, to represent their team into the World Championships later on this year. So that is just going to be really big stuff here. Jericho, now that we are expecting 2 teams to really just represent the Garena server, what do you think these teams might have to do? Because I feel like it's such a competitive region.
It's such a competitive reason. I mean, any of these teams could represent. The top 4 could probably be the ones we can send, but they have to go through the regionals as well. But there's a lot of things they have to do, and I feel like we're starting to see some cracks from those top 4 teams, wherein they're not a great search and destroy, they're not a great respawn team, they're not a great control team. But as we say that, let's take a look at our Group A beef. We have Almighty, Sem9, C8 Legacy, and these 3 teams, we already know who's going to be that number 1. It's going to be Almighty. It's just a battle of Sem9 and C8 Legacy right now, beef.
Yeah, definitely. They're trying to get that last spot. And obviously, one team is going to be dropped off, and they're only going to be having 3. So maybe Group A is a little bit more chill. They don't have to worry about one more team here. So Almighty really just prepping themselves to be in the playoff spot, which they really do deserve. And now Sem9 and TA Legacy, like what you said, Coach Jay, is that they really need to fight it because right now it's neck to neck, and maybe CA Legacy has just a little bit of an edge, but Sem9 needs to go and step things up and really just pedal on the gas before they try to drop out of this competition. And now we are talking about Group A, where they don't really have to worry as much because one team did drop out. Now the next case, though, Group B, that is going to be a different case here. As we can see, Group B, Smart Omega, RTL Esports, NB Doctors, and PDR Esports. I feel like this is probably one of the more competitive groups. You saw RTL Esports absolutely just pop off. They're really, really good in their gunfights. And obviously with this team, you already know that they have a win streak of 8 and then a loss of 4. Omega, on the other hand, 10 and 2. NV Esports looking like they're really solid, though, this year. But it might not be enough because RTL Esports is always at that good qualifier. They need to go and step things up if the Doctors really want to have a spot in the playoffs. PDR, on the other hand, still struggling on the points here. They need to go and step things up because being the final team here, you're basically ranking this team. This is ranked from left to right. They are ranked right now, and the points number 1 being Omega, and at the very end is going to be PDR. So let's see what's going to happen for the Malaysians if they can go grab that top spot off against RTL Esports, and maybe it might be even a surprise. Smart Omega might just turn things around. And you know what? Let's see what is going to happen. But let's see the next 2 teams that will be starting off our day. Day number 1 here, match number 1, ACNO FINESSE is going to be a really good deal here, but we're talking about that later on. Group C, Huntsmen, LOWKINGS, Sector Zero, ACNO FINESSE. Speaking of the teams themselves, they are going to start things off today here in day number 8, match number 1. Huntsmen being one of the leaders of the pack, that is going to be very difficult for me because they have a win streak of 8 and 6 as well. LOWKINGS, on the other hand, flawless in this particular group. And I can say that this is also a group of death because Huntsmen and LOWKINGS have been on a roll. Sector Zero is still kind of struggling to get their footing. ACNO FINESSE, on the other hand, only just having that 1 win. So enough about Group C because you already know how challenging this group is. So moving on into the next group, last but not least, we have Group D. And now Group D, we already know it. the kings that we've seen so far. Blacklist International Ultimate being your, eight. I feel like it's like 5-peat win that they have, if I'm not mistaken, Coach Jay. I feel like it was how many
Mhm.
wins that they have prior to losing season 2 of Masters?
They've only lost a map, I believe, against C8 United. I think that was the first map that they lost during the group stage, but it was supposed to be a 6-speed, I believe. But unfortunately, they got dethroned by the boys from Smart Omega Beef.
Yeah, most definitely. And now taking a look at who's beside them: C8 United, VVV Esports, and CKG Legacy. And definitely a really talented bunch here. And it's really, I don't know who's going to be in our second spot. And Cali, knowing that VVV Esports, C8 United, and CKG Legacy, they're a little bit even on the points here. I feel like they're at the middle of the pack. How do you think these teams will try to fight each other for the last spot here in Group D?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite competitive, especially for this number 2 spot for Group D. You already know that Blacklist Ultimate is guaranteed to take that number 1 spot, but for that number 2 spot for this Group D to qualify for the playoffs is very, very tight. VVV Esports currently has 6 wins. Legacy is lagging behind by 2 map wins. United is lagging behind by 3 map wins. And obviously for VVV Esports, you would want to maintain that number 2 spot. So today, they're going to face Blacklist Ultimate, and they gotta make sure that they give the team a tough time. And obviously for them, they gotta make sure today that they will take those maps, because you already know CKG Legacy, C8 United, they will be fighting for that number 2 spot. And of course, Legacy is in a very prime position today, actually going up against United later on in today's schedule. They are potentially the prime team to advance, of course, get that top 2 after this day ends, Beep Mammy.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of, let's take a look at the standings that we have for day 8 so far. Because after this day, it's definitely going to be shuffling up. And I'm really excited to see that Group A Almighty being at the top right now, having that 9 wins, 0 losses. Sem9 just having that 2 and 7. C8 Legacy, on the other hand, 1 and 5. So you already know that Group A, they're just waiting for Sem9 or C8 Legacy who's going to pop off, because either of these two can really just show it, because they're just 1 point away from each other. And now Group C, on the other hand, taking a look on the upper right side, LOWKINGS and Huntsmen pretty close on the points here. I feel like Sector 0 and ACNO FINESSE need to really pick things up. Sector 0, though, maybe it's possible if they have a really perfect game up against ACNO FINESSE today, maybe they can go get the points and really just hope that Huntsmen won't get any points against the LOWKINGS today. Group B, on the other hand, Smart Omega having that 10 wins and 2 losses, RTL Esports really close in the points. So I wouldn't be that comfortable if I was Smart Omega, but obviously these 4 teams rather, really just want the 2 slots to get into the playoffs. And now taking a look at Group D, Blacklist International Ultimate having 11 wins and 1 loss, really far away from the second seed, which is going to be VVV Esports with 6. And that's going to be really far off, because CKG Legacy, they're slowly trying to climb things up. And if VVV doesn't have a really good game today, this just might change at the very end of it all. And now, taking a look at what we have for today's schedule, we have 7 teams, 7 rounds for you to see. And I feel like a lot of these teams right now, they're just trying to go into overdrive, because we're already in day 8. We thought we would have a little bit more time, but no. As you can see here, we have 7 matches. ACNO FINESSE versus Sector 0, 4-hour opening matchup. CKG Legacy versus C8 United for the second. WPM LOWKINGS, Huntsmen goes to follow them. RTL Esports versus Smart Omega. This is one thing that a lot of people are really looking forward to, because RTL Esports is such a talented team. But obviously, Smart Omega being the top dogs, especially from season 2 of the Arena Masters, has been absolutely phenomenal here so far. PDR ESPORTS versus NV Doctors, definitely one you don't want to miss because of how well NV Doctors have been performing. VVV Esports, Blacklist International try to battle it out. And mind you, VVV Esports is the only team that was able to get 1 map off of Blacklist International Ultimate. And now, to end things out, we have Almighty versus C8 Legacy. You wouldn't want to miss this one. But yeah, speaking of, let's go to our first matchup of the day. ACNO FINESSE versus Sector 0. But before that, we're taking a look at the other team as well. Sector 0 doing such an amazing job here so far. Only even having that 3K. You know what? It doesn't really matter, because you have mids, iPow, Pepsi, Shifra, and Virus trying to even things out, trying to go in for that second spot. But with how well they're going to do it, Callie, I'm not quite sure, because I feel like for players like iPow and Virus, their teammates are going to definitely try to hold on to them.
Oh yeah, definitely, and especially IPAO. When this guy leads the team in that gunfight department, this team has a high probability of winning games. We did see that against Huntsmen yesterday, where IPAO dropped 50 kills in that Hardpoint summit and was able to drop 9 kills on Search and Destroy and 16 kills in that Control. His efforts were definitely felt for Sector Zero, and I believe if IPAO doesn't play consistently today, the team might have a rough time. But then again, efforts are needed for this team to play great today and on Thursday, because in order for them to advance to that second ranking on their group, Beef Mammy, they need a sweep today versus ACNO and hope that Huntsmen doesn't take a map against WPM LOWKINGS later today. Then they need to take 2 maps against WPM on Thursday to claim the number 2 spot. I mean, it's easier said than done. I'm hoping for the best for Sector Zero here right now. I hope they do manage to play consistent and bring the energy that they did against Huntsmen here today for them to be able to really make a great run for that number 2 spot.
Yeah, I mean, for Sector Zero, it just really holds into IPAO and Virus. They have the best kills, average kills, and also KD so far. IPAO having 22 average kills and a KD of 1.34. So that's really good numbers here so far. But everyone else in his team need to really step things up. And now, with that being said, we need to see ACNO Finesse absolutely just finesse the whole competition. And speaking of the man himself, Azra, Swiss, Calip, Dre, Joke, and Lift trying to go in for more points. And even though they only have 1, they don't want to be fish feed for the day for the Sharks. They need to go and step things up. And who else but to lead the pack but the man himself, having an average of 12.92? It's going to be Joke. He probably has the best average kills for the day. I mean, it's not as good as the KDAs of Sector Zero having just 0.78, but you can rely on this guy if ever when it comes to the respawns. But when it comes to Search and Destroy, on the other hand, you're gonna want to go for Lift and maybe even Strafe. I'm just really hoping that this team will step things up here in day number 8 for our Super Sunday Showdown. And Jericho, what do you think ACNO Finesse can do here in day 8? Because it's just looking like the very end is near. And yes, thank you, Beef Mommy. You're welcome. You're welcome, Coach Jay. But yes, let's see what is gonna happen here.
I just zoned out.
It just zoned out. Nice one, Coach Jay. But yeah,
Yes.
like
I mean,
like
okay,
like
going
what I
back to
said,
your
yeah.
question. Yes, Beef. I mean, ACNO Finesse, unfortunately, didn't get to play yesterday due to the weather restrictions and stuff. And unfortunately, with that loss, I don't think they have a chance to get through the playoffs. I mean, they can upset some teams here. If they upset Sector Zero here, then they're just giving Huntsmen a better chance to make it there. So they could also be that team. But at the same time, I feel like they're just here to show up. I mean, they got through the 256 qualifiers, all those teams, and they are a top team in this tournament because they're the top 16. That's more than enough, but hopefully they can come back here. But today, it's their time to shine, and this should be their show match.
Yeah, speaking of a time to shine, what's important here is their map picks and bans, because ACNO Finesse needs to pull up all the stops. They need to choose everything that really goes in their way, and there you go. We get to see ACNO Finesse win that coin toss, and this is what I like to see. Callie, we were talking about this before the show, and this has been a really important part of the whole selection of this tournament is your map picks, right, Callie? We were talking about it before we, started the show, that Takeoff Hardpoint is probably one of the best choices of ACNO Finesse, but they did win this up against Sector Zero, but in Control. So maybe they're really good at the respawns when it comes to Control. I mean, when it comes to Takeoff, rather, that they chose this map for a reason. And now going on to the other side where Sector Zero chose Standoff, so that's going to be really tricky because Standoff is a really good map for them, 50% win rate for Sector Zero. And going on to the last map, we have Raid Control. So that's a good sign because I'm scared to put Raid Control for Hardpoint in ACNO Finesse. We said it before here, Callie, that they lost Hardpoint Raid 3 times in a row, which is something that is not good. So I'm glad they put it in Control instead, but still kind of, iffy about it because Raid is also pretty good for the side of Sector Zero. So I'm excited to see what we're going to see here, Callie.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for ACNO Finesse, it's definitely good that they brought up that map pick on that map raid on that Control, because that definitely eliminates that raid Hardpoint. But curious to see how is this team gonna pan out against Sector Zero, especially on this Takeoff Hardpoint, where eventually iPow has been so dominating with the way he plays individually. I mean, the last time this guy played, he scored 50 kills against the Huntsmen on Hardpoint Summit. So definitely looking forward to what this guy can offer in the table here today against ACNO FINESSE.
ACNO FINESSE, you need to pull out all the tricks in the book because you are not gonna trick Sector Zero that easily. And now, let's see what happens finally here in our game number 1. ACNO FINESSE versus Sector Zero. Finally here in Hardpoint Takeoff. Casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Beef, for that great analysis. We'll get back to you. I'm back in the zone, guys. Sorry for the zone out a while ago. A little bit tired today, but hey, got a long Sunday because it's Sunday, Cali. And here we go. Game number 1. Will iPow break the record again that he tied up with Whoopi with 50 kills in Hardpoint? Or are we going to see ACNO FINESSE upset them? Because, you know, if you are Sector Zero, Cali, you need all these 3 wins.
Yeah, you all need these 3 wins because if you're fighting for that number 2 spot and you want to play for that playoffs where you're going to play offline a LAN event at the Marriott Hotel Manila Ballroom here at the Philippines, and, you know, everything's going to get better from here on out because we are going to start the series for today. It's going to be FINESSE versus Sector Zero as we start this game. First Hardpoint opening up inside the mid-map, and you're going to see great plays so far for both ends, but you're definitely going to see the blue team scoring the points early, but Sector Zero looking for that good power positions here already, Coach Jay, as they do have this power control to the second floors.
Yeah, the second floor coming through here. Let's take a look at here. We have a little bit of a problem here from production. Yes, you do not see the left side of the screen, but we are going to get that fixed. But so far, strong start from the side of Sector Zero. You do have iPow with 3 kills already. There you go. Production is fixing it ASAP. Thank you very much. But, you know, fast plays coming through here, Cali. They're getting that first kill at the same time, getting that power position in this P2. And you have Astra here. He's going to try to take down iPow, but iPow just a little bit too superior with that KSP, Cali. And there you go. They're going to get all this time, actually, at the same time, get P2 rotation. I believe we did lose Cali for a while there, but I'm going to be back here talking for you guys. And 34-2, that's going to be P2 for the rotation. And so far, Sector Zero flawless on that P1. And now let's see what's going to happen here. Have players coming in back and forth. The sides of ACNO FINESSE making some plays. They're getting the kills that all they need. And yes, 42-2 virus here on your screen as well. They're going to break it through, but Azrin on his own here. Azrin Swiss breaking it down. And yes, I believe Cali will be back here, but first, I'm here with Beef first. Beef, you see what's happening here. There's a lot of fights happening in the Sector Zero versus ACNO FINESSE.
Yeah, here to jump in and replace Cali just for a little bit. And now taking a look at what we have here so far, 49-8. And just as I said, that's going to be 50 points already for Sector Zero. Not a really good start for ACNO FINESSE. And trying to see what will happen, especially with the guidance of Swiss going in there for the entry. Not really quite getting a lot of the points. Azra, though, tries to get 1. So that's not going to be a really big deal because they need to go and rotate already. Scrap points, though, they're trying to get it. But iPow absolutely just denies that. Not only are they're not going to go in for the scrap points, but they do have the rotation down already into the next hard point.
Yeah, they have the rotation 63-17. Been flawless so far in the first 2 hills. And for the side of ACNO FINESSE, there's 17 points total in those first 2 hills. But so far, now they have to go to speed 3. Let's see if they can keep it up. If we see Mids brings out his Sparrow, is going to be very, very efficient and instrumental here to hold it down. Pepsi in that corner, he's going to get taken down, but the Sparrow can hold it down for yourself. Mids is gonna get taken, almost get taken out by the gravity vortex, dodges the black hole, and they get 3 down. And just like that, they have some time to get these points, but the God Nade from Lift will take him down. And now ACNO FINESSE slowly on the rise on the comeback.
And the comeback might be real. The pitch finally what happened here, but as I said that, we're gonna bring that Cali Gaming going in there for the analysis. Go ahead, baby boy.
Oh yeah, I mean, it took me some time, but you know, the Thunder's really, really loud right now. But hey, we're going to be back. Thank you, Beef Mami, for covering for me. But Jericho, right now, Sector Zero starting off strong. You can see clearly that they're going to have this rotation at this hardpoint number 3, but they are also setting up with Shifra early on rotation for that hardpoint number 4. And FINESSE really having a rough time right now, scoring all of these gunfights, but do in fact that they're already in rotation as well. Number 3, number 5, split attack for that blue team. They're going to get that early contest as well, but they are going to fail. Sector Zero's gunfights too strong. They open up another hill, and it's going to be another win in that early rotation.
Yeah, the rotation just coming through from the side of Sector Zero, and the way they're using their operators as well, they're winning their 1v1s are just very, very huge. I mean, Liv, he brings out a Sparrow, but for what? He gets taken down, doesn't even find anyone, and their control of the spawn, they dictate the pace here, and ACNO Finesse has no idea what to do. Their strategy is really, really struggling. I mean, I know what they want to do, Cali. It's just the execution's not there. They're just getting outgunned, outclassed, and they're just getting trashed by Sector Zero in this Hardpoint, which it's been a struggle for ACNO Finesse, Cali. They've been really struggling in Hardpoint, and I believe if this keeps up, we might see a new member at the 50-point club.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Sector Zero is doing whatever it takes for us to see that new member here, Jericho. You can see it clearly, 10 seconds left. We're moving on to new, and Sector Zero, they will be late on rotation, but they do have the second floor. They do have that power position locked down, and they're looking to get the good spawns as well for as we move into this next seal. 30 to 149. If you're Finesse, you better make sure you find the way to bounce back, score that points, and you gotta make sure you win this gunfights as well. Liv will try to find one dropping mids, and there it go. That could be a great start. They got this. Staircase in control as well, but as soon as I said that, Sector Zero will be really great to rotate. They know what to prioritize as they do have this hard point. They also have the power positions, and Shifra trying to make a balance out of it takes that one player, and again, Sector Zero, Jericho, they're really winning all these gunfights.
They're just winning everything, getting all the rotations on right. And now finally, ACNO Finesse, they get at least 2 seconds off that time. But for how long can they hold it? Now they have the 20 seconds left here in this time. If they can get all this time, it could be a good momentum boost towards that P2. But look at Sector Zero. They're not even going to fight for this one because they know they have a huge lead. But the last contest coming through from number 4, number 5. The double chow comes in. Mids gets the kill, and they get that scrap time. Now it's time for P2. And look at Pepsi go. He's finally switched over to the side of the KSP. Yesterday, we were telling him to switch from the MAC-10 Cali. Finally has done it. And now, the P2 battle, you do see the drone coming through. Shifter gets a kill. They get all that information. Even though Sector doesn't have the spawn, the score streaks make the difference here, Cali.
Yeah, and of course, that Shifra's score streak right there will reveal the general location, which will make things easier for Sector Zero to spot the players and, of course, take them down. And that's what you see. Pepsi, huge gravity vortex investment, takes 2 players down. They bullied out Finesse out of the point, and now they are scoring all the time in the hill, and this is just looking good for Sector Zero. They've been growing that point, and now they're about to reach a 200-point mark, and Shifra just turning it on, gets that 2-piece, and now it's time for him to invest that Sparrow. He's gonna get all of this worthy, good value operator investment, and now 50 more points for Sector Zero. They're going to get this win.
They are going to get this win. They already almost at match point. Cali Shifra closing up on that cluster strike is going to be huge for that P3 hill just to cover that one spawn. But he's going to get taken down from behind. And right now, Kalip gets that kill, shuts him down. But the score is just too far, Cali. They're just getting outclassed by Sector Zero. Sector Zero here yesterday, they won 2 games against Huntsmen. And now they're starting off really, really strong because they need all this win here, Cali. And for ACNO Finesse, I just don't know what's happening to them. You know, it's just really been struggling because they weren't like this during the first couple of days, Cali. They were showing a lot of promise, but unfortunately, you know, now at the later stages, they're just really struggling. And this is where the clutch gene comes out. The experience of iPow as well as mids, both of these players who has been in the scene for a long time. They're just know how to dictate the game, let their teammates play their role, and then they are just gonna do their job here. The way they're using the operating skills is really perfect. Here we do see ACNO Finesse showing signs of life here. They do have control of this for the past 10 seconds, Cali. But here comes the operating skills from the side of Sector Zero, and they're about to break it. But unfortunately, ACNO Finesse still holding on.
Yeah, and you know, for me, Finesse actually doing a great job. They defended the multiple angles that Sector Zero decided to push, and now they will be accumulating all the time compared to Sector Zero, but the final 10 seconds still will belong to the side of the yellow team. And if you are Finesse, you can't give them any more points because they are closer to that victory. As I said it, 20 more points for Sector Zero. They win this match. They will be late to rotate. They got Virus already in that rotation, but he's going to get taken down, and Pepsi as well gets dropped here in Finesse now, showing signs of life. They're looking so strong with that gunfight. They're standing their own ground, but Pepsi on this flank gives his team the reinforcements and of course the good spawns, and now they will be looking to flush out the boys of Finesse in this hardpoint number 4. As you can see, iPow trying to delay the rotations made here by the players of Finesse, and I feel like this could be the right time for Sector Zero to go for that push.
they're going for this push, 232 to 115. So no 100-point club, Cali, but this might be the beginning of the end here. The final push coming through. Virus, Shift and iPow, they break it through, and no one's going to be near. Last 15 points. They do have some spawns here. A pinch could be set up, Cali, but this is the final push. Virus is going to hold it down, gets 2 in a row. Mids and iPow, they get it. Last 7 points, and the Gravity Vortex just to seal the deal, Cali. Countdown 3, 2, 1, and that's going to be game. Game number 1 goes to the side of Sector 0, 250 to 115, convincing fashion.
Yeah, convincing fashion. And I could have thought that ACNO could have played that one much better because this is their own map pick and Takeoff actually one of their successful maps overall in this group stage. But Sector 0, they're using the momentum that they had against Huntsmen yesterday, bringing that here. Definitely will be very useful for them. They have taken the first map already. We did see clearly how well they rotate and how well they are able to pursue their execution. And iPow, again, being the top rank in this hardpoint clearly is the reason why this team was able to dominate against Finesse, making sure that his presence is felt. 42 kills with 22 deaths. Jericho, this man is just insane right now.
I mean, iPow 42 is trying to go for that 50 bomb, but the win is what you need. I think iPow, yes, if he gets those kills, he's gonna get it, but that's the points, they matter more than the kills, Cali, and a win is a win. But great thing coming in from iPow, the main slayer here, and I feel like this is where teams have to look out. If you go up against Sector 0, one thing you need to do is you have to shut down iPow. If he has a bad game, most of the times they actually lose, Cali, without his slaying power. So, but this was a great win for them. Just, look at the kills. Everyone was positive except for Pepsi, but he was doing his job as an OBJ as well. Just great usage of everything, Cali. It was just really a perfect, solid textbook on how to play hardpoint. And for the side of ACNO Finesse, yes, you do have players with some double digits here. I mean, Caleb with 10 kills, it's not going to cut it in a 250 hardpoint, Cali. You really need to win your gunfights.
Yeah, you really need to win your gunfights. 10 and 33, that's triple negative. And again, you're playing hardpoint, Takeoff race to 250, and you losing this gunfight means Sector 0 is going to build up their score streaks. Their operator skills are going to be speed up and they could use it much faster compared to against you. And, Sector 0 just completely had a field day in this Takeoff map that's picked by Finesse. And I think I got this one coming because, Sector 0 actually won against Huntsmen yesterday at Hardpoint Summit where they're able to dominate on this close range engagements. But here this time, Sector 0 definitely showing that they can play range as well. So you can see that their stats are definitely way up there. They have 4 players with that positive KD, except for Pepsi, who's got 24 and 26. But it's understandable because he's the one accumulating all the time in that point with 3 minutes and 13 seconds. So all against this guy, really underrated. He can play that OBJ time, and that's the reason why this team had a far better result when it comes to playing and accumulating all of these points. Then again, they have to continue playing this way, not only at this hard point. They got to make sure that they push and play on that search and destroy and control with the same consistency as well, Jericho.
Yeah, the consistency is just there for their side. Let's actually bring in here Beef Mommy. Any thoughts on that hard point, Beef?
I feel like it really just went down to the gunfights because I feel like for the side of ACNO Finesse, they had really good rotations, especially in the last hardpoint that we saw in P4. They had a pretty solid hold, but unfortunately, Sector 0 just brought out all the stops, and with that in mind, they had everything in their arsenal to try and end it there. It's just really down to the gunfights. And for Sector 0, they have everything down. It was pretty perfect. And even though, yes, we saw that it was a really good map for ACNO Finesse, but they're good here in control. They beat Sector 0 in Takeoff, but I'm not quite sure why they chose Takeoff Hardpoint in the first place. And so now a pretty convincing win coming in from the side of Sector 0. And now we're moving on into Standoff, Search and Destroy, where you can see the points here not really looking towards in the favor of ACNO Finesse, unfortunately for them, because for Standoff, you get to see Sector 0 just win this map, and that's going to be really good for them. So no matter what, Sector 0 doing such a really good job here. But all they need to do, that's a good thing though, because ACNO Finesse can slow things down here in S&D. We already know that they haven't had a win here at all in this game mode, not even in Hardpoint as well. Their best map, in their best game mode rather, is actually Control with 1 win up against Sector 0. But obviously Sector 0 having a really good time here so far. And now for you, Callie, now that we have that considered, What is the best thing that ACNO Finesse can do to try and beat, Sector Zero after that loss in Hardpoint here in Search and Destroy?
For me, I have to agree with you. It's all about that gunfights. I mean, going into the Search and Destroy where things are going to get slowed down, if you're losing your gunfights, you got to play as a team. You got to trade those skills possible if there's going to be push made by Sector Zero. And I think that could be the great reason and a great counter against Sector Zero here at the Search and Destroy standoff.
Yeah, most definitely. And you get to see the stats here. Like, we're lining things up. We're giving you statistics. We're giving you numbers. But at the very end of the day, ACNO Finesse can maybe even change. And yes, I feel like they did reach the 100-point club in Hardpoint, but it's still outshined by the performance of Sector Zero, especially with MVP iPow just absolutely popping off. You already know he's going to be sporting that sniper here in Search and Destroy. And Standoff is not an easy map to go and win all of this. And especially knowing that ACNO Finesse did lose this against the Huntsmen, and I don't know, it's just not really looking great for them because they did lose this like 2 in a row. So Sector Zero doing a lot of good work when it comes to choosing the maps over here, knowing very well that is the weakest map of ACNO Finesse when it comes to search and destroy. And for Sector Zero, they're really good here. So with that in mind, Jericho, what a day that we had here today. Hardpoint was an absolute blast, but obviously ACNO Finesse just losing that. Same question with Cali. What do you think ACNO Finesse can do, knowing very well that Search and Destroy in Standoff is their weakest mode?
I mean, you just got to pray to the COD gods, and hopefully you get to pull one. I mean, I just want to address something that we are not disrespecting ACNO. It's constructive criticism, and to those people that are like, disrespecting ACNO, I mean, they probably kick your butts in the scrim. They made it out to the group
Yeah.
stages, so just show their respect, guys. There's a lot of haters there using some smurfs. Hey man, just keep talking. They're here, you're not. So I mean, going back to your question, Standoff, S&D. I mean, it's a lot of teams. They are actually struggling. Not only ACNO Finesse, you could also put in some of the top teams. It's just not your day. Standoff is if you have a good day, then hey, let's play some side. If you have a bad day, oh my god, it's Standoff. So it's like a two-sided way here. So I feel like what they really have to do here is once they lose that first round, they need to know what happened immediately. Like immediately right after, okay, what went wrong here? Do we have to adjust to this? Do we have to go to this side? Do we have to play for picks? Those are the things you have to do in S&D in order to win. Or in order to win an S&D, pretty much you need to adjust in every single round.
Absolutely. And this is where history kind of repeats itself, because we saw Standoff S&D already in, I think that was day number 3 against Sector Zero, obviously, from ACNO Finesse. And the games were pretty close. I mean, S&D was really close. It was a 6-7. So you already know that they're going to bring it here again. So thankfully for them, it wasn't that far off of a game. So it's very possible for them to win this Search and Destroy. And especially it being in the same map, they can go back to the broadcast again, see where they went wrong, and apply it for today. Sector Zero shouldn't be adamant when it comes to that situation. And yes, even though they won that, it was too close for comfort. And now you get to see a lot of these players really just pop off. And S&D, you already know that iPow is going to be your number 1 player there, the sniper of the team. And for the side of, ACNO Finesse, they have 2 players rather. They have Strafe and also Lift to try and go and even things up in the Search and Destroy. But let's see if they will have the shots when it comes to going into the game mode. But yeah, this has been a really good recap of what happened here and what is going to happen for Search and Destroy here so far. Let's take a look at what will happen here. Standoff, Search and Destroy. A very interesting map that we've seen here. Casters, I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy this one. It's probably going to be a really close game. Go have it done.
Ooh.
Well, thank you so much, Beef. We'll come back to you after the game. And Callie, here we go. Standoff. Not my favorite map. I've always been this always been a kryptonite of mine. But sometimes I get some good days here. Sometimes I have some bad days here, Callie. But Standoff, S&D. It's not really a fan favorite. I mean, it is a fan favorite, but a lot of teams are just really struggling here. But now here we go. Game number 2. Sector Zero versus ACNO Finesse, and as you can see, the rush at the back. Look at Sector Zero. They're gonna rush this back alley, but there's gonna be a player at the back there. They take that player down. Lift gets taken down, Cali, and just like that, the flank is on, and trades are back and forth. Now it's gonna be a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, very aggressive play here right now for Sector Zero. They remove 2 players immediately, make the 3 with Shifra dropping down Azra Finesse. They gotta make sure that they counter this aggressive push because Sector Zero is already through the bakeries, and Swiss prime position to take this player down at the top, but he's going to check the staircase, and now he's a second bit late, and now he's going to get traded by Virus. Great rotations, great surprise attack here made by Sector Zero right now, and Caleb will be the only player alive playing a 1v4. Not much what you can do when you got 4 players lining up to try and haunt you down there, Jericho.
That's true. But Caleb, though, just having a... But look at that. Look at that centipede. Just it's a worm. It's a train. It's Sector Zero. But Caleb, though, gets some tag. He tags up 3 players, though. He can actually try to get this kill. See, there's no more quick fix, Callie, remember. So everyone's going to be tagged up here. Spots the first one. Gets that first kill. But unfortunately, Virus is there on the heady. In the numbers game, too much for them. But first round goes to Sector Zero with a blitz play. I really like what I saw there, Callie. Just really running around the whole map.
Yeah, you know, Sector Zero trying to... surprise us with their unique attack on that first, showing that they are not afraid and they are comfortable and confident that they can win these gunfights after that first round win. But now, Finesse starts to drive it a little quick. iPow getting removed here at this first few initiations, and Lift will be able to follow up dropping mids. So, obviously, for Sector Zero, they tried to not push aggressively and try to play it passively, and Finesse able to feed onto that. Now they got this numbers game. This time, Virus playing a 1v4. The bomb is going to get planted here, and Virus takes down Lift now. Only has to worry about that 45 seconds and that 3 players standing and holding their ground on this post-plant defense.
Yeah, the post-plant's going to come through. 1 versus 3 now. It's all up to Virus. He might get predicted here, Callie. If you look at that number 1, it's going to be Joke with the sniper, but he gets through Barn. Not getting shot, but this is a gunfight. Does he check his corner? You gotta check your corner. Checks it. The double check. Unfortunately, the first burst is not gonna work. And an act of finesse, like I said, Callie, you adjust, you get around. This is what act of finesse is doing. I like what they did immediately, but now can they do it again? Back to back to back to back, Callie.
And I feel like for Finesse, that's the reason why they were able to take this second round was they were able to remove iPow, one of the key playmakers for Sector Zero early. So with him out, that really boost their odds of winning. But hey, this time, Sector Zero is still playing passive. They're looking to play for that retake. They're letting that A bomb side open for Finesse to use and plant. So right now, this is kind of a 50-50 for me. But then again, they're really good at winning their gunfights on that hard point. So we could absolutely see Sector Zero run down this tractor. The bomb planted. Here we go. 5v5. Tacticals are in.
Yeah, this, oh my god, 3 go down. Just a beautiful retake coming through. But Caleb gets one though, but it doesn't matter, Callie. Bomb is gonna get defused. Joke's not even gonna be near. He's gonna spot one, but it doesn't matter. Bomb has been defused. Just great retake. You saw the stuns, Callie. Once the stuns came out, everybody just ran in and got the kills.
And they're not afraid to seize the opportunity that's been relayed by those grenades and, of course, those tacticals used by Sector Zero. So now, let's see what type of defense are they going to do here with Finesse absolutely falling for that bait earlier. So, it looks like they're doing the same thing over again at this round number 4, where obviously you see Finesse now kind of worried about the plays that they're going to push here at this game. But hey, they are still moving in for that A bomb side push. And of course, for iPow lands that blow against Joke. Beautiful stroke. And there we go. 5v4. The bomb is going to get planted. This is going to be a challenge once again for Finesse.
Yeah, another challenge for Finesse. And now let's see what happens here. Left, he's going to get one though. So 4 versus 4, Kelly. Bomb is down, but there comes Mids with the trade. And another one from iPow with the wall bang. And just like that, 2 versus 4. They're not even going to be close. So number 3 has to make the play. Unfortunately, Shifra takes him down with the S36. Caleb's going to try to make the play, but 3 players versus 1. That's always 3 who wins.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Bomb defuse. Another round win for Sector. They win twice in a row. And of course, for this team, you know, iPow played a huge role in why they were able to create the difference on that round number 4. And moving on round number 5, if you are Finesse, you gotta make sure you shut down iPow. That's the reason why they were able to take that round earlier against Sector Zero. Now, here we go. A different push made this time by Sector. They're going in for that aggressive push once again. Virus in a different control. Shifra with that hard Pobo is gonna get one. And again, fast round here this time for Sector Zero. But we get a 1v2 here with Choke as the last man standing, Coach Jay.
Yeah, last man standing coming through. Joke. Is he gonna make a joke? No. But bomb is down though. But it's still winnable. 1 versus 2. A minute and 20 seconds. You have a lot of time to work here, Callie. So that's a nade. has an L card for that quick switcheroo. But look at the adjustment of Sector Zero. They know bomb is down. They're gonna play back to back, buddy system. Cali holding hands, just like they're in the park, walking around. But now, Joke, can he make the play, Cali, with the sniper? If he, I think, does he spot that? Yeah, he spots that player. Trigger discipline is gonna be very huge here, Cali. Or if he can pick up a weapon, could be very huge as well. Do you spot any dead bodies here, Cali? Let's see if he can clutch it up.
Here we go. There's still plenty of time for him to play around. 55 seconds. And again, love that point. You know, he is using that sniper. It's going to be very useful in that long range. But on that short range, you know, it's going to get overpowered by this KSPs, this short range SMGs. And now for FINESSE, spots the player, takes that kill. No hesitation. Sector Zero is going to pull up 3 in a row. ACNO FINESSE better find a way for them to find an answer here at this search and destroy, because they're playing by the pace of Sector Zero and they're getting played over and over again. Thus, they are losing these rounds. But we do need to see some more efforts from Joke, Azra, and Swiss here, combining only for 5 kills in this first 5 rounds of play that we have. And obviously, for Sector Zero, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to play for another retake here, waiting for FINESSE to plant that bomb.
They're gonna wait for FINESSE here. 5 versus 5. Slow push coming through from ACNO FINESSE. They do have some information already, so Joke gets that information. They're gonna rotate back to A, and look at this. For the side of Sector Zero, they've been giving up A for most of the time, Cali, because they know their retake capabilities are very efficient. But Joke here with the sniper, he's gonna be very aggressive. He spots that player though. That's information. So Yellow, that he gives the message, and that here go. The bomb is gonna be planted at A, but look at the bomb carrier, Carly. He's all over at gas station.
Azra, you're so far away. Your players, the team has clearly made the runway for you. All you just got to do is take flight and move into that A bomb site. But then again, slight miscommunication there. The bomb could have been planted, but no, love the patience here so far for FINESSE. They're just holding their ground. Same goes for Sector Zero. Waiting for that bomb to get planted. And earlier, we did see them throw their tacticals just to create an advantage against this team. And now, we're playing for that retake. Here we go. Post-plant defense right now for FINESSE. They got 3 players stacked up here to a bomb site, while 1 player, number 5 in Calip, holding that mid, and number 1 Joke holding that bakeries. This is just a very good post-plant defense control, and now they are reaping the rewards here right now, AJ. Coach Jay.
Yeah, now they're gonna get back up. iPow gets 1 kill as well. Joke gets the kill on mids as well. It's all up to iPow in a 1 versus 4. He gets 1 though, but Calip is there for the trade. Great round from ACNO FINESSE. It just took a while there. A little bit of scratching the head there with the miscommunication, but I believe now that I was looking at the play, I actually understood what was the play there, Cali. They were waiting for the early nades of Sector Zero, which they threw when no one was there. That when the bomb carrier was already on the bomb, it was a clear plan, and I just like what they played. Grit and grind.
Yeah, and you know, that's how you adapt to certain situations played by the defenders. And now we are going to switch the sides this time. Sector Zero going to attack. And you can clearly see their position. They are in line to plant that bomb at this A site, but they are also welcoming players at that gas station to pop off, and where they could also get that reap and get those kills. But hey, for FINESSE, kind of very patient for now, but the blood has been drawn here. Azra takes mids down. Sector Zero going in for the push here right now at this A site. This could be very useful for them right now, but you know, they gotta play for that kill first, Jericho, before they come in with a plan.
I need to get the kills. Really quick. Here we go. Bomb's gonna go down. 4 versus 5. Miss has been taken down. But now let's see how Sector Zero will retake this. Can they make the play? Calip gets iPow. That's gonna be the first blood. Pepsi as well on the site. Azra, he's gonna get spotted, but he's gonna wait for his teammates, and here comes the play. Lift and Joke, they get 2 kills, and it's all up to number 2 Shifra in a 1 versus 5. He's gonna go for the wall bang, but the pinch is there. Great retake from ACNO FINESSE, a flawless round.
Yeah, flawless round. ACNO FINESSE just clearly made sure that they get access towards mid-map. They were controlling that first hard point all the way to that grannies, and once they do pick up that first kill, all they just gotta do is wrap around the back and go for that pinch play, thus winning that round number 7. Moving on now for Sector Zero, they played passive. They're looking to change the pace. Now they will ship 1 gear up as they play aggressive here this time. 1 player out already in the side of FINESSE, and Sector Zero doing whatever it takes for them to fiend 1 more mistake. Shifra drops Azra, and now they have opened up this A bomb site. They have planted that bomb, and FINESSE left with no answer. 2 players left in this one, Coach Jay.
Yeah, 2 more players left here. Let's see if they can make it 4 versus 2 now. He's gonna get the ball bang. He's gonna get spotted by Pepsi. Gets ripped off the heady. That's all the joke with the sniper. He does get a kill with iPod with a beautiful snipe, but Schiffer is there with the S36. Doesn't get to get that kill. Now 5-3 Cali. Sector 0 closing in on that win.
Oh yeah, no, they're closer to victory. The target score is first to 7, and right now Sector 0 is on 5. They only need 2 more, and that could be the win for Sector 0. But hey, you know, if you are Swiss right now and you're playing for active finesse, the player needs to really get involved more in the gunfight and of course help the team get more initiation. So for now, for Sector 0, kind of waiting towards mid-map, but finesse joke already around the back. This could be a make or break. He spots the first player but misses it. That's the opportunity, and now that's going to be information for Sector 0. But good thing Calip and Azra finds an answer. Takes 2 players, but Sector 0 is going to respond back with their own kills. Virus holding his own ground towards mid. Gets 1, gets 2. Right now looking for more. Playing around the corner. Ring around the Rosie. A packet full of Rosie. Gets that kill, and there it goes. Another win for Sector 0, Coach Jay.
That was 1 mag. But he got that. I was muted. I'm so sorry, Harold. This is it, Cali, and Virus there. Beautiful play coming through, Cali. 6-3 now. Match point for Sector 0, and here comes iPad with the aggressive sniper. Joke trying to get a kill on that bottom round, but here comes the rush at the back. Virus is gonna get taken down. Calip and the boys are gonna get 2. Calip gets 2 kills, makes that 10 for him in the game. But Bomb is down over at B. Can he get the 3rd one? Yes, he can. Can he get the 4th one? Almost get it, but Shifra gets 2 though. Can he get the 3rd one? So the spray and pray coming through. Now it's a 2 versus 3 here, and you have a decision to make. Are you gonna try to go for this or go back to your teammate? He spots Joke as well. The L card doesn't work out. The S36 it's his turn. Can he get the ace now, Cali? Astra and Swiss. He's gonna get tagged up. He gets tagged up, Cali. He's gonna back away. Now it's just a back and forth cat and mouse here. Bomb is down over at B, but iPad with the sniper, a little bit too aggressive. Swiss, you shouldn't be doing that. Now it's all up to Astra in a 1 versus 2. I think he got spotted, but I think Call of Duty timing is his friend here. If he flanks now, Cali, this could have been an easy 1 versus 2.
Here we go. This is it for finesse. 1 more error. This game is over. Azra gets eliminated. Shifra gets that 4 kills. Absolute MVP for that round number 10. They take this map number 2, and you know, gunfights is the story of this game. Sector 0 won most of it, majority, and that's why they find themselves now 2-0 in this game. And of course, for Sector 0, they've been doing so great ever since they picked up that victory yesterday against Huntsmen. Though they did lose the search and destroy at that series here this time, they totally made up for it with plenty of strategies. They played it fast, they played it slow, and it threw up the momentum and of course the pace of ACNO Finesse. Thus, they win it 7-3 with Shifra on that last round, Jericho being that game changer.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be. Calip. You know, he got 3 as well, Cali, but a little bit overzealous on that last one. Where Shifra just sprayed and prayed with the S36. He got that kill, won them the round as well. And now Cali, 1 more game to seal the deal here for the side of Sector 0. They definitely need this next win just to keep it close against Huntsmen. And then they're praying that if Huntsmen loses, I think they're gonna be right behind them now. So now, Cali, for ACNO Finesse, it's going to be very, very interesting. If they can actually pull off this control, they might just break the dreams of Sector 0.
Yeah, and you know, for Sector 0 right now, what they need is a sweep against Finesse and hope that Huntsmen later against WPM LOWKINGS will lose every map. So Finesse, though they're out of the playoffs, they could eliminate one of the competition to advance to that playoffs here, and it's Sector 0 that we're definitely talking about. And for Finesse, the only game that they absolutely won a map and of course won a series is on that control. And this is the best time for them to exit, since this is going to be their final game in this group stage. Finesse could totally give Sector 0 a run for their money and of course remove this team out of contention.
Yeah, that is true, Cali. They could pretty much, if they win that, I think Sector 0's dreams are just it's gone if that happens. So they really need to win it as well. And I feel like yesterday as well, Cali, that loss against Huntsmen in that S&D was really huge. I feel like they really needed to win that one, Cali, because that one was so important. They need to win 6 in a row here. So I don't know if they can still make it, but let's take a look later at the standings. But for now, let's bring in Beef Mom here. Beef, what did you like in that S&D?
Oh, there were many things to like because that was a really good game. I feel like 7-3. I feel like it could have been closer. I feel like it probably should have been a 5-7 if I think like what you said before, Azra and Kalip, if they stuck together, if Kalip wasn't really overzealous when it comes to peeking the angles and trying to go in for the plant, and if Azra, if he did not go to, if you like what you said, go into the backstab. Because knowing very well they're coming from the left side of the map, not quite sure if he was like why he was looking at the B bomb site instead of looking on the right side, knowing very well that the gunshots came from the eastern side of the map. But you know what? It's just really those really close, really tiny, minuscule, decisions that you make in that moment. So 3-7 for Standoff, Search and Destroy. And taking a look back, we did have Takeoff, Hardpoint, 115 and 250. But we are moving on to Raid Control, where this was probably the only win that they had, ACNO Finesse, where they get to see possibly one more point, but knowing Sector 0 and how hot they are right now, it's probably not going to be the case, especially it being in Raid. Raid is not really a good map choice right now for ACNO Finesse because they did lose this 0%, 3 games, all in Hardpoint though, but Control is basically like a mix of Hardpoint, S&D, Domination, all in the lot. And so, I don't know, Callie, let's see. What do you think will happen? I mean, just very quickly, very briefly, how do you think Control will be like?
I would feel like it's going to be a win for Sector 0 because they were able to outmatch Huntsmen yesterday, and ACNO Finesse moving into this map number 3. They've been struggling at that gunfight department and they can't seem to find the reason to find an answer for that. So for me, Sector 0 could get this one in the bag.
Most definitely. But let's see what will happen here in Control Raid because it's definitely going to be hot. Sector 0 on a definite roll. But here we go. We're finally starting things out here in Raid Control. The last game of series number 1 for today. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Beef. And here we go. We'll bring you back in later. Callie, game number 3, Control Raid. This map is a very great offensive-sided map because, B is very easy, as you see. The side of ACNO Finesse are going to go through kitchen here. A little bit of an S&D play here, Callie. Are they going to go to A? I feel like, yes, to get the space created, and A is going to have that first stick. I like this from the side of ACNO Finesse.
And that's totally surprising. Mostly, you would try to play for that B first. But hey, for them, they're going to go and excavate this A flag first. But Pepsi's going to make his presence felt. One of the key players for Sector 0 playing in this type of game mode, in this control game mode. But now, we did see the boys of Finesse get one segment in at that A flag. Now they're trying to switch it up and push here at this B flag just to divert the attentions. And I love this, they're trying to mess with the psyche of Sector 0.
Yeah, I mean Sector 0 now. I mean, I like what they did there. Space created. They both get ticks over at A and B, but now they're struggling because the side of Sector 0, they are controlling the spawns. Look at number 1 and number 2. iPound and Shifra already on the spawn trap. Pepsi also on that triple lockdown, but he gets taken out by Calip, and now it's back on the cap on A, Callie.
Oh, yeah, they can obviously see Sector 0 is kind of confused where they might go and defend, but finally they shift their attention. They will definitely defend this A control point, and that's what they've been doing successfully right now. But Jokes got that bar position, but gonna get taken down as well. The score is pretty much close in that live count, but Finesse much closer to victory with the way they've been handling all of these captures in the control points in itself. So right now in this game, number 3, number 1, Swiss and Joke going to capture this B flag, while they would have Calip actually extend out towards the spawn of the enemy, and that's going to be very useful for this team as they are definitely extending that pressure. Sector 0 going to respond back with their own spawn trap with Pepsi dropping all the time, gets those 2 kills, and now Finesse down to their final 6 live count.
Yeah, 5-6 live count. It's going to be 14-5, Callie, and just like that, everything that they've done, the double tick, yes, you do have 2 ticks on both sides, but the live count's not going to be on your side. You got to make the play here. This is it. Swiss and the boys going to push through. If they clear out this last player, that's going to be it. Last alive. They have to run away now, and they can actually capture B here. This is the play that they need, but they have 1 player to beat, which is going to be number 5. That's going to be Joke, and he gets that kill on mids, but they capture B on the nick of time, Callie. But For how long can they still hold this up? More players are coming in now. Shifra, he's gonna get sprayed down, but Pepsi gets joked. And just like that, first round goes to the side of Sector 0.
And I feel like for ACNO Finesse, they had the ideation, but they should have attacked as a team and stack one control point first before they move on to the other. And that's what we did see from them late in that first round. And I believe that could have been done early to extend the pressure against Sector 0. But hey, the damage has been done. So for now, for Sector 0, and of course for Finesse specifically, they just gotta find a way to correct and make amends, and of course take this round against Sector 0, this round number 2. But hey, now we're moving it all along. 25 to 29 live count. Currently, it's Finesse that's been winning all of these gunfights. Great showcase right now from this team. And yes, they're definitely making up for their lackluster start, and they're definitely filling it here right now. 6 live count difference, and it's Finesse that has that lead.
Yeah, Finesse has that lead, 17 to 25, and this is where defense wins you championships, Cali. And so far, they are doing really great. Life count, they have +7 at the moment, but here comes the push from Sector 0. Haven't really hopped on a point so far, Cali, but the flank from Joke is very huge. It's the timing, spots that player, almost flicks on him, but iPow faster with KSP. The spread comes through though, they get taken down. And just like that, Sector 0 struggling on the offensive side as well. Both teams really struggling on the offensive side, Cali.
It's really, really tough here right now because the defense actually has more power position, especially at this A control point where the defenders could just gain access towards that mana room. And of course, with that B flag, they have the launcher's control. And for Liv, gonna get 1 kill with this Sparrow. Going to be very useful for this team as they look to cut down that life count of Sector 0 even more. But hey, you know, the damage has been done here. Great amendments made by Finesse. The gunfights is just solid, rock solid. They only have to take care about 5 more players, and this should be a done deal. This should be a round for Finesse.
Yeah, it should be around 5 to 16 so far in Sector 0. Just not finding anything here on this round. And for the side of ACNO, great adjustments on the defense. They're flooding a lot of angles, Cal. They're getting the kills that they need at the same time, earning those score streaks that they have. And there you have it, 1-1 in ACNO Finesse. Not making it easy for the side of Sector 0.
And you can clearly see that we got this game tied up, but this next round right here could be very devastating if you are Finesse. Looking at the available operator skills that could be used by Sector 0. 5 of them available, and this would be a threat. And if you are Sector 0, gotta make sure that it's going to be worth the investments. And of course, the operator will be of value as it gets to convert and makes an impact inside this game. But hey, right now you're going to see it on screen. Shifra holding his ground, takes 2 players down, and they will definitely have control towards B. And they're slowly pushing very aggressively towards that driveway where eventually Finesse was able to take them down. And good solid plays back and forth, but you know, it's going to be clearly fair and equal at this point in time. As you can see in the score feed, it's going to be 1-1, and of course 23 count here for these 2 teams.
Yeah, the 2 teams now 23 to 21, a minute left. No caps yet for the side of ACNO Finesse. They do have 1 tick over. Caleb almost gets that cluster strike, but Virus takes him down. He does have a pred. So that Pred can be useful here to just clear out the base, get some information, because look at A. A's a clear. This is an easy 3 cap, Cali. If they can just hop on it immediately, no, not even try to look for the spawn trap, just get on that A flag, and there you go. That's the Pred that we talked about, Cali. It's going to be opening, but they cleared out B. They should have cleared out the ones near at open stairs, Cali. And iPow, he's just been here in the same spot over and over again, just spawn trapping the side of ACNO Finesse.
And you know that 2 kills right there will be devastating for Finesse because their life count is dwindling down even more. iPow is just on a tear, getting that kills again and again and again. And that's been the problem that Finesse didn't find an answer for in this round number 3. And it really paid the dividend. 16 life count to 5. Sector 0, this should be a win in their side. As you can clearly see, Finesse looking to find a way to make sure that they get to bounce back. But 10 seconds left, the clock is ticking and it's against them. Virus finds 1 more kill, but hey, Finesse 1 more and it's over, and Mitz deals the final blow. Sector 0, 2-1, and Coach J 1 more, and they get a sweep here at this first series.
Yes, they get a sweep, and now here we go. Final round. Is this the final round, Kelly, or will ACNO Finesse force that round number 5? See what happens here. Start things off with Virus and the boys from Sector 1. They're going to go for this normal push, Cali. This is the standard push that we know over at Control at Raid. You know, you push that A side, there you go. That's an easy cap. That's a cap immediately over at B. Cali, and this should be the round for them. And look at them just aggression on the Hunter Killer, making the play. Unfortunately, hits the wall, but Joke with a Sparrow trying to make the play. Virus takes down 2 as well. Second tick about to be complete. Cali trophies are protecting them. The Pred does get Virus, but it doesn't matter because for the side of Sector Zero, they're gonna cap this B.
Yeah, very, very efficiently as well. As you can see, Sector Zero only took them 5 live counts to take 1 flag, and now they have ample live counts for them to risk in order for them to push here at this A and take this game away to the hands of Finesse. But Pepsi on the trophy takes 1 player down. Live up front gets that 2-piece. Beautiful play. And that will dwindle down the live count, make them have a fighting chance against Sector Zero in this game itself. But for now, Finesse holding their ground now at this A side. They only have 1 flag to worry about. And of course, that operators are clearly working them wonders.
Yeah, they're just making wonders. 18 to 19, and now a minute and 45, Cali. This is where you need to be perfect with your lives here. Look at Virus and Chef. Number 1 Joke can definitely make the play here. He has the flank here, could get the triple kill here over at Zigzag, Cali. Here we go. iPow gets 1 as well. Gets 2 kills in a row. And here they come, the kitchen push coming through. But Azra shuts him down as well. Just more players coming back and forth. 14 to 13. Mids gets 2 kills before he gets taken down. So that's huge, Cali. But now if you're Sector Zero, you can wait your time, hit that flank, go over at Laundry or Kitchen, get control first, and then just get to 3 or 4 down, and then hop on that point, Cali. I know it's easier said than done, but I feel like that's really how you have to play control. You don't just force your way in the point.
Oh yeah, exactly. And you gotta play it smart here at this point in time where the number of live counts is just definitely lowered. 13 and 11, and Finesse clearly on a disadvantage, but they can work it out because they're gonna have the power positions moving into this onslaught that Sector Zero is about to win at this A flag. Glyph is gonna find 1. Joke is gonna follow up, dropping Shifra. So now that the score and live count is equal, now they have an equal fighting chance, but the blitz play from Sector Zero towards this kitchen going to be very useful as they are now in position to go and control the spawns. And now for Shifra, he's diverted the attention towards this mountain room with that Sparrow, and this could be the play right here. iPow drops 3 players on that kitchen. Virus follows up with Joke. 4 live count led for Finesse, and this could be it. This is the dagger. This is the play. iPow 5 in a row. The guy just completely shrink down the numbers of Finesse at this round number 4. And that's it. 3-0. A sweep, Coach J.
A sweep, bring out the brooms, Cali, and that was a huge win for the side of Sector Zero. And just like that, now they have to wait with what's happening with Huntsmen. But unfortunately for ACNO Finesse, another donut. But it is what it is. I'm still proud of them that they made it through this far of the group stage, Cali. I mean, you got to give it up for ACNO Finesse.
You definitely will because, we got 256 teams overall in this tournament, and they were one of the 16 teams to qualify for this group stage. That means this team definitely work, and they beaten the competition that they place against with. So you gotta really give this team a very, very great compliment because they made it here, but unfortunately, their journey ends in this group stage.
Yep, it's the end of the road for them. And now let's bring in Beef Mommy there to analyze some of the control strats that happened over at that game.
That was a very good game of control, and I feel like for the side of ACNO Finesse, probably could have won a lot more points and probably could have bagged like another round, but unfortunately it is going to be a 3-1 where we got to see a lot of really good stuff here. ACNO really good at the start usually, but then just failed to really just end the matchup with a good note. And you know what, like what Callie said beforehand, they usually do splits, right? But then when they were able to adjust and getting that first round, they were pushing as a team instead of doing the split. But unfortunately for them, Sector Zero just a little bit too good with all of their gunfights, and I feel like control was really good at the beginning for them. Yes, that's the only game mode that they won before up against Sector Zero and Takeoff. I feel like it's just Sector Zero not being able to, find their rhythm in that huge map. But now that they finally got it in Raid, that was like, okay, that was kind of like the nail in the coffin for me. When I saw the map choices, I was like, okay, this is kind of going into the favor of Sector Zero. Even though ACNO Finesse won the coin toss, them choosing Raid for their map and control is probably one of the mistakes that they chose here. Probably should have went with another kind of map, probably Slums, where they were having a really good time. They had 100% win rate in Slums, Hardpoint, and Control, but for them to choose Raid was a really tricky one. But again, that was a valiant effort from this team, and obviously in all game modes that we've seen here, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control, it was an absolute sweep. It didn't even come close, unlike what we saw in the first matchup that they had, where Control, Sector Zero lost, and Search and Destroy, it was really close points. So again, it's a really good effort from this team. As you can see here, let's take a look at what happened from today in our series number 1. Takeoff, Hardpoint, 115 and 250. Even though we had really good rotations coming in from ACNO Finesse, they just couldn't really deal with the gunpowder that Sector Zero brought to the table. And now moving into Search and Destroy Standoff, I feel like this scoreline, the 3-7, probably should have been a 5-7. Still into the favor of Sector Zero though. But again, we just saw like minuscule mistakes being committed by those teammates left, even though they did have man advantage. Sector Zero just did so well in handling those pressure cooker type of situations. But we're moving on into Raid Control, where we saw signs of life from ACNO Finesse going into that second round, bagging that 1 point in Control. But obviously at the very end, they could have won it, but the spawn traps from Sector Zero, especially from iPow, was just a little bit too much for them to handle. And now, Coach Jay, you casted all of these 3 games, right? What was the best thing that ACNO Finesse would have done? Because I feel like the closest game that they have was probably Standoff S&D, where I feel like the scoreline probably would have been 5-7. What was the mistake there?
I feel like the mistake here was number one. They were losing a lot of composure. I saw their body language in the game. They were just challenging unwinnable gunfights beef, and they were just the play wasn't there. The execution wasn't there. And for the side of Sector Zero, they saw it. They were like, okay, these guys are losing full. We'll just take over. And for the side of Active Finesse, I feel like they just need a lot of triple C's, a lot of Comco collected. If I feel like if they've done that, it's not even in the game, because these guys are they're demons. They know how to shoot the gun. They're one of the best teams here. But unfortunately, against Sector Zero, they're really gonna fall off, because I feel like it's also the chemistry beef. It's not really there yet for them. But if they stick it through here till the next couple of months, I feel like we'll see them back.
Yeah, and let's see what will happen to this team, because they definitely have really good points to them, and hopefully we do get to see them at the very, at the later tournaments of the season. But, it doesn't really matter now, because Sector Zero is out for revenge. They want to get all of the points that they can gather here. And now, Callie, with Sector Zero gathering 3 more points, the big question is, what is it going to mean for the other team that really wants to go and bag it all? But obviously, we already know the Huntsmen. They are really good, yes, but they just need to be careful, because Sector Zero is out there for a rampage.
Yeah, and of course, Sector Zero could be one of the dark horse that could advance to that next stage, which will be at that playoffs. But then again, for this to work, for Sector Zero to qualify for the next stage, they gotta hope that Huntsmen drop all of their maps later against WPM LOWKINGS. Then on Thursday, Sector Zero, since they're going to play WPM LOWKINGS, they gotta make sure they use still 2 maps for them to qualify. And of course, still Huntsmen still favored to actually win the games, but anything is possible. Sector Zero, they're riding on this momentum. If they ride this momentum until Thursday, we could see them advance on that playoffs.
And let's see what will happen if they do advance to those playoffs, because obviously we only have 8 teams. Like we are going to reiterate that there's only going to be 2 teams from each group, and that is immense pressure. That's 50% gone already. That's bye-bye for you. And now for Sector Zero, they're ramping up the pace, because right now Huntsman has a win of 8, and for now Sector Zero has 6. So they need to hope that the Huntsman won't win any points for today, just like what Callie said, and have a perfect game from now on. It is not going to be easy though, because we already saw that yes, they're really good up against ACNO Finesse, but ACNO Finesse only has 1 win. They have to worry about 2 more teams, which is the Huntsman and WPM LOWKINGS. So yes, they basically just, 1 step at a time, but the steps are really far in between right now. They probably just had 1 tiny step, which is ACNO Finesse, but this is just 2 steps higher, which is Huntsman, and even 4 steps higher, which is WPM LOWKINGS. So now they know how to walk, but they need to run ASAP if they really want to get all the points to try and qualify to go into the playoffs. And now we saw our highlights from a while ago, where it was an absolute, monstrosity of a game from Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control. And yes, we saw saw signs of life in all of those game modes, but tiny glimpses of them where you saw good plays from ACNO FINESSE, but just like what you saw over here, Virus with the 3K, look at that movement. It's absolutely prime. The strafing speed is just really good. Map awareness on point. And now this is the point where Azra, knowing very well that the gunshots were coming in from the left side of the map, as you can see here, turns things around, tries to go in there for the shots, not really knowing that they rotated. Not quite sure why he was looking on the left side, knowing very well that the gunshots came in from the right, like what I pointed out a while ago. It's really just those mistakes, small mistakes that just get into a really big one. Probably could have had 2 more rounds to their favor. But here is where we thought things were turning around because ACNO FINESSE did such a good job at the control game where they were even on the points, even on the lives, really good in the very first half of the game, but just having a really bad time when it comes to closing things out. And even though, yes, it was so close, 9 and 8, they couldn't even get all of their lives together because you can see here all the operator streaks were already out there. The skills really good. Shifra with a beautiful kill over there, just getting rid of 2 more people. IPOW as well with assist. The spawn trap was just out of control. They probably should have went there out of their way. But speaking of the man himself, IPOW having that average kills of 24.67 is our soldier of the game with an average score of 2,918, KDA of 1.61. So that is really good. He knows how to slay. Not only that, he can also capture the objective when it comes to hardpoint. 50 seconds already. And now with that being said, Coach Jay, IPOW has been a really good guy here so far, but what we keep saying, when it comes to the playoffs, that's when he kind of just falters just a little bit. Maybe we need to see a little bit more consistency from him.
Yeah, you just need to see a lot more consistency from him. You know, he's been doing great, you know, against Huntsmen and the side of ACNO FINESSE, but against the LOWKINGS, that's where we see the struggles from IPOW. You know, I mean, 1.61, great KD coming through from him, but I feel like we need more of it. I know we already see a lot. You know, we already have a sample size of him, you know, dropping 50s, 40s, and stuff. But once he goes up against the Omegas, the Blacklist, the LOWKINGS, the Almighties, I think that's where we really need to see if IPOW can really stack with the best beef. If not, then that's just going to be really hard. He really needs to step it up in these last days before the playoffs.
Absolutely. It just really needs to happen because we've already seen the greatness that is, you know, Sector Zero, but they need to go up against the Huntsmen. They need to go up against the LOWKINGS that the LOWKINGS have been looking very good here so far. And so now that we have sweep here, obviously it's kind of like tradition, especially if I'm casting with Jericho and Callie, there needs to be a little bit of, a little bit of a sweepy sweep, but we're not bringing it out just yet because we need the whole competition, all 7 of them, to have that walis, like we like to say here in the so we're just bringing it a little bit. So now that we had our first, our game down, it hasn't been an easy sweep. Not an easy task for Sector Zero. And obviously the pressure is going to be on them. But obviously we are looking back at it. We are going into the future, moving forward into our next game, CKG Legacy versus C8 United in our next series. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Saturday and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
And welcome back to the Garena Masters Season 3, Series number 2, where in Series number 1, we saw an absolute sweep between Sector 0 and ACNO FINESSE. Let's see if CKG LEGACY and also for C8 United, can they do the same thing? It's your girl Bifami here, your lovely host with me, Callie and Warden. How are you guys doing for today? Callie, you casted the first series. What are you expecting here for the next one?
Well, I'm expecting, of course, the same thing. Sector 0 earlier is trying to opt for a viable spot on that number 2 spot for their group. Now, for CKG LEGACY, after their impressive gameplay yesterday, defeating VVV ESPORTS 2-1, now they are in a prime position to take that spot away from them here if they do win against C8 United 3-0. So I'm definitely looking forward to how will these two teams play because for C8 United and CKG LEGACY, they had a bad start in the group stage, but they're slowly turning it around here at the late game. And it's all about the late game. It's about how you finish. And for these two, we might see a clash.
Yeah, let's see. The clash of titans, as we can see over here. C8 United, like what you said, having a really good win yesterday up against VVV ESPORTS. A really strong team here so far. CKG LEGACY, on the other hand, still having a little bit of a bad time. And obviously, yes, they did also get one map against VVV ESPORTS and also one map up against C8 United. So having 2 wins and 7 losses, that's still a pretty bad scoreline. Like, let's be real, you need to pick up all of the points right now ASAP, but it's going to be very hard because C8 United having those 3 wins has just a little bit of an edge. Warden, now that we saw C8 United probably have that essential win that they had yesterday, now CKG LEGACY having that loss from yesterday as well up against Blacklist International, they can pick up the points here finally against C8 United.
Could be the case, but then again, how much of to put up is my question here. But points is still points here, and we're still moving over to like maybe a little bit on the latter stage of the group stages. So every little bit of points would really matter most. But then again, if you want to see still, then it could put up a big impact here for their standings for their own brackets.
Yeah, it's just really down to the map choices that we really like to see, but we'll go ahead and talk about that later on because, like what we keep saying, saw in the first series, it's all down to the map points, how things will go. Because I feel like, if they have a weak map, they probably shouldn't be choosing it. They should probably go and ban it, and that will be for later on. But speaking of what will happen here, we are gonna take over just for a little bit, take a little bit of a of what happened. Here is our schedule of the day. Number one, obviously, getting that Sector 0 and Active Finesse, with Sector 0 having that 3 wins. That is an easy sweep from them. CKG Legacy and C8 United up next. WPM LOWKINGS and Huntsmen is afterwards. RTL Esports and Smart Omega. This is the one bracket that everyone's just waiting to happen because these two teams doing really great here so far. And like I said, that is probably like the group of death, Group B. And now PDR Esports, match number 5, going up against the NV Doctors, where you get to see so much surprises with this Malaysian team. Like what I keep saying before, when we started off in day number 1 here, the NV Doctors, really solid team. They just need to find a little bit of consistency. And now going to match number 6, VVV ESPORTS going up against Blacklist International. And Blacklist obviously being the top dog in that team, and VVV ESPORTS being in the middle of the pack, just really wants to get that second spot. And now, last but not the least, we are going to end things out with C8 Legacy going up against ALMGHTY, and ALMGHTY not dropping any kind of map here whatsoever. And now CKG Legacy will have a momentum, a really good momentum going into this competition, seeing all of the teams playing today and hopefully apply it to their gameplay. And you know what, Callie? Let's see what will happen here. For you so far, who are you looking forward to the most?
That's a really, really tough question. But, I'm looking forward to CKG Legacy because this team, for some odd reason, has been giving VVV Esports a tough time in this group stage. And yes, they are so efficient on that respawn gameplays, but, if they do want to impress me even more, they got to work on that search and destroy today and on Thursday, because if they do manage to score 3-0 here against C8 United, that puts them up top on that rankings against C8 United. And if they do win 3 more on Thursday, they could definitely be the surprising victor to advance here this number 2 spot for this group. But hey, I feel like C8 United has a lot to offer here today as well. They had a route start, but I feel like they could also get that clean run to get themselves back into the prime position for that number 2 spot in their group as well.
Yeah, let's see if that will happen though. But up first, let's take a look at CKG Legacy and how this will affect their gameplay with the knowledge and skills of their captain, Type Azure, Clayhan. It's also going to be DNA, High, and Juno. CKG Legacy. Let's see if they will leave a legacy in this competition because I don't know, man. They have a really tough spot. 2 wins, 7 losses. But up against C8 United, that's definitely going to be very doable for them to go and win it. Like I said, one step at a time, just really tiny steps for them to try and go and take it all. But being the leader of this crew, look at that hat. You know what, Callie? I think I want to wear that hat when the LAN tournament starts in the Resorts World in Marriott Ballroom. I think I really want to wear that. You know what, chat? If you want to see us wear those hats, just make some noise. Go to the LAN competition. If you are from the Philippines, go and say hi to us. Or if you're not from the Philippines, if you can, ask mommy and daddy to buy you a plane ticket going to the Philippines just so you can experience your first LAN competition of Call of Duty Mobile.
Well, I'd love to wear that hat as well. It makes me look like I'm a sailor, but of course, make me look like a captain. One thing that I've been dreaming of. But hey, for CKG Legacy, keys to victory. They got to make sure Juno and Clayhow play another great respawn gameplay against VVV Esports. They were untouchable. And now we are about to move into C8 United, a team that's been really struggling despite being one of the really great teams in Garena Master Season 2. They are in here, rough spot, 3 wins, 9 losses. And for C8 United, that will be seen later on at this screen, they will definitely need to win 3 wins today here against CKG Legacy and 3 more against VVV on Thursday. It's just easier said than done here, Viv Mami.
Yeah, definitely. Like what you said, 3 wins and 6 losses for C8 United. And speaking of the men themselves, we got Toy, we got Cookie, we got Joshua, Ron, G, and Ange. These boys, they know how to grind it up. Kind of like similar to Sector Zero from a while ago. They definitely want to take it all. But obviously, it's going to be very difficult because they did lose one up against CKG Legacy. And that's going to be a very hard thing to see because you don't want to drop any map today. You need to be perfect from now on if you really want to make it. VVV Esports is looking pretty good this season, and now you have to beat just this one team, which is going to be CKG Legacy, which has been having a very hard time just with 2 wins. But again, you only have 1 point in between you. So for CKG Legacy, they need to win it all. And now, speaking of the men themselves, trying to go, those are their buffs. Look at the girlfriend buffs, the boyfriend buffs, whatever buff you want to eat, chicken joy buff. It just really matters. You need to take every single buff that you can in this competition just to perform really high. And now, Warden, now speaking of the performance here, what can C8 United do to get all of the points? Kind of like what we saw Sector Zero perform a while ago.
I mean, just looking at the statistics here that they have pulled through Beef Mammy is that they really got to capitalize off the word Hardpoint. Search and Destroy, they're a little bit of a wishy-washy, and in terms of control, I just wish that they have been fixing their control game mode because, it hasn't been so promising at all. Standing at a very staggered rate there, honestly, for you all here, I'm really expecting this, C8 United to pull through and get a win off towards Hardpoint. Until then, put a mark on Search and Destroy and just leave control for the opposing ends because, come again, they haven't been too promising here. Beef Mammy.
Absolutely. Like what you said, control is a no bueno right now for C8 United. Not really good. Never won a single control map. But for the side of CKG Legacy, maybe they're just a tiny bit better when it comes to the control. And now let's take a look at our head-to-head. We do have Clay Howe going up against Joshua on the side of C8 Legacy. And C8 United, rather. We get to see really... Not really clearly even, because you get to see that Joshua has like way more, almost twice as much average kills as Clay Howe. 22 average kills for Joshua, an average score of 2,711. But taking a look at the other side, we have average kills of 12 for Clay Howe and also an average score of 1,634. Obviously, very far off also when it comes to the KDA. And it's really, really hard to see here because this is supposed to be the best of the best. And when you do have that kind of really large despairing number, hardpoint capture as well, you get to see it's so different. It's 2 minutes inside the capture point. Not only is he getting the kills, but he's also doing the OBJ, where taking a look at the other side, capture hardpoint is 34 seconds. So that is more than half of what Joshua can actually go and represent for his team. And so with that being said, before I even go crazy when it comes to the numbers, let's take a look at what we'll probably see. I'm gonna try to see what will they choose into the map picks and bans because I like being right. I want to see if I'm right when it comes to what maps, what modes they go. And there you go. Speaking of,
Let's go.
Takeoff, Hardpoint, Standoff, S&D, Slums, Control. Now, these are the maps that I'm pretty happy to see here. And obviously, with C8 United, they did lose that coin toss. CKG Legacy has the upper hand here. I'm pretty sure you casters will have a lot more. But let me just guide you into what will happen just seeing all of this. Takeoff. This is something that both teams, they haven't really had much of experience on. Takeoff, maybe just once up against VVV Esports for CKG Legacy, but that is going to be in control. We have it in Hardpoint now. And now also for C8 United, though, we have 1 point as well, but they lost it up against Blacklist International. And so we don't really have much of information when it comes to Takeoff Hardpoint. Standoff S&D, on the other hand, we do have a really good deal when it comes to C8 United. They have 100% win rate here in Search and Destroy as well in Standoff, but obviously it's just one game, so that's not going to be much of a big deal. So going into Slums Control, on the other hand, we don't really have much information, but CKG Legacy did lose this up against Blacklist International in Hardpoint. So with all of these to consider, really good choice for C8 United to ban Raid because they're so bad at Raid. They're 50% and they lost it in S&D up against C8 United. So that's a really big brain play that I really like to see here. So Callie, what do you think with the map choices that we've seen here today?
Well, first and foremost, I'd love to reiterate back once again. C8 United, very smart ban with that raid. They're really having a rough time in that map, but it's also one of the best maps of CKG Legacy, where in fact, Legacy, they absolutely decimated VVV Esports in that hardpoint raid itself. So Now, for these maps, I really love to see what's going to happen here at this Takeoff Hardpoint because Legacy, obviously, this is going to be their map pick. And with Raid map out, this is going to be their second pick. So it mostly means that this is their second confident pick. So again, it's going to matter if our boys from Legacy is going to win their gunfights early. If they do win it, they have a really good odds of winning everything. And that's going to be the checklist here. If State United could absolutely shut down Legacy early, we might see United get all these 3 wins here, Beef Mammy.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we're moving on into Takeoff Hardpoint. We're starting things there, and it is Takeoff. So we saw C8 United lose this Blacklist International. It's going to be 215, 117. 117 being for C8 United, where they had a tough time. And so for CKG Legacy to choose this map, knowing very well how weak C8 United is here, it's a big deal. And even though, yes, they lost Takeoff, but also it's in control, a different game mode, maybe that can be an advantage for them as well. So for you, Warden, Takeoff for Hardpoint, knowing very well that C8 United, they're pretty weak at this map. Do you think it's gonna, take off quite literally when it comes to the points? Was it a good play or a good decision for CKG Legacy?
Actually, in some way, Beef Mammy, I'm going to be contradicting that statement right there. I do believe this is going to be favoring C8 United at most. C8 United, they're known for having really good anchors. They got Tuoy. They got, a lot of factors here that they can pull. Shusha just like that. A lot of things that they can really get in on goal for the side of C8 United. This could really go bad for the side of CKG Legacy.
And there you go. Just like what let's see what will happen. Am I going to be right? Is Warden going to be right? We'll see here in a little bit. But I'm just going to take a break here. Casters, take it away.
All right, everybody. Welcome back once again. Second match for Day 8. Super Sunday once again. Thank you so much once again with the map analytics. Damn, it's so good. Hey, moving it along, Warden, we got this first match, of course. C8 United starting off. Same thing for CKG Legacy. It's a matchup back and forth where we obviously do CKG have a far better advantages than second Hardpoint anchor in their favor.
Yeah, but in some way, you do get those parametric players around the hard inside the hill. It's all about C8 United here. Already 21 seconds inside the hill. Retaliation play as well for the side of CKG Legacy. How long can they pull through? Unfortunately, no influence. Still gonna be a money hill here for the side of C8 United.
And again, if you stick it, it's very important that you get to start off early and get those engines revving. Right now, they have them in DNA holding down her position, but Toy setting the team's priorities straight. They want to make sure they get this break. The Hardpoint opens out. The initial time will be claimed by C8, but C8 already made their way, pushing one-sidedly. But hey, and it worked to their advantages. They do cumulative time, but CKG, they will be responding back with their own pinch. And now you're going to definitely see Juno and Clayhow go for the pinch play, and that's going to be a successful, beautiful execution made CKG.
Quite unfortunate that we did see C8 United to avoid trying to make that opening play there, securing the spawn for his team, but unfortunately inside the hill right now. It's all about yellow. Finally, though, we do see a break here from the side of C8 United all over the place. We got Joshua here. Hardpoint soaking the time out away from CKG Legacy, and just like that, as it on the middle stage of the Hardpoint, we did see CKG Legacy put up the influence, but it wasn't enough till then. Scrap time for the side of C8 United. The on new will kick in, all about CKG Legacy, but unfortunately for them, they have been hard holding the grounds to get a capitalization off.
And you know what? For KG Legacy, they've been so solid with that gunfight, as you can see in that kill feed. But what they lack right now is that hardpoint time. But that they will do make command of in this hardpoint number. As you can clearly see, they have this rotation to work them up. They do have the power positions to back them up and, of course, accumulate all of this. And right now, C8 is on the move. They stack in one angle, and Type is going to make most of the opportunity. And now it's time Juno to be in here with that operator skill as he's going to pop off with that annihilator. Great investments coming through right now for CKG. They definitely, the majority of the time, it is hardpoint number 3, making amends after a very suffering first 2 hardpoints.
I mean, it's been a pretty head-to-head clash ever since P1 to P2, but as soon as we move over to P3 here, a money here kill here clearly for the set of CKG Legacy. Unfortunately, once again, due to we need a break here for the set of C8 United, and it was only a few more points away for CKG Legacy to take the lead out away from United. But unfortunately for them, coming again, C8 United just looking to be a bit selfish now. On to New coming in now. 4 players, 3 players inside the hill side of CKG Legacy, and coming again, I'm really expecting them to hold their grounds now, because they haven't been able to take the lead. This is the opportunity for them to do so, and just like that, they're now on the lead with Cali.
Alright, now here we go. CKG first lead of the day, and now they are maintaining the back and of course the front side of this entrances, but for some odd reason, C8 just slid it around like a snake and make sure that they're going to bait every player that pops off inside the entries that they are holding. Now G's got the Iana buff right now, 84-73 here, Warden, and obviously for C8, and of course for the boys of CKG Legacy, it's a chop and change. They're taking turns on these Hardpoint hills, but one thing in fact that we could actually differentiate CKG here against C8 is that these guys definitely are doing so good at streaking themselves. You can see Juno's already got these 3 score streaks available. Cleo's got 1 score streak, and of course that operator is still available for him to use, and that's going to be deadly as we move in to this reset.
I mean, over the reset will come into the play, and CKG Legacy is just doing such a good job hustling them through. And we did see the spawn flip there on towards the ladder stage, on towards P4, and I really respect the play right there, because every little bit of point really matters at most here, Cali. Here, man, it's really looking quite tight. It could still really go both ways, but for now, it's going to be CKG Legacy here on the lead. May not last for so long, especially if they can get that influence inside the hill. But here we go. The Predator missile will come into the play. Will not take down anyone, but if ever C8 United decides to get their influence inside the hill, a Cluster Strike might be up against their way.
Yeah, Cluster Strike. There you go. Clayhouse dropping Joshua. That missile just plunged deep down, and of course get that elimination come through. And hey, G doing a great job so far maintaining that lead, but C8, they maintain the power position. Now they are going to contest this point, not give any ingress now made for CKG, but here's the threat. Moving into the next hardpoint rotation, we do have 3 players for CKG available for use with that operator skills, and that's going to be very hard for C8 if they had a bad timing, and of course they get flushed down immediately. But hey, here we go, moving it all along. We're going to see C8 go for that early push. They will not try and take down that anchors first. They're trying to go in, break the, and of course use it to their advantage, and they do so manage to get that break. But for CKG, they still got this good spawns, which means they committed reinforcements, and that's what they've been using. They're abusing, and now for C8, definitely very interesting them, because they're not using these spawns to their advantage. They just move inside that hard point.
Yeah, we got Theo in here. Play. Gets one, takes him out. Can he find a double? Yes, he does. Can he make it a triple? Unfortunately, he does go down. Dream can find him out. Still then, CKG Legacy, they're holding their ground, but not for so long. Coming again. This game is a head-to-head battle here, Cali, and still could really go both ways. Juno here trying to make a play from the back way. Up against 2, unfortunately, gets taken down, and C8 United will take the lead once more out away from CKG Legacy. Only 10 more points away to claim it all off on towards P2. Rotations onto P2 is something that I'm looking forward for here, Cali.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the momentum changer here for both of these 2 teams. You can see CKG, number 5 and number 3 on rotation, while our C8 going to be late on this one, but they're going to wrap around, take the early second floor rotation here, and that's going to be a very smart play for them. But they gotta win all of these gunfights if they do want to take control of this next hard point, because CKG, this is just great defense. They are definitely going at it, just flooding this point, and of course getting all of these kills right now. They are solid and strong inside that point. C8 needs to find a way, and maybe this multiple angle push could help them, but CKG is just definitely a different breed.
Yep, different breed here, and CKG Legacy, this is their strongest skill here. C8 United having a hard time breaking themselves into it. Finally though, they do get that hard point for them. A little bit on the deficit side, but it won't really matter at most, especially if they can get this scrap time out away from CKG Legacy. Ron here trying to make a play on towards Hardpoint. Unfortunately, no context whatsoever. We got a split spawn situation here for the set of CKG Legacy. Initial scrap time now will be under of C8 United. That's going to be enough for them to take the lead. Not going to be so convincing, because it could still go for the way of CKG Legacy. This is where they're good at, getting that early rotations onto new, and it's only about player 3 here to try to make a play. Can he do it? I don't know, man. Up against 3 players for the set of C8 United, it has to be big.
You know, after really struggling, C8's now slowly finding the rhythm back. But as soon as I said that, CKG making amends and now taking whatever opportunity is handed onto them. They are able to break the point with Clay Howe popping up once again. One of the key players on why VVV ESPORTS struggled in response yesterday. And this guy continues to be the bane for C8 United in this hardpoint gameplay. For now, the time is stimulated by CKG, but United actually has that lead, so they got ample time to play and take this risk. But you can't afford to let your bodies drop because that means CKG is going to have more momentum moving on to that hardpoint reset.
Break comes in for instead of C8 United now. And, you know, it was looking like a probable case for CKG Legacy to take the lead, but C8 United says no. 178 to 165 we go. 4 seconds left for the hardpoint to be played with here. Both teams still contesting it all out. They're battling it out by heart. 179 to 166. We are getting the rotations onto P1 once more, Cali. And man, C8 United, they're hanging on by a thread in terms of the lead. Not yet so convincing, but if we're going to be seeing a player like C8 Angier streaking up, it could really extend furthermore.
And then, of course, this guy's going to be deadly with that analysis, looking to anticipate and, of course, remove the players on that perimeter. And now he's fully streaked up as well. And this is going to be very deadly for CKG Legacy. But, you know, there's going to be a bombardment with that cluster strike raining down in the parade. And that mid-map, you can clearly see now, it's got the larger lead compared to CKG Legacy. 194 to 166. We can almost assume that C8 United, after this hardpoint, will get 200. Now they're closer to victory. After a very late start, now they found their momentum. All they just had to do is cling onto it. Moving on to new with 15 seconds. The scrap time is still in accumulation for C8, but one thing, in fact, that they do have is that early rotation towards the next hardpoint. But unfortunately for them, CKG have the opportunity to spawn right beside, and this is going to be the turning point of this game, Warden.
I mean, Hardpoint comes into a lot of investments here, Cali. You got to go for the early rotation, but you also have to stand strong inside the hill to make it all worth it. Following though, you know, now we do steer on towards P2. Taif, you're trying to hold his grounds on towards the Hardpoint. All down to player 1 and player 3 now for the set of CKG Legacy to hold their grounds here inside the hill. But Clay Howe with the gravity vortex move down and close down the angle right there. But the trophy system will save C8 United 220 to 177, and this could be another break here for the side of C8 United. Boy here spraying it all down. Takes down Juno. Can he find DNA? But DNA finds the double, but Dildan G swoops in as well and takes him all out. 224 to 178, but the hustle for CKG Legacy is still prevailing.
Yeah, the hustle right now is really prevailing. As you can see, they've been winning all of these gunfights. Eventually, you're gonna see them ascend with that victories at that hardpoint. But with 14 seconds left, what are they gonna do? Are they going to opt in for this hardpoint, or are they going to move on to new? And it looks like it's going to be the latter. 20 points left for C8 Legacy. For C8 United, and of course for CKG Legacy, they gotta make sure they stand their ground, because a little bit more errors and this is going to be a game set and done for C8. Now here we go, the game is on here. Warden, take it away.
I mean, it's all about this now. C8 United went for a backdoor play, and they're going to be able to find that break for a moment here. Till then, CKG Legacy, they only have one player, player 5 inside hill, up against 3 players from the back end. He needs to hold his ground. Player 1 trying to go for the cavalry as well. But till then, is it going to be enough? Rock on here, finds the double, takes him all out. Influence inside the hill. C8 United, they have what it takes. 2 more points, make it 1 more point. It's all about C8 United.
I mean, despite Cleo's 54 kill gameplay, C8 United totally crushed this team with not individualities. They played as a team. And you notice how the multiple angles were eventually emphasized and capitalized by these players. I mean, the kills are distributed compared to CKG. Like I say, you can see Clay Howe, 54 kills. Juno with 46. Type with 35. DNA really struggled with 17-23. And of course, the gunfights clearly won by CKG, but C8, what really stands out the most is that they were able to play as a team. Beef Mami, thoughts on the execution by C8 and CKG here at Hardpoint Takeoff?
Woo, what a close game. And when we thought that CKG had a very strong start, CA United just absolutely shredded mid-game and just closed it out really well. And even though we get to see so many kills from CKG, like, look at that, 54. 54. I think that's the most that we've seen here so far, question mark. I'm not quite sure. But, like, I mean, Juno having that 46, Type having 35, 38 for Azor, 17 for DNA. Yes, that's a little bit weak on the points compared to everyone else. But it's just phenomenal that you have this many kills. It's not like it's a team deathmatch, right? But they didn't really focus on the OBJ. And now CA United, even though, yes, they have lines of sevens, you have 34, 37, 31, and the lowest being Toy with 22, they focused up on when it comes to the OBJ and just get all of it. It was a balanced effort from everyone else here. And now that's what I really like to see from this team. And so, wow, what a valiant effort from CKG, though. That was just an amazing scoreline. And they probably should have, focused more on the objective and into the rotations. They did great work. And obviously the slaying really is important. But kids watching right now for Hardpoint, it doesn't matter if you get a lot of kills. Taking a look at that, OBJ is the most important for a game like Hardpoint, from a game like Control, where every one of your skills matters, where the timing of the cluster strikes, your score streaks, and also your operator skills is definitely going to be really important. For me, though, I feel like taking out one of the best plays, in my opinion, here is the reset going into P2, where you saw, I think Kalehao was holding the gravity vortex, and the trophy system just saved the whole team of C8 United. That was the biggest deal for me. And I feel like you guys would also agree with me. Won't you think so, Warden?
Definitely. I was shouting that. I was shouting that beef, man. I mean, the gravity vortex for Kalehao, and then all of a sudden a trophy system from the side of C8 United just comes into the play. Saves 3 to 4 players. That was a completely big factor on why C8 United won it out so dominantly there, beef, man.
Yeah, and a dominant showcase, and just really the timing. You don't really get to see how important a trophy system is in all of these game modes, because it'll really literally be a matter of you being sucked into a gravity vortex or a grenade taking you out. And I feel like if that gravity vortex did push through, then maybe it would be a different situation here, where CKG Legacy probably would have won that takeoff hard point. And now we're moving on into Standoff S&D, where we slow things down just a tiny bit, where it is the chosen by C8 United right now. And as we see here, really valiant effort from CKG Legacy, where 198 and 250, that's pretty close in terms of the points, and that's a really good start. And even though, yes, you lost a lot of points, CKG Legacy, you still have 2 more points to gain here. Now for you, Callie, what is the best thing that we can do here in Standoff Search and Destroy, knowing very well that CA United is really good in this map?
Yeah, and of course, for CKG Legacy, this is not all about this game. It's been, it's really been them really having... they're really struggling at Search and Destroys. And if you are CKG Legacy right now and you are coming off a very suffering defeat at that Hardpoint, for me, honestly, they just gotta make sure that they get their gunfights ongoing. They initiate, since they are going to start as the attackers, they gotta make sure that they initiate much better against C8 United. It's all about the executions here. Play more on the objective. Since they're going to attack, they gotta make sure they combine the read them, and of course, use that bomb plans to pressure C8 United here this first half, especially at Standoff S&D.
Definitely. I mean, I can completely agree with you here, Callie. In some way,
Yes.
it could really be a big factor here at most. Because, if we're going to be, just looking back, or just hearing back what, Beef Mammy said here onwards Standoff, this is something that they really excel at most as well here onwards for C8 United. So I'm really looking forward here for, possibly a 2-1 here. It could really in favor C8 United in a big factor here. So I don't really see how could CKG Legacy bounce back. But till then, it was a close fight around towards Takeoff Hardpoint. Maybe they could retaliate with their own sense of force, as, C8 United, they won the map, which it wasn't their map of choice. For the side of CKG Legacy on towards Standoff Search and Destroy, Beef Mammy, they're not looking too wide promising as well.
Yeah, not really looking too good, because CA United, like what I said, did have an amazing time for Standoff. And now for CKG Legacy, they're not really good here. And yes, they did lose this in Hardpoint, 146 and 250 up United, but this is still a different story, because from what we've seen so far, from what history has said, they don't really do well here in Standoff. But when it comes to search and destroy, we don't really have any kind of data when it comes to them playing in this map, in this mode. But obviously for Standoff though, I mean, they have just been, I mean, they have been phenomenal so far in search and destroy. And yes, they did have 2 losses in S&D and 1 win, but it doesn't really matter. A win is still a win. And when it comes to the side of CKG though, they've lost S&D 3 in a row, never even won one time. And so for Standoff, that is a really hard map, especially knowing that C United has chosen this, so they do have some sort of trick up in their sleeve. But for you, Callie, what is the best thing that you think that CKG Legacy can do, knowing very well that they've had 3 losses here so far?
Well, for me, the best thing that Legacy could offer here, especially right now at this stand of S&D, is build on to Clay House ability to create plays and winning all of these gunfights. I believe, and if we could initiate those first bloods, that could keep the team going here, moving into every succeeding rounds that they play against State United.
I feel like with CKG Legacy just winning that coin toss rather, and not being able to really just choose search and destroy, I feel like that was also kind of like a double-sided blade, because in the same time you chose Takeoff Hardpoint, where you don't really have much data here, and you probably should have chosen like Raid for Hardpoint. But I mean, it's just really hard here. Raid being banned, yes, that's a good thing and also a bad thing, because they did lose this so many times. But they did have like a bit of a chance if it is going to be in Hardpoint. But for Standoff S&D, probably the best map for them would have been Firing Range. And Firing Range, really, really good map for them. But you know what? Let's see what will happen here, because later on we're looking at Slums Control. But for now, we're looking at Standoff S&D. And now I know, yes, we're talking about a lot of data here. Don't fret, the numbers the numbers did favor Sector 0 in our series number 1, and that is, that's basically what went down. And ACNO Finesse obviously saying goodbye in this session. But for this case, ACNO are gonna lie to us, because we already know, especially with their showing a while ago in Hardpoint, they did so reward. It was these heel mistakes that they made was just unfortunate for them in that Hardpoint matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the factors on CKG Legacy and why they put up a fight United, I do believe them going for an early rotation, much like 90% of the hard points, really played a big factor, because when you get the early rotation, you get the power position, and when you get the power position, easy gun fights. And for them, in every hard point as well, break for it's not going to be so much more to at least take the lead back.
Let's see if the lead will still be in the side of C8 United. And you know what? CKG Legacy has to definitely up, because their best game mode was Hardpoint. It had a better there, or maybe in general. S&D, on the other hand, they're just having that struggle. And now for C8 United, though, it's going to be a little bit of a switch around where mode. So we're seeing control later on, but for S&D, do pretty okay. They have probably 66% win rate when it comes to search and destroy, and a 0% win rate for CKG. Numbers are going to lie to me today, because I want CKG Legacy a little bit more of a fight like what they showed us in match.
Much of the numbers are definitely in stack for State United. I also feel like CKG Legacy will surprise us here in this game, because how is really efficient on this engagement. Been really struggling more fighting odds since the game is closer, and obviously they just got to convert the ideas that they have in mind, and of course prepare those strategies against State here at this coming match.
I mean, it's just really hard for CKG not really doing good in search and destroy, where they can definitely slow things down over here. But if you want to fight fire with fire, like what we did, like what we saw, especially in Hardpoint, they can definitely win all of the gunfights. But for S&D, and especially like a map Standoff, just a little bit more difficult. I feel like if it was a map like, let's say, Summit, or maybe even Slums, maybe we get to see a little bit more of a better time. But again, it's just all down into the pieces, and the chosen map right now is for, and it's going to be here in Standoff. So again, it's going to be hard, because Standoff is a classic map that we like to see it everywhere in Call of Duty in general, not just in mobile, where even things out. It's an even 3 where see a lot of upper angles, so we need to see big deal when it comes to those snipers. And I feel like, what do you think, Warden? Who is the player to see when it comes to CKG and C8 United as well?
I mean, for CA United, I really got my eyes on G to not try to make the play on towards, like, let's say, go for an there on a bomb side, a very close quarter engaging type of side. So, you got to rely on those SMGs, you got to rely on those SGs to make the play. So G could possibly be, Cookie as well to make those plays. But for the longer ranges, you got Tuoy with an LM and AR as well. For side of SR, unfortunately, haven't been so convinced, but you could really use Joshua as well for in every flexible place there is. But for the side of for CKG Legacy, he really played remarkably well on towards at Hardpoint, and I'm be so as well here on towards Search and Destroy Standoff.
Yeah, and that's a very stacked team when it comes to Search and Destroy, right? And it's really a big deal because you've seen Kuki before, you've seen Ron perform in past tournaments, and now CKG try to match it up, and so far I've been trying to keep up, but you shouldn't be keeping up, you should be leading the pack. And so this is that one thing that this team needs to do. And yes, they're new, and yes, they haven't had much experience yet, but this is the best experience that you can ever get, and to almost be close when it comes to a hardpoint against a team like this, and also getting 2 wins as well. And that is definitely a big deal. And for me, I'm just probably looking at, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy, is probably Juno. Juno had really good, an average of 670 KD of 1. I mean, it's not really that big, because if you're looking at the other side, Joshua has had 1.34 KD in S&D. So I'm looking with these two people that they might probably go head to head. But you know what? Enough talk about the numbers, enough talking about statistics. Let's see if these teams are gonna try to go for another route. Here we go. Standoff, Search and Destroy. Let's get it on, casters.
Ooh, a lot of stats and probabilities. Once again, thank you, Big Mammy, for that map analytics. And now here we go, right off the get-go. Bruno making his precious stone, gets it his first blood report. And Warden, CKG really excels in his close range engagements, but now we're starting to see things get a little bit slower. C8, 2v3, odds are stuck against some of this first round, but they still have Toy and G that could really clutch this game up.
Actors that I completely mentioned here, Tuoy on towards spawn ends, will fall back. Gonna wait for, really liking the intentions here for G, but he has to get himself in contact to play How, which is the MVP, and just like that, sniper in hand will take him out. Tuoy here will spray out, information will be relayed, Azure will whoop out, and just like that, KSP in hand will find out Tuoy first round for the side of CKG Legacy.
Well, that's really a great decision made there by CKG Legacy, starting off very aggressively and of course just push the pace against United. And the guys got a bang for that puck in that first long. So now needs to be some serious adjustments here for C8. As you can see, they're looking to play for that retake, but CKG Juno, very offensive and aggressive, made his way behind enemy lines, takes one player, creates that first blood, but it's going to be chased by Joshua right before been made. The bomb is going to get planted there anytime soon with Azure already in at that bakeries.
Yep, already on the bakeries. Player 5 here for the set of C8 United. Will go for a wraparound. Sniper angle won't come in to play, not just yet. Ron on the contact bomb is going to get planted too. 40 seconds left on the clock to be played with here. G from the front end on towards barrels. Will try to make a play as well. Unfortunately, won't be able to cut the chase. 2 players on towards at mid lane. On the feed we go. Ron will take down the Eve. Frags all over the place now. It's still on the equalizing ends. DNA will get himself in contact, but the double chat will come in. Out of the equation. All down to Clay How now to clutch this one out. On towards boxes we go. He doesn't have an angle. Takes down one. Now one if the shot won't be able to cut the chase, not just yet. He needs to find a double. Can he pull through and get this one out? In contact we go. Unfortunately, the defuse will come in. He's gonna go for a stick, and just like that, respondment here for the set of C8 United will come into the play.
Yeah, they know. They've been here and they know how to do and what to do when it comes to those 1v2 situations. And you clearly see the team that bomb, one player holding down in times, and little things like that is going to win you games. And for C8 United, they really executed that perfectly. Now we are on even grounds, 1-1 in that scoreboard, and here this time C8's going to change the pace and of course change that defense. Earlier they played for that retake and it was kind of risky for them. Now they will put 3 players stacked on that defense at that A site. They double it down and hope that they could get this initial fix. But I also do love the pace and rhythm that's been initiated here by CKG. You know, they're not trying to play this one fast. They're looking to play it slow, take what that defense is going to give them. Right now, 40 seconds already passing by. Not many ingredients made here by both of these two teams. They're just trying to smell each other out. But now, someone has to make that move, and it should be CKG.
This is search and destroy. This is search and destroy. That's fine. You know, personality here is really prevailing. Slow, but really fast now. Here we go. Execution here will come in for the set of CKG Legacy in exchange of 1. They will take 2. Ron here in player 5 will be out of the play. Juno from the back ends will take down Tuoy. All down to the final 2 players here for the set of C8 United. All down to G and Cookie, but unfortunately Cookie will find himself out as well. G from the back ends. Can you do it? Unfortunately, the odds not looking so bright, and Azure are going to be taking him all out. And just like that, CKG Legacy, the tempo here is just looking so bright for them, really throwing off C8 United.
You know, the gunfights are one of the key things in winning game modes. But if you can play with the tempo, that could mess the psyche of your opponents. And that's what CKG did. You know, United played it slow. They played it much slower. They played it like a third one. Juno gets 1. But of course, there's going to be trades. But I'm loving the efforts that's being showcased right now by CKG. You can clearly tell that they want those first bloods to initiate and keep the team on going. But as Saturn Refrag made C8 now on that lead, they got this 2v3. Azure, though, they still got that bomb. So they can still dictate where that pace is going to be put in, either at A or at B. But for now, in this type of situations, they gotta find that kill to even the numbers in this game. And you know, Cleo and Azure, they could totally work this up, but they're going up against 3 players with Toy, G, and Cookie still very much alive for United.
Yep, very much alive. You know, CKG Legacy kicking things off for your side for the first stage of the round is one thing, but finishing a round is another thing here, Callie. And it's looking like C8 United will be winning the latter end of this round right now. All down to Azure, but unfortunately, Journey ended quite shortly. And just like that, 2-2, a very head-to-head matchup we go. Looking to be the same personality as we saw in Hardpoint, you know, very head-to-head on towards the first and, you know, the middle stage of the game mode. But as soon as we move over to the ladder, you know, on Hardpoint at least, it really was the final adjustment there for C8 United. But for now, it's all about search and destroy. Still could really go both ways.
Yeah, still could go both ways. Again, chop and change. Everybody's just alternating rounds here at this point. But again, we don't see the same thing twice for both of these two teams. And I love what I'm seeing. Different strats over and over and again. And this is expected. This is top tier defense and offense right now for both of these two teams. Plethora of strategies just getting shown. And the adjustments are clearly there to begin with. But I do love the play here for both of these two teams as they really focus on that back alley. They control the back alley, they control the game. Joshua, one of the key players for C8, will take the first player down, dropping Juno. So that's it. That's it. They just gotta capitalize on that 5v4.
Yep, 5v4. Bomb here still on boxes, but 2 players in the bomb side already. Player 1, player 5 doing such a good job holding their ground. But we've seen the retake of C8 United come into the play, and they do such a good job doing at it now. Bomb gonna get planted to 44 seconds left on the clock to be played with a 5-man retake here for C8 United. Something that for CKG Legacy they haven't been wishing at most. Tuoy here making that influence. Trezor sprays down, takes down G and Tuoy, making a triple kill here for the set of CKG Legacy. And they're gonna be able to make it a kill, a team wipe in a glimpse of a second. Cali, one of the best holds I've ever seen so far in this event.
Azure, look at the timing. Look at the adjustment made there by C8. 2 players drop and they did not make any adjustments at all. Truly caught them to surprise. And hey, Azure, that player right there is huge as they now pull up front. And again, he's going to pull up with even more kills moving into the succeeding round, taking the first blood. And now they are keeping up the pressure. Azure is on to something. This man is on a mission. They're gonna plant that bomb towards B. Cookie's the last guy standing with the pistol. He takes 1, but Azure once again taking rounds back to back. Legacy now has the largest lead in this S&D. 2 rounds lead here for Legacy.
You know, Beef Mami once said, you know, that he wants, you know, the statistics to prove her wrong. It looks like Azure is on a mission to really prove the statistics wrong here. They really want to claim out this Standoff search and destroy. As we move over here to round number 7, they're out by 2 rounds here, Cali. They can extend it furthermore as they're going to be playing defense here to kick things off. Juno here will take down Ron. Frag share will be put to place here, and we'll see C8 United looking quite confused, looking quite aloof in which way they have to go on to. But Cookie on the feed will take down Takeoff. Could be the opening break here on towards A bomb site. Azure going very aggressive on towards mid lane. Unfortunately, not going to go his way. Frags all over the place. Juno will take down to Woy. This could still really go both ways.
Oh, Juno, beautiful timing. Gets that free red of the day. Gets 1 kill, dropping Cookie, but he swings to the left side and he's gonna put another pot. Joshua, beautiful angle, beautiful timing, and a better accuracy compared to Juno. We got this 1v1. DNA, he's got that royalty, but does he got that aim to back him up? No, Joshua with that 1v2, and again, that's what you can expect from the player head-to-head for C8 United, constantly confounding and confusing the players of CKG Legacy, and that's going to be a very, very great round for United because they lose down. It's going to be a 3-round lead for CKG. So now let's see if they do find the chance to use that round win into a momentum shifter, because right now we're moving on to round number 8, and again, a pretty default defense for CKG, but what we're really looking forward to here is how will C8 initiate that attack, because right now they're playing passive as well.
Playing quite passive. I like the bars. I like the rhythm that you pull through there, Cali. But I also like the momentum and also the tempo that CKG Legacy is playing at. You know, they don't really play by the pace of C8. So for them to just, you know, being comfortable here on towards Search and Destroy, as statistics wise, it's not really one of their best maps at all. They're doing such a good job here, and it's still a stalemate. So far, I think it's still going to be another A execution here, but Cookie trying to put an influence here on towards the mid lane will not come in. Finds one. Doesn't find a connection. Tiwoy here on towards Statue. Will try to make a play. Sprays down in. Unfortunately, won't be able to find a kill. Confirmed player 5 swooping in. Can he find a kill? Joshua will take down Azure. On a 2 spree we go. On the feed we go. C8 United in a glimpse of a second once again. In a split of a second. 5 players out of the play. C8 United evening things up.
Yeah, that's what you call teamwork right there. You see Twoy using the RPD's pressure to back off the CKG Legacy's defense towards A. And all we had to see was Joshua picking up those 2 kills. And of course, tie this game up. That's very, very significant play there for C8. But what comes up next is going to be a push made by Legacy. Very aggressive take here. Juno and Playout combining for 2. So now they got the numbers game in their favor. Let's see how are they going to capitalize. Because right now, C8 is going to wait them out. See if there's going to be extensions. And for Playhow, going to Ego Child, Toy picks him, and that's going to be more than enough. We got this 3v3 situation right now, and Taip onto a very aggressive position as well. Here at this tanks could be a very, very devastating blow here for C8. And now DNA dropping Cookies, going to be very huge here for them.
Joshua saving his teammate Tuwoy to live another day, Cali. Just like that. Completely agree with your statement right there. Wanting for sure V2 situation here. Bomb could finally be let it over on towards the B bomb side. Player 1, player 5, they're on that A parameter. Slowly but surely making themselves work through this back alleyway. Tuwoy could really make the play on player 5 here. Josh clearing out grannies. It is really going to be a B take here for them. Gonna get that bomb to 2 retake here, Cali.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted towards B, so now for C8, it's going to be more chance for them because they can really roam around all of these power positions, but they have so many angles to defend, so they're going to pick their... For the end, that's bad. Boy picks him easily, not even pre-aim towards it front, so now we got this 1v2. Taip sold up to him. 20 seconds left. Oh, going to stick the bomb plant. Joshua hurts it, and he knows what's happening. Toy, though, gets that final kill. Quite a very risky take there. But, you know, there's not going to be any rewards there. Against United taking that round. A very smart play for them there, Warden, because that A bomb site is defended properly. Very, very solid defense there for CKG Legacy. So what they tried to do is just pull up towards B, and that was just GG's.
Yep, quite GG's, but coming again now. The same play what we've been seeing for the side of CKG Legacy, going for an aggressive take here on towards the mid lane. Azure here already has 1 kill under his name for this round. Kid has done once more on the other side of this. There's going to be a player quite well anticipated. He does go down just like that. Even with that kill here for the side of C8 Joshua, it's not going to be enough to even things up still. Odds not looking so bright for them this round. 2 in exchange of 1. 5-4 we go. 1 more round away from 8 United to claim and secure match point advantage. And looking for this A bomb site. Throw down the frag. Unfortunately, not going to pick off any to Boy on top of Bakery. And on top of Granny's here. Gonna make the play, sprays down in. Unfortunately for him though, information will be relayed. Player 2 and player 3 for the side of CKG Legacy. He's gonna be trailing him all out, but he's gonna be running for dear life. But unfortunately quite fortunate for Tuboy, he's gonna be able to live for another day, and he's gonna be able to find a kill on the feed. 3v3 situation we go, make it a 3v2 as Juno will make the play now. Tuboy out of the play, information will be relayed, but on the bomb site now, Joshua will take down DNA. It's gonna be a 1v1 situation now, all down to Joshua, all down to CKG Juno.
All right, it's going to be an equal matchup here. 40 seconds. Joshua's got 12. Juno's got 12. Top fraggers for both teams. All he's got to do is convert. Now for Juno, it's going to hit the back. Cross tractor is only 1 hit, and that's going to be a delete. Juno, he picks, he moves, he removes, and that's going to be round number 10. There it is. That's the round that CKG needs, you know. That hard earlier, they is able to alternate all of them points, all of them hard points, and of course the hills. But here this time they can't afford to do that. They gotta make sure they pull up with that lead, because every map and every round counts here in this search and destroy. So obviously going to be another turning point of the game here. Let's see if CKG will be able to finally take that lead once again against C8.
Could they take that lead? I'm not so certain. Still could really go both ways, as both players here still having complete set of cards here now. 10 players still existing on towards this round, but I really want C8 United to break the fat and, you know, go for a P-bomb take here. But Ron finds the timing so perfectly. Juno will go out, no refrags whatsoever until then. 2 players in that A bomb site could really be a really probable take here on towards the B bomb site, but unfortunately for them, for the side of C8 United, they're still gonna go for a commitment here, and this could really go bad for them. Look at this now, infiltration will come into the play. Player 4 here for the side of CKG Legacy, Playhouse, and also Azure still existing in the map, but unfortunately for them, gunfights not so existing. 6-5 we go. 1 more round for the win for the side of C8 United.
Yo, match point right now for C8 United. Azure, though, for CKG Legacy in the meanwhile, had a very good angle on that cubby, but he turned it at the wrong corner and thus gets eliminated, and that was just a solid round win for C8. Beautiful timing, but you know, we are in the late game, and C8, they're going to play a very slow offensive strategy here. Very, very good setup right now, but if you are CKG and you're down by 1 round and it's going to be the match point, what you need is an elite defensive setup, and right now they have a pretty default one that could throw off like players of C8. But for now, Sniper is going to be very useful here, rewarding for those initial picks.
Koki trying to find that angle. He's gonna go for a jump shot. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to find a connection. Juno here going very aggressive, but the timing is impeccable. So perfectly done. And if ever he pushed through on towards the right side, he could find 3 easy kills for him. Just like that, sprays down in, takes down 3. Juno will make the play, and that is the play that CKG Legacy has been needing. 2 players left for the side of C8 United, all down to Cookie now here, as Joshua will find himself out as well. Cookie with a sniper and an MW11. What can you do up against 5 Leviathans of CKG Legacy on the wards? The barn right there. Fortunately, and quite fortunate for him, information will not be relayed, not just yet. But in contact we go. Tape will get taken down. Could this be the reverse ace that we all have been wishing for to see as well, Callie?
It's going to be tough, man. 1v4, he got 80% chance of winning. No, 80% of losing this. 80% chance of losing this, but hey, could use that bomb. But is going to wait it out. Play per picks once again, extending out towards the tractor where DNA is currently holding his own ground. He spots it, takes him out, slides to the left copy. He spots Clay. How about the no reveal? Gonna get taken down. I mean, man, the timing on
Oh
That
my
back
days.
alley was just perfect. Legacy now will force that overtime.
Oh, force that overtime. Round number 13 we go. It's going to be CKG Legacy now playing offense. And look at the defense here for South Sea United. They're going to give this bomb site out away for CKG Legacy. This is going to be a 5v5 retake, Cali. And this is really intense, man. This could really go both ways.
Man, you know, the last time we did see a play for C8, they got absolutely decimated by Azure. So that's one thing that they need to keep out of. And again, Azure's got that prime position. I hope C8 did learn their mistakes. And now Azure gets one! He gets two! And that's going to be devastating if you are C8, who's down in numbers. There it is. Legacy finally defied the odds. Though the numbers are stacked against them, they win it here, Warden.
Man. Okay, Azure making that play on towards barrels will take down 2, but DNA, my guy, DNA, he got royalty in his DNA, bro. He got the ambition to just spray down on towards that wall with an RPD. Will take down the remaining 2 players for the side of C8 United, and just like that, man, they're not gonna go down in a sweep at all. In fact, they have another chance to prove us wrong here, Cali, that they have what it takes to win out the series here, out away from C8 United. Down to the wire we go, but man, props to Azure for making those consecutive plays on towards the mid lane, because that really threw off C8 United, you know. They were down by like 2 rounds, and all of a sudden Azure just like went reckless on towards the mid lane, and it completely worked out quite well. And you know, with those plays being pulled, with those plays being put aside, Viv Mami, you gotta agree on this one. Azure really changed the rhythm for CKG Legacy.
I was watching that whole series. My mouth is still wide open. I'm watching right now on YouTube, and I saw the play of Juno yet again in was it round number whatever it was? I think it was round number 12. But oh my goodness, it's just that beautiful 3K in the backstab. The timing is just so perfect, and I mean, my goodness, CKG, you giving me a heart attack. But hey, you defied the odds, and like what we said, I want to be wrong when it comes to the stats, and that is what you proved here today for Search and Destroy, where they almost got a win in Hardpoint as well. So again, all of these stats doesn't matter at the end of the day when you prove us wrong like this. This is what we like to see, a really close fight. And let's take a look back though. Takeoff Hardpoint 198 and 250. Really close games, but at the very end, again, it was the timing that was not in the favor of CKG Legacy, where the trophy system basically stopped the gravity vortex by getting a lot of kills by C8 United. And now going into Standoff S&D, Juno's timing, CKG's timing in this game is just absolutely prime. Callie, you've seen it yourselves, both of you. It's just really, it's everyone actually. You see a lot of the teams, really just Azure, it's Juno, DNA also at some point. It was a really, really good game here so far.
Yeah, it's really a good game so far. And, you know, this is a total team effort for CKG Legacy. Everybody just did their roles, did their responsibilities. And at the end of the game, the play, that aggressive play, I think you have to agree with this one, Warden. That play at that round number 13 where the team went in for the aggressive push, they were not afraid. They were not hesitating. They put Azure back to the same position that he did on that round number 8, if I'm not mistaken. Then he had the same outcome, man.
Yep. Same outcome, same deck of cards, and it really worked out quite well. And unfortunately for C8 United, they weren't able to, you know, get that adjustment, especially for that specific play of CKG Legacy. I was really expecting that they could retaliate, you know, and could really change things up. But if you're going to be going for like a 4-man push on towards barrels up against Azure, surely for sure he can at least take down 2 minimum out of your team.
Multi-kills after multi-kills from this man, and not only that, Juno as well. So that pairing really, really good. And we also saw greatness in the other side as well. Joshua getting a lot of kills, and Kuki trying to go in for the 1v5 clutch, especially after Juno absolutely decimated his team. And now really valiant effort though from this man, because Kuki with the sniper, really crispy quick scopes. And you know, it's just, I feel like CKG could have won this a little bit more though. I think the scoreline probably should have been a 7-5 or a 7-4, because there were many moments where they've had a really good half where they played for picks, but then later on they weren't able to regroup after getting those picks individually, and hence they were also individually picked as well by C8 United. So a really good conversation, a really good back and forth that we really like to see here. So yeah, at some points I thought CKG was overly aggressive into even the later half, where you just need to chill, especially if you're just into the defensive side, because we've seen it a lot. I feel like it was over in round number 9 where they lost it when they had the man advantage, but wasn't able to slow things down. But good for them that C8 United also created some mistakes. They had a little bit of a misadjustment. So again, we're going to slumps control now, where absolutely we don't know what is going to happen here, because like what we saw into the stats, CKG has a 0% win rate here, and for for C8 United, it's not their strongest, because Hardpoint is their strongest map mode. S&D, they only have like a 33% win rate, but for control, this is where CKG Legacy will shine. Not only is this their map pick, but this is also the weakest game mode of C8 United, Warden.
Yeah, for both ends here, it's not really looking to be in a promising state, because statistics wise. But if we're just going to be basing it off here on towards their personalities for the previous game modes, I can really see CKG Legacy backing this one out. I just love the composure. I just love how they play out things where odds is not looking so bright for their way. In terms of like the momentum, I'm really going to give this one out for the side of CKG Legacy.
Okay, CKG Legacy it is for you. And now how about you, Callie? You've already seen how well they can perform in S&D, obviously slowing things down, and also the pace is definitely different for CKG. But you saw a while ago in Takeoff Hardpoint where things were even in the points, and now things are also even in the points in S&D. What do you think? Who has a little bit more advantage when it comes to slumps control?
Well, for me, it's going to be CKG Legacy as well. Well, obviously, they might use the momentum that they had on that stand-up search and destroy and use that here as slumps control to absolutely play against C8 United and, of course, take it away from this squad. And I'm looking forward to Clayhow, honestly, because he was able to pop off on that Takeoff Hardpoint at respawn where he dropped 54 points. So curious to see if he's going to have the same output at this slumps control going up against C8 United in a map pick that they're confident at here, Biff Mammy.
Yes, you need to have a balance of going for the OBJ, which is capturing A and B, but also knowing very well that you only have a certain amount of lives left. You only have 30 for you to spare. And now, yes, we already know that CKG United can actually go and slay, but will they go focus on the OBJ? Casters, let's see if they can slay out in this map, because this is going to be our final game of the series from C8 United and CKG Legacy. Go take it away.
Whew, Warden, come on, take it away.
Well, let's give it up now here for C8 United and CKG Legacy. The deal breaker, the icebreaker it is. Whoever wins this one out could take the series out from one another. And looking like it's going to be all about the equalizing ends here so far. But Dictators, we got C8 United here playing as the defensive side. CKG Legacy trying to dictate the pace, going for an infiltrating take here on towards the Bravo control point, and looking like they're doing such a good job holding their ground here, Callie.
Oh, Ron, you can't afford to miss all those shots, but luckily for him, he takes one down, dropping Clayhow. But hey, they're looking to abuse the spawns, and they are in a prime position to do that. But Ainge up front is going to just go out and blow up some steam as he gets his team on going, just making sure he aids the pressure, not even seeing the player at all with that ED, and that's it. Has been done. 22 live count for C8, 17 for CKG. For me, for your Legacy right now, they gotta be very efficient with the way they handle their controls, because right now it took them 15 lives just to capture this big control point. Now they need more than that in order for them to capture this A area where it's going to be a heavily favored C8 United spawn.
Yep. Quite favored here. And I just love the fact that C8 United is just doing such a good job, just, pulling up a crossfire, and it's really making a big question here for the set of CKG Legacy. Just like that, Azure was checking to the right, wasn't able to find any players at all, and just like that, the positionings here for a set of C8 United is just so dominant right now. It's a double lead here for the side of C8 United, and it's just staying at that point right now. Takeoff here trying to make a play on towards P3, but unfortunately for him, but quite fortunate actually, he's gonna be able to find a double, and slowly but surely now we got CKG Legacy winning out those gunfights. Can they hold their grounds? How can they do so? They have a minute left to be played with here, but they only have 4 lives now, Callie, and it's not looking to be in a very promising state.
And for C8, that defense at that B control point truly won them this game. This should be a round win now for you. There it goes, Toy with that RPD dealing the final delivery. And yeah, that's going to be first round said and done. And you can clearly feel that this map is a defensive map itself. And Toy just completely really gave CKG a top workout on that first round, but now we are going to Spicer this time. CKG on the defensive end. Let's see what type of strategy and setup are they going to use completely against C8 as we go towards first success and attackable here for C8. They're going to have two players at the control for Juno. Here for CKG at the mid-map, going to get taken down. Hey man, 20-28, not a bad start for both ends, but you already know C8. 2 segments in towards B.
Ooh, 2 segments towards B. Play how we are on towards as well. Joshua might be able to find his space here, just like that. Sprays down in, takes 2 as well. Just like that, the play here for a set of CKG Legacy is going to be going all out, going all aggressive around towards the mid lane. And Clay House here on the roll, finds a 3-piece, make it a 4, and he's still on the roll. Can he make it a 5? Yes, he does. Dragonfire make himself work just like that, claims it all out. Got the Dragonfire and the Predator missile in hand. Could find a cluster strike, and he's still on a 7 combo spree. Knows for a fact 1 player on towards the hill. Is he gonna go for a just like that? Yes, he's still on the roll here, man. Did not play out away from C8 United, and he finally goes down here, man.
Yeah, 9 kills, and the damage has been done. Play how we asked for what type of personality and what type of defensive setup are they gonna do. Well, it seems like we saw it from Clay with aggressive take, but they go off that B control point and just worry about 1 point of contention. A control point is where we're going to see more of the things here moving forward. Play how, it's going player to shut down State United, but then again, we continue. And the kills continues also for CKG Legacy, as you can clearly see in that kill feed that they've been winning most of it on this defensive round. C8 looking so bleak right now. They can't answer to the defense that's out by CKG. This is just perfect. 7-15. This should be a round win for CKG unless we do see some stellar performances here from C8.
Could be a solid performance here. Making the play. Takes down 1. Could find a double as well. In contact with Azure. Makes it a double now. We go. Contacts here. Influence inside the control point will come in. But unfortunately, he does go down. Juno will find him out. Back alley. G will make the play. But Azure from the back ends will trade him all out. 3-6 we go. And it is looking to be a probable round here for the set of CKG Legacy. 54 seconds left to be played with here. A very good coordinated push. Could make it work out here for a set of C8 instead. It's going to be 1 other life here out away. Make it another 1. It's all down to the 1 life here for C8 United to hold on to. And Joshua will find himself in contact. Wins out the gunfight. They need to go. 3 players here. 4 players inside inside the control point here, Cali. Seconds left. It's gonna be a very, very hard call here, but if they can make this one work out, I'm gonna be screaming from the top of my lungs.
Oh, here we go. 1v4, 22 seconds left. C8 needs to make a move. Right now, Tape is under fire. Takes DNA, picks another one. Will not get the conversion, but Clayhow manages to pick 1 player. That was too close, though. Close for my liking. From 7 live count for C8 and 16 live count for CKG. We had the 1 live count left for C8 and of course 3 live count for CKG Legacy. Clearly see how well the tech changed there by C8 just to make sure they're able to catch up. But the execution not really there at the end. But hey, that was an impressive adjustment made, and now they're looking so primed to take another round as they start their 2nd defensive round. But great start for CKG. They control the mid-map. DNA though gets smoked by Ron with that KSP. So hey, is it going to be it? CKG, they're going in for the push towards that B control point, but they also sent out the players in the perimeter towards mid, but that's C8 immediately.
I mean, look at the play here for C8 United. They're going very aggressive on towards the mid lane, using the same deck of cards that CKG Legacy used on towards round number 2. But as Russia with the Annihilator will take down 1. Can he as well? He's going to be patrolling, securing the map, mid-map control, and that might be enough to get a capture on towards his mid lane. Spots down the double as well. Can you do it? Unfortunately, no, he doesn't. Joshua will find a 3-piece. And just like that, kills here. Still quite dominant here for a set of C8 United. Look at the feed we go. It's all about blue. It's all about C8 United.
Yeah, it's a lovely shade of blue right now. It's just wet like water. Blue is the Q feed. Ah, man, they're just going berserk. 21-11. B control point. One more segment in, and CKG can just worry about one control point, which is A. But they also have to worry about that live count that's dwindling down every moment they make a push. Clayhow gets absolutely destroyed. Attacking individually is not the way to go if you are here going in for the attacks at this control point where it's going to be heavily swarmed by the defenders, and you can clearly see and feel what C8 just did here at this round number 3. Now, we only worry about 2 more kills and this could be a done deal, and they will pull up with the lead once again. 19 seconds left, 15 live count for C8, but we're going to see some more time extension for CKG to work around in this game. But one thing, in fact, they only have 1 live count and 1 error, and C8 takes it in. There it goes, C8, 2-1, match point. Can they end it round number 4?
I mean, 3 rounds in a row, Cali, we haven't been seeing any teams win at all on towards offense. It's all about the defensive team here, Cali. So I'd be quite surprised, especially if C8 United could get that final adjustment finally and claim out and close out the game mode. But so far, I'm going to be expecting CKG Legacy to win this one out, especially if they can just follow the fad, follow the trend all over the place. Could just be a very dominant take here on towards, you know, the first takeaway here. And just like that, first initial frags will come into the play. C8 United will take 2 in exchange of none. Finds a triple as well. Could it be the case? Influence inside the heart and control point we go. Looking like C8 United not actually doing such a bad job.
Obviously, for CKG, they're trying to play this one very, very slow, waiting for C8 just to get all of these segments in. That's very interesting take because it's really working for them, and they've been able to put that constant pressure. Now, B capture in for C8, but CKG, they will only worry about 1. And they do have DNA trying to use that annihilator to create a difference, but to no avail. It's not going to find any. Now, C8 on the onslaught going into A. Josh is going to get taken down, but you can clearly see that CKG is trying to play more safely here this time in this defensive round because they really want to win this game. And you can now see them just using that Dragon Fire to reveal the general location of C8 moving in forward. 22-24 live count. It's going to be CKG with that lead. Bot Boy dwindles that numbers. Ron pops up with 1. And hey, we still got a tie game.
Yeah, we still got a tie game here, but Clayhow making the play inside the hill on a tree spree we go, and 27 kills under his name already. Still on a mission to find some more. Look at how aggressive this guy is, and this is exactly the personality of CKG Legacy, just going all out, playing by their own sense of tempo. And it could be the play that CKG Legacy has been wishing at most. This could be the last 1 minute and 10 seconds of the game here, of the series so far, and looking like the first wave here for the push on towards the control point. A will come into the play, and C8 United will win it all at most. G here in contact. Might be able to find a double as well to Eve. Needs to find out in Windows gunfight, but he's not going to be the factor that he's going to go down. It's going to be G here with an Annihilator now, cutting off the rotation from the back ends. Finds the triple, but he's going to go down as well. Juno will find him out, but the frags here, the lives here, so dominant and so promising for the side of C8 United, but that's going to reset once more. CKG Legacy holding their ground, trailing by 4.
Well, late game indeed. Juno gets taken down, and CA slowly advancing towards this A capture. 40 seconds to worry about. Still plenty of time for them to play and, of course, take this over. But looking to storm and looking to play it safe here for now. But Type able to take down Ron towards that mid entrance. And obviously, C8, they have the numbers game, but they do need to play OBJ. And Josh was going to push here for this fountain spawns, just trying to initiate the play. And G will try to create the angle, but it's gonna get turned down. Defensive performances right now for CKG looking solid. They stand their ground. 6-4. 9 seconds left. C8, they need to go.
Yeah, they need to go. They need to go. 5 more seconds left. 4 more seconds. If you don't see the contestants here for the side of C8 United, it's going to extend to another round. And the gravity vortex from Clayhow will save it all off, denying G and Ronin. The game is not yet ended, guys. It's going to go to a round number 5. This could be it. The last and final round to decide it all off. Is it going to be C8 United or is it going to be CKG Legacy?
Yeah, there's only one way to find it out. As we move into this final round, it's a deadlock. C8 going into the defensive side. This is going to be them having more of the advantage, but You know, CKG defied the odds earlier. They might defy the odds here once again as you're starting up strong as the team builds up their early kill feed as they are getting in there at this B control point. They stack 2 players, guard 1 at that mid-map, and they have 2 more players reinforcing along the way. So far, great start for both ends, but you know, if you are CKG, you need to shut down Toy, who's been constantly pressuring you on the B control point capture.
Now pressuring on towards the B control point capture. CKG Clayhow putting that influence. Will take down 1 inside at Hill. He's going to be accumulating those points as well. He's going to be cutting off the rotation here. This could be big. This could be big. Clayhow with an RPD. Cutting off the rotation. Will take down 1. Can he find a double? Sprays down in. Takes 2 out of the play as well. Could he find a triple? Takes him out as well. And just like that, this is the play that CKG Legacy has been wishing at most. And for the first time now, we might be able to see a team win it out on offense. A Predator missile will come in. Will take down 1. And Clayhow still on the spree. Cutting off the rotation here. Trapping C8 United. Cali, this is devastating for the side of C8 United.
You know, C8, they are back against the wall, clearly indeed. You can clearly see what CKG Clayhow did to this team, and they are in for a ride. 10 life count for C8, 17 life count for CKG, and Clayhow will use that Dragonfire once again to reveal the enemy's general location. And this is even more advantage for the boys of CKG who's going in there as Zero gets 1, moves in around the back, gets those 2 pays. Goodness gracious, back and forth plays we go here at Warden, and you can see that C8, they are scared, man.
They're scared, man. Back against the wall it is. And C8 United here, guy. 4 lives deficit here, and a lot of time left for CKG Legacy to be played out. You know, contacts, and the round is still not over here. Still could go for the way of C8 United. As Duo here will spray down, takes down 2 in exchange of 1. 6-9, and only a 3 lives deficit here. But keep in mind, CKG Legacy, they need to get a capture, or they need to sweep down the last and final 5 players here for the side of CA. Just like that, Azure here making that play, finds the double, and that's gonna be the initial break. Finds 3 as well, and it's the last 2 lives here for the side of C8 United, making 1 life remaining, and it's gonna be game. CKG Legacy is your winners.
Oh my goodness, you can clearly see Legacy just put in that work, man. Back and forth plays they go, and everything that went right for Legacy went right. You did see Clayhow popping off, building that streaks. You did see Azure retaliates back with that huge 3Ps, and at the end, he was also the main player. He used that annihilator basically to read out the defenders inside that control point, and they snagged this victory. Just looking at the stats, Clayhow and Azure, they combined for 38 and 23. And that's just impressive performances here, man.
So impressive, my guy. And it's all about the disciplinary play that CKG Legacy has been pulling through. And Beef Mammy, you gotta agree. It's the same personality that they showed off there on towards Search and Destroy. It doesn't matter if the odds are against their side. They're still going to be playing by their own sense of tempo. And it clearly makes enough leeway for them, enough space for them to just go for a lurking play. Either Juno or either DNA just going to be going for a wraparound. We'll get those multi-kills and we'll get the clutch at the latter stage of the game mode.
What a game that was. And at a certain point in round number 5, we didn't know what was going to happen, but the quick B cap definitely was going to be really big. Not only that, the 7 spree of Clayhow was just absolutely massive. And also with assist of his score streaks as well, definitely was going to be really big. And like what we said, they proved us strong in Search and Destroy, where they initially had 3 losses here. No, not 1 win, but today, they definitely get those points. In Control, they had a little bit of a better time. They have better stats when it comes to Control, and they were able to pull things out. And like what we said, CA United wasn't able to pull things around in that round number 5. They just were spawn trapped the way down. And it's just really, really good to see that CA United really just gave a big fight in every single round that we saw here. Standoff S&D so close, 1 point away. Slums Control 1 point away. And that's why we get to see it that CA United is a really good team, but they just, CKG Legacy is just a better team today. And so again, I'm really excited to see what the storyline will be for CA United having these, 2 losses, but at least that 1 point as well. But for CKG Legacy, having these 2 points up to their name is definitely going to be really big. And my goodness, I don't think I've ever been so excited for a Control game in such a long time here, Callie.
Well, that was just a ride for these two teams. But hey, that first game there, Beef Mammy, actually was the foreshadowing of what to come on that S&D in control. And you did clearly see back to back to back close matches in that control game. We absolutely put the odds of winning City United on that round number 5, because knowing that Slums control is heavily a defensive map. But again, you can clearly see the squawks, the gunfights, the operators that's been lined up by Legacy at the end, which truly powered the team against United, winning it at that 3-2, a very close victory there, Mami.
Very close victory indeed. Again, close games for this whole series. I mean, 198 and 250. At some point in the middle, you get to see the points just go back and forth. And for S&D, obviously, it's a 6 and 7. And now for Slums Control at 3 and 2. This is the kind of showdown that we really like to see. But for now, CKG Legacy, the better team for today here in Super Sunday Fun Day, where we get to see so much action. I'm glad that it wasn't a complete sweep, but I'm pretty sure CKG Legacy probably could have had a clean sweep, like what Warden was fanboying about a while ago. That trophy system just denied that going into that P2 with a gravity vortex, right, Warden?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that really saved C8 United, and if that trophy system wasn't present at that very moment of the game, I truly believe that CKG Legacy, they had it influence inside the hill, but in that factor right there, trophy saved C8 United. So overall, just looking at the overall statement here, or overall this series here, it really went down to the wire in every little bit of game mode, from hardpoint to search and destroy to control, and. Honestly, I'm gonna be biting my tongue for this one, because me and Callie, I think you and Callie, you Callie, I think you predicted this really, oversee a 3-0 in favor for a set of C8 United, but clearly didn't go that way. It was down to the wire in each and every game mode, and CKG Legacy got the final adjustment.
Yeah, the final adjustment finally going in there. And Warden was very much correct when it comes to the control part of the aspect here. But, let's take a look at what happened. Look behind us before we move forward. And now our hardpoint game, it was a back and forth, like we like to say, 250 to 198. It was close games all throughout. And even here in Search and Destroy, where we saw really great gunfights here, one of the best that we've seen here so far. And it was really taking a look at that, we're round number 13, where DNA just absolutely shredded, tried to go in for the wall by trying to make a lot of noise. And, the RPD really showing like it's a really strong gun for this season. And Azor getting that 2K. It's just really good, because even though, yes, they probably would have won it a little bit more in that search and destroy, they still were able to pull things through. And they just need to go clean up a little bit, and really just, that is a great sign of a pro team, where they won it, not maybe in the prettiest way possible, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. Looking still back here, the replay is going back and forth just because of how nice this highlight is. We're going to keep watching it again and again and again. And, now we're moving on into control finally, where Clayhow just absolutely decimated the other team, especially in the last 2 rounds that they played. Clayhow having that 7K, that streak, and, he just has so much good presence of mind here, Callie.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So for CKG, this was the round exactly where they needed to stand, and they were really stand their ground, and they obviously forced this round 5, where they had a great start in the department, and this was the play here. The guy just went on a frenzy, not with just that KSP, he also played with that RPD and just shredded every player he sees. And you now have Clayhow, I believe it's his 9 combination of kills, where he was able to build that pred. Unfortunately for C8, they did not see this guy really coming at all. And he was the reason why this team actually pulled away on this mid game at this round number 5, Beef Mammy.
Yeah, he had a really good heady there. But you know what? One thing that I also want to highlight is the fact that when they were on the aggressive side, on the defensive side rather, they gave B away to C8 United. And I think that was a strategy. They gave it very much open, because they know that they can just heavily defend that A site, which they did so well. And yes, they didn't really have as much lives, but they just needed to wait at that moment where C8 United was just rushing and really just spawning all the way at the other end of the map, really just having a hard time trying to go for alpha. And them giving away B is definitely going to be really big. And now, speaking of a big team, a big player for CKG Legacy, Clay Howe having that average kills of 33, average score of 4,085.67. This man is absolutely cracked. And if you saw their player cams a while ago, he didn't even believe that they won control a while ago. That was so funny because he was literally just holding his head and he was like, you know what, I'm breaking a sweat, guys. I didn't really realize we were going to win this control. And yes, my dude, they won it. Because of you. Look at that KDA, 1.69 here, Warden.
Promising team, promising player, Clay Howe. I have highlights from you, and I just like this guy. I can't even speak properly. I can't speak properly. This guy exhausted me. He was training to watch because a lot of really this camera is on him.
I mean, not only did Clay Howe get highlights for himself in his reel, but also for Warden and Callie. You just gave these men highlights for casting because of how well you perform. I mean, it really just boils to the game, how well we perform because of how get. Thank you so much, CK Legacy, and also for giving us such a great show. And now, oh my goodness, what a series. I'm glad it was not a 3-0. And when we thought that C8 United had more of the upper hand, CKG Legacy just swept under the rug and just and that is one thing that we really like to see because everyone says G Legacy, even though with 2 wins, don't count them out. Don't count them out. And speaking of the 2 teams rather that you won't count out, definitely you'd want to see this WPM LOWKINGS versus the Huntsmen up next. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile. To the skies.
Welcome back to the Garena Masters Season 3. We are at day 8 of our group stages where we saw two sets of teams just really go out there. We saw a sweep and we saw an absolute decimation of a team. We're wondering if it's going to be the same thing here for our third series. It's your girl Beef Mommy here with your casters Jericho and Warden. How are you feeling, Jericho, watching all of the games here so far?
It's been crazy. It's the Clay House show. That's all I'm gonna say. I've been watching this guy. He got a mega kill, a chain kill over at that P3 Slums at the control. Man was just on a mission. He was like, I want to go to the Philippines. I want to represent the country. I want to represent CKG. So now the pressure's on VVV if they can make it through.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, for now, we're taking a look at what will happen in our series number 3, WPM LOWKINGS versus the Huntsmen, where you already know that the Huntsmen, they have been, pretty good, but they've also had losses here so far as well. But on the other end, LOWKINGS, completely perfect on the scoreboard, no smudge whatsoever on their paper. And Warden, what do you say about that?
I mean, I'm quite distant from them now, but ever since they've been, promising at most, and with them actually, going for a very, they got their revenge up against the Huntsmen is all I can say, because during the previous run there for Masters 2, they struggled big time up against the Huntsmen. They lost 3-1 in the best of 5 series. For them to pull through and get a 3-0 on the previous matchup that they did up against the LOWKINGS as well, the Huntsmen, I know for a fact they're hungry for some sort of revenge.
Oh, yes, hungry they are. And let's see if they can have a really good meal today. But obviously with LOWKINGS being the snakes that they are, might not be the healthiest meal that you can consume today because you just might get poisoned. But you know what? Let's move on, because taking a look at what we had for our schedule for today, ACNO FINESSE in Sector 0 starting things out with a sweep and obviously favoring Sector 0 right now. CKG LEGACY for our second matchup up against C8 United, where we thought C8 United had the upper hand after that Hardpoint, but games were close. It was intense. If y'all haven't seen it, go watch it back, because CKG LEGACY absolutely blew our minds away. And now we're watching WPM LOWKINGS in match number 3 going up against the Huntsmen. Let's see if the Huntsmen can definitely try to go and get their revenge as well against the LOWKINGS. For match number 4, RTL ESPORTS and Smart Omega, something that every one of you at home is definitely looking out for, because Smart Omega are previous champs for series number 2 here in Garena Masters, and RTL ESPORTS wanting to have a name for themselves as well, always being a really big franchise in the Call of Duty mobile world here in Garena. And for PDR ESPORTS and NV Doctors for match number 5, VVV ESPORTS and match number 6 versus Blacklist International Ultimate, a giant of an org that we've seen absolutely decimate the competition from way before. And now, to end everything out, we have C8 LEGACY going up against ALMGHTY. Let's see if they can do as well. Maybe because their brothers didn't really do such a great job today. Maybe they can prove us wrong, but obviously it's not going to be that easy for the Singaporeans, because they're doing such a good job. Again, a really perfect slate for their name here so far. And you know what, Jericho, we like to see it. What is your favorite matchup here so far?
I'm looking out for probably match number 6. And actually, no. You know what? All these matches, but the one I really want to look for is 4 and 6. I feel like Omega and RTL, if Omega wins this, they're going to secure their spot in the top 2. If VVV wins against Blacklist 2-1, they're going to break the hearts of CKG. So it's very interesting what's going to happen here, who's going to take it. So a lot on the line on this day number 8.
Yeah, a lot of the line right now. And speaking of something that's on the line, the LOWKINGS really doing a really good job. And right now, it's just basically a straight line for them on here. And now for Yopi, he has the tremendous job as the El Capitan to try and create this streak to basically keep that line. You have the guidance of PJ, Olea, Luffy, Kalo rather, and the Moors to try and go and have this perfect streak. Let's see though, because it's gonna be hard. I know the Huntsmen, they've been really sore, but they up against this team, and so far it was an absolute decimation. Firing Range, Hacienda, and Raid were the maps that they chose, and
Nice
the Huntsmen need to find a way to, again, like we keep saying, outsmart them, because there's a really good possibility that the Huntsmen will beat the LOWKINGS for at least one map here. Warden.
Yeah, definitely. And, coming again, I've been craving some bacon, I've been craving some salmon, some bonito flakes as well. But one thing for sure, the Huntsman is really craving to, get to retaliate, retaliate up against the, because, they haven't been so bright at all ever since Garena Masters. just looking at the drawing board there, each and every mode that the Lokings went up against with the Huntsmen on the previous matchup, it was just quite dominant at most. So just like that, we got the lineup here for the set of Huntsmen. You got Derp, Alpha, Reese, Speed, Asmal, Raven, and Ganache here, beef me.
If we can, probably see the big brain Derp. Clearly, look at that top hat. I mean, the hat is all the way up there
God.
because that's how big his brain is right now. And hopefully, with his guidance, everyone else in his team can set foot. Small Raven and Noki. Men can go and try to make a huge difference up against the Lokings because 0 losses for WPM Lokings, looking like it's a tall order. But what we've seen in matches between Legacy and C8 United, it's very doable to just prove everyone wrong and to just have that quick turnaround. And now it looks like Noki's just having a party. See, taking a look at that, the party is just changing, right, Jericho?
The party's just chilling. I mean, I heard some Huntsmen. They were like, "I'll see you, Jericho. You better buy me some Jollibee." I'm like, "You guys gotta win first if you want to get over here." So very interesting. Some must win for them. Now they have Raven back because yesterday, actually, they didn't have Raven back, and now they don't have Alfari. So I mean, that's the core three. Derp, Raven, and Alfari. Losing one of those core three members is very important. So is it gonna change things here up against the undefeated team, which is WPM LOWKINGS? So a lot on the line here, guys. They really have to have that the right strats in the right place to work out and try to get at least 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2 picks go in for the readjustment because we've seen already in S&D before today. Now you can go play for picks, try to be aggressive in the first half, but you need to regroup at the very end. And now let's go to our head-to-head and let's see who will be our soldiers that will lead their teams to victory. Is going to want to represent LOWKINGS, having an average 24 and an average 3,057. Really big numbers here. And on the other side, it's not too far off. We got Speed. Try to go in for that, really great kills as well. 19 kills already for his name for the Huntsman. And an average score of 2,702. Far off. As you get to see the Hardpoint, you feel like this guy will probably go shine at Hardpoint, but might just struggle just a bit when it comes to the search and destroy. So let's see what will happen because so far PJ has been absolutely deadly when it comes to everything, to be honest. The respawns, the S&D, this is absolutely great. But yeah, Warden, you've already had a lot of experience with this team here so far. What do you think? PJ, would he be able to stop any kind of points that the Huntsmen get?
I mean, if we're just looking at the maps and Beef Mammy, and first game, there's some Hardpoint. PJ could really play a big factor here, especially with the CBR4 or the KRM, depending on which type of mood he's on. But, regardless of the mood that he's in, he can for sure play as he's probably the most considered for the side of, the Mambolo, West Point Mambolo.
Yes, and now taking a look at the map choices here, it's something that I'm not really a big fan of when it comes to the Huntsmen because I feel like, yes, they lost a coin toss, but they had a choice to choose whatever S&D that they have. And I feel like they should have probably went with a map like Standoff where they did such a really good job there. But you know what, S&D, that's their #1 map for the Huntsmen. And for them to choose firing range, maybe yes, that's good, but they have a 50% win rate here. The side Kings have 100% win rate for firing range, but for Hardpoint. But for S&D, nothing yet here so far. So I really like what I'm seeing, I guess. I mean, I think it's a pretty even playing field. Standoff control going to be interesting, like what we saw in the previous matches in series #1. Hard hand. Well, we don't have quite the information there yet. And Jericho, you get to see Summit and Hardpoint. We have 1 win from the LOWKINGS in Summit. It's just 1 match, though. Okay, they're so good because they only had 1 up against ACNO FINESSE, which is a team at the bottom seed right now. So how about for you, Coach Jay? Summit being in Hardpoint, do you think the Huntsmen can make a difference here?
I mean, yesterday they played it against, I believe it was, forgot the team they went against, but they actually lost that map. So
Yeah.
I don't know. This is very good because the LOWKINGS, Coach Olea, shout out to him because he's the one actually reading all the strats here, Beef. And I feel like they want to here into Summit to game #1, and it's gonna be a close quarter combats wherein LOWKINGS thrive. Dude, what addition of Demars has been really double the pace. Beef, we'll get back to you after this game, but here we go, Warden. Game #1, Summit Hardpoint, Huntsmen versus LOWKINGS. Let's go, brother.
I mean, looking at so far, we'll start here for a set of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. You know, just trying to get the rotations here, trying to get that anchor placement here on towards 2F. Demor's holding his grounds, and so far, initial time will begin for the set of the Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yeah, initial time gonna go to the line of LOWKINGS. You see, Demor's, Yopi, and Halo all have. They're not really pushing too much. We're in a little bit of slow pace here for the side of LOWKINGS. They just want to get some control here, but look at the side of Huntsmen. They managed to break through that second floor, and now they slowly push up. But here comes ACNO. He's gonna break it as well with Raven. And this is what I talked about yesterday with AJ. You know, the addition of Raven here, their main AR is finally back. Now they don't need to really take care of the anchor because Raven is here. But now you're losing the aggression of Alfari, Warden. So it's gonna be really hard if Speed and ACNO can transition on how Alfari plays.
You know, it's a trade-off, you know, especially if you do get those lineup changes. It's all about the performance that whoever can come in, and so far, you know, it's Raven, he's moving in and putting up a big impact, you know, just a little bit of an impact here on towards the first hard point, but as soon as we move over to second, I'm not so certain how this one's going to work out. Patrolling himself from the back and securing the spawns for his team. Clearly doing a good job now securing the spawns for his team coming again, but, you know, not enough influence inside the hill here, Jericho.
No influence whatsoever. 35-17 though, still a close game. And now we do see the side of LOWKINGS hopping on speed 2, and the side of Huntsmen, they're trying to work their way at the back. They have Luffy at the back. He has a big 1v1. He breaks it down, so no spawns for the side of Huntsmen. They're gonna get split spawns here, Warden. Now look at the LOWKINGS just really having fun in this hill. They're just controlling everything, and this is what you want to see from them. Just pushing the pace at the same time holding those power positions.
Holding them down the power positions and also getting the influence inside the hill. Truly now for sure, the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS here is a two-way factor type of team. They get the spawns, they get the influence, they get the time, and so far they've been extending the lead by like what, 40 points now here. Finally, though, the scrap time here will get contested for the side of the Huntsmen, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be the last 8 seconds here for the side of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS to claim it all off. They're going to be leading quite a margin here, Jericho.
Quite a margin here. You are right. 70-26 now. Time for the Bunny Hill. We do see there's going to be Raven at the back, the anchor. He's going to get taken down. Double challenge coming through. Great plays coming through from the side of the LOWKINGS. But now this is going to be important here. Are you going to go in here front up from the Huntsmen, or are you going to work your way at the back? And the answer is they want to go in, margin in, Warden, and this might be a bad decision.
Yeah, quite bad decision here. Influence inside the hill we go. We got 3 players here allocated for the side of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. Demor's here with Annihilator, finds 2 out of the play. Could he make it a triple as well? Holding down the angle, the easiest it is to hold on to. And just like getting something, contact sprays down in with a KSP, finds the third as well. And you know, Jericho, just looking at the personality here or overall the energy of the game, it's all about the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS.
Yes, West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. 20 seconds left. And for the side of Huntsmen, they're still trying to push this, but decides not to. Those 4 dots all rotating over to P4. I feel like that's a great decision. But, you know, they've been rotating a little bit early, Warden, but they've been losing most of the gunfights. And look at this with Dirt trying to holding down. Being the first line of defense. Takes down 2 with the KSP. Can he get the third one? Almost gets it. Makes Yopi 1 shot, but now it's the battle for P4. And here comes the LOWKINGS running over to the side of C. Trying to push at the back, but as well as Speed, getting those kills, those are huge. But Demor's, he got through, and Luffy at the back as well. And there you have it. The spawns are given to them, but ACNO has an Annihilator. Can he make the difference? The spot 1, misses that shot as well. Demor's takes him down, but Huntsmen, they still have control, but the pinch might just happen.
Yeah, the pinch might just happen here, but so far, I mean, in terms of gunfights, sure, Jericho, it hasn't been so promising here. It's all about the yellow, it's all about the LOWKINGS. But, you know, influence inside the hill now will come into the play, but as soon as we move, as soon as I say that here, Jericho, it's just been the same fad, the same strat, the same trend. It's just a moment for a 2 that, you know, the Huntsmen can hold their grounds inside the hill, but as soon as we move over to the ladder adjustment, sure, the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS just getting this initial time inside the hill. We got Yopi, PJ, Demor's, Luffy, Kalo, just blazing it all hot here on towards the summit hardpoint.
Yeah, just blazing all hot. 146-47, about to reach 150-point mark. And for Huntsmen, I mean, this team, like I said, you don't know what you're gonna expect. You're gonna expect the great Huntsman or the Huntsman that's been really struggling throughout this whole year, Warden. And so far, only getting that scrap time, 51 points for them. And LOWKINGS, they're running away with this hard point. We can see them, all the players just getting all the angles. The communication is on point. Everything is on point. The plays are right, and the players, they want to get this over with.
Yeah, they really want to get this one over with, and just like that, rotations onwards B1 will now commence, and it's not going to change at all here, Jericho. It's the influence, all about their power, all about the domination and annihilation of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. 167-52, And you did say, Jericho, that, this is the Huntsman that has been struggling for the past year now. And I'm quite surprised here because I was really expecting for them to at least retaliate at some point of the spectrum for the series here or the rivalry between the Low Kings, because they have won it out on Garena Masters 2, but completely different now here on towards Masters 3. It's a very different personality here that the West Point Mamba Low Kings has been showcasing.
Yeah, that is true. That is really, really true, Warden. They're about to reach 180 now. And for the Huntsmen, are you going to be the next member of the 100-point club membership only? And now, Warden, this is it. I mean, it's getting there. It's really getting there. And you don't see this to these legendary COD players, like especially Derp, who's been a pro on the console side as well as the mobile side. I hate to say this, but, AJ brought this point out yesterday. Losing Ranger was such a huge thing.
Definitely. I mean, he was really a good guy to just, lead the morale for the team and call out the strategy as well. And completely correct here, Jericho. But unfortunately now, can't cry over spilled milk no more. It's just all about the highlights now here, and it's all about the West Point Mamba Low Kings. 196 to 58 we go. No presence at all here. And Jericho, this is the membership club that you have been talking about, the 200-point member club here for the set of West Point Mamba Low Kings. I mean, if the game has to end, it hasn't had to end here, not just yet, not enough time at all. But if ever the tempo or the rhythm wouldn't change at all, it's going to end on towards B3.
Yeah, it's a wire-to-wire victory for them. 206 to 63. They're going to give up this time. Actually, they're going to go for it. Luffy and Yopi trying to make the play here. But unfortunately, too many players from the side of Huntsmen. But they're just going to hold this down. And I like this from the Low Kings. Just give up that scrap time. Let's end it over at P3 where we are successful. Here comes the drone, tagging up every single one of them. Gets a kill, actually. 3 go down. And just like that, that's all going to be the Low Kings in the kill feed. All the players of Huntsmen spawning over at Narnia. Not even close to the hill. And this is just all Low Kings, start to finish. They're going to end it here. Warden, I mean, it's the West Point Mamba Low Kings. They retooled, they repackaged. They've revitalized their strategies and their roster. The addition of Demores is super huge. I know this is only game number 1, but the way that they're playing is they're just outclassing Huntsmen.
I mean, they've played before, Jericho, and it hasn't changed at all. It's just the same take. It's just the same personality. It's just the same energy as the West Point Mamba Low Kings. We'll just be claiming and getting every kill necessarily to end off the game at all. 20 more points to claim, and it's just going to be it now. West Point Mamba Low Kings about to claim another dominating win up against the Huntsmen. 13 more points, make it 12 more points. No presence whatsoever for the side of the Huntsmen. And just like that, final break it is that is completely needed for the side of the Huntsmen, but it's not going to matter at most. 2 more points, make it 1 more point, and it's going to be not yet game. Huntsmen still lives for another run.
Another run, but they're going to force this. Here we go. BJ going to try to make the play. He's going to get taken down, so rotation has to be key. If you are the Huntsmen, if you make this comeback, I will sell my house. But here we go. This is it, Warden. The final push. PJ on your Annihilator. I don't think they're going to be able to contest it. No time left. They're going to hop on it.
GG.
Welcome to the 100-point club, Huntsmen. I hate to say that to my brother Derp, but it is what it is. And for the Low Kings, wire-to-wire victory. Great plays. They just completely outclass the side of the Huntsmen.
Yeah, outclassed there, Jericho. And I was really hoping, that in some way Huntsman could at least, show off a little bit of an energy. But unfortunately, statistics-wise, the numbers, the scores, the kills, for every factor here, Jericho, it's just so sided for the side of the West Point Mamba Low Kings.
Everything was just on point. I mean, look at the kills all around. Demores and PJ, 36 and 32 combined for 68 kills. All their engagements are always getting 2 or 3 kills or even 4. And the way they were using their Annihilators were just holding it down. They're not using it to break it because they know it's better to use it when you're holding a power position. You're going to get the most out of your Annihilators. And for the side of the Huntsmen, yes, you have Speed and Aswell and Derp all around 20s. But, Raven and Nachi, 15 and 11, 26 combined. I mean, you're not going to get the most out of Hardpoint if your AR is not even winning the gunfights.
Yep, winning the gun here. And I want to bring our analyst here, Beef Mami, because honestly, I want you to elaborate with me what factors did Huntsman have to do in order to show off a fight up against the West Point Mamba Low Kings here, Beef Mami.
This is so difficult because they were just outgunned, outperformed in every single way. And that's why you get to see a scoreline like this, 250 and 86, something that we wouldn't really expect. But in a map like Summit, that is one big deal because, the Huntsmen did lose it yesterday. We got to see it. It's just really difficult. Sector 0 versus Huntsmen. That is like the hardpoint game, or rather control game, that we really wanted the Huntsmen to really just win. And we get to see the WPM LOWKINGS choose the same map that they know that the Huntsman really is bad at. So that's why we see this kind of scoreline. Maybe if we had a different map, a bigger map, because we know that the LOWKINGS are so aggressive and they can respond to that aggression really well. And that is probably the reason why that we have the scoreline right now. But going into firing range search and destroy, we are going to slow things down. But yet again, not really a big fan of firing range S&D because we already know that the Huntsmen, this is not their best map when it comes to S&D. And it's just really, surprising to me that they chose this map. But you know what? For the LOWKINGS, they seem to really like this map as well. And so, again, it's really the map choices that I wasn't really, happy to see for the side of the Huntsmen. And yes, they did lose the coin toss, but it's all up to that search and destroy. There you go. And we are finally here. Jericho, now that we saw the dominance that is the LOWKINGS, what do to stop that, basically stop all that annihilation coming in from firing range search and destroy?
Well, I was teammates with Dirk before when we were both 17. And what we used to do, we pray to the COD gods. Give us the power, give us the online warriorness. But today, it's not going to work against the LOWKINGS. Because like what you said, Beef, firing range, I don't know if they know that LOWKINGS, this is their favorite map. This is where they brought Blacklist to a game number 5. So
6-0.
Yeah, 6-0 as well. I mean, it's a death trap. It's a death wish right here, Beef. But I think one thing they can do is, with that experience that they have with those players, I feel like they have a lot of info here. Maybe that's why they picked this one, Beef. They have a lot of information of what's going to happen here. Because what they really love to do at the start is they're going to try to wait what's going to happen. And then the second round, they're going to rush you full force because they know that you're already going to lose full. Thank you very much, Beef Mammy. We'll get back to you. But here we go, Warden. Game number 2. S&D LOWKINGS versus Huntsmen. Warden, are we going to 7-0 or are we going to see a 6-7?
I'm not so certain, my guy. I mean, I really don't want to take the Huntsman out of the equation, but clearly, statistics-wise, as Beef Mammy would say as well, not the most favorable map here for sure to destroy. So just like that, opening things up, we're actually going to be getting the first kill here being drawn out for of the Huntsman. Derp will find out Luffy. Just like that, it's a 4v5.
Yeah, 4 versus 5. Speed gets the first blood. Gonna get traded out by Speed. And another one. Speed gets 2 in a row. Now it's gonna be 3 versus 2. Kalo gonna be in that corner. Does he spot that laser though? But Kalo hears that. He's gonna go for the kill. No one's watching over him. Raven. Perfect. The old man trying to make the play, but he's gonna almost gets taken down by Kalo. But it's a 1 versus 1 now. Yopi versus Raven. Peacekeeper versus KSP. Both new guns in the meta. Now, see what's gonna happen here, Warden. The timing is gonna be unreal. The COD gods have given the time. Oh, does he spot each other? Here we go. Here comes the gunfight. He's gonna tag up. The pre-fire comes through. They're both tagged up as well. But Yopi uses the heady and rips off Raven. Sends him to the next round. 1-0, Warden. Beautiful round for both sides, actually.
Beautiful round, beautiful round. Could really went for the way of the Huntsman, but unfortunately, the last clash right there, Yopi taking down the last player of the Huntsman will capitalize them the first round, just like that. On towards round number 2 we go. I'm expecting more of an aggressive take here for a set of Huntsman because just looking at the personality there on towards the first round, they have completely what it takes. Will Luffy finds an angle, won't be able to cut the chase, but so far, no blood's being drawn that chase. This is awkward, Jericho.
That was awkward. You don't really expect Luffy to miss that. He's one of the best snipers here in this tournament, and there comes Derp. Derp takes him down with the right tech AMR. Don't really see that often, but Derp's been using it pretty well. They have that first blood. Bomb carrier is still trying to rotate back, but they have secured A side. Now they're going to get that traitor as well. No over pushing. Luffy trying to get a spot here. Spot Derp on the left. He spots the bomb carrier, misses that shot as well. And Luffy, actually, his accuracy not really doing well right now, Warden, but he spots that foot though. Misses again. Misses the 6th one as well. And, Luffy's just having a bad day right now. But so far, they're going to play this retake. But finally, as soon as you say that, he takes down Asmal. It's good versus 4. But look at the flank though. Raven gets one. Demorge gets one as well. Yeah, and now we're back here, Warden 3 versus 3 with the trailer push. Look how many players are there. And just beautiful. That's how you play the post plan at Fire Range A.
Post plan on Fire Range, exactly. And also the execution, there's quite, commendable here for the side of the Huntsman. They got the inside the bomb site with an opening take there with Derp within the right deck. Takes on 1, went for a pole pusher on towards the A bomb site. Until then, once they got the bomb planted, they held down their angles and they won the starting gunfights. They didn't engage at all, they weren't going aggressive. They knew the capabilities of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS. So just playing patient and just holding down the angles could clearly come your way, especially if you're on the side of the Huntsman playing post plant defense on towards the A bomb site.
Yep, yeah, you're right. And now we do see Huntsmen. They're going to slow it down, and Lokings as well. Very, very slow. They have to give it up. A side. They want to play that full retake. They still have some stuns on their side. A little bit of utility. Look at number 4. Number 4, Nachi's going up to this tower. Very, very good. ACNO takes down Luffy with a God Nade. Takes him down. And so far, the prayers have been answered by the COD gods here. They're getting a lot of free kills here, Warden.
Yeah, a lot of free kills. And if ever the Westman Mamba Lokings would initiate, the Huntsman will initiate another take round towards the A bomb site. One thing I realized about the Westman Mamba Lokings is that they've been struggling big time in terms of getting a retake on towards its site. So for them, they need to get the adjustment here. But Yopi with a sniper, not exactly the gun that you would expect him to see. He's gonna fall back. Till then, another A execution here being held upon by the side of the Huntsman. This could be another round for the side of the Huntsman here, Jericho.
Should be another round on their side. Yopi misses that snipe as well. But they're going to get a lot of information. 4 versus 5. And there you go. 4 versus 4 equalizes. But again, look at the double stack on that trailer side. ACNO pushes out, actually. Not the best thing to do. But Speed gets one with a God Nade. Speed gets 2, actually. Nachi on the flank gets a 3rd player. Last player alive. It's going to be Yopi. And a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left. Can he make this play? Derp and Speed playing back to back here. Here comes Yopi. He spots the first one. He's gonna go for it. Gets that, almost gets it, but Speed too fast to get it. And there you have it. 2 and 1 in the Huntsmen. Actually revitalizing here in this S&D. Very great stuff from them.
Unfortunate there that you won for a set of Yopi. Yeah, for sure he was in contact with Speed, but the trade-off there will come into the play shortly after, especially if he got that kill. Just like that, the Huntsman here is on the lead, but Luffy finds the angle, takes down Speed. I've been waiting for someone to get that angle in, and it's gonna be Luffy now. Early 4v4 we go. The Huntsman will be able to respond back with their own sense of frag, make it a double now, as PJ will go down as well. But till then, look at this. Like with Morse will come in, but unfortunately no impact whatsoever.
Yeah, the timing was so unreal there. If the Morse was a little bit faster, they could have gotten that kill. But now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Bombs will go down, but look at number 4. Luffy again with a quick scope. Gets the second one as well. Can he get the third one? Third takes him down. It's going to be a 1 versus 1, but Kalo unfortunately takes himself out.
What?
The nade, I think the nade rolled over to his body.
Oh my days.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Clip it and ship it. Your blooper reel is already ready.
Oh my days. Unfortunate, man. But, one thing for sure here is that the Huntsmen, so far, they've been proving us wrong. We were projecting that the Lokings will just swoop out this map out away from the Huntsmen with no sense of casualties whatsoever. But with the Huntsmen here showing a little bit more of a fight and actually a very convincing fight, they're up by 2 rounds. The Mamba Lokings, they need to at least get their composures back, because if not, they could bleed out for the first time towards this event here, Jericho.
Yeah, you're true. It's really great. I love the way they're playing their S&Ds now. Really, really great. It's very systematic. And look at the side of the Lokings. They're struggling so far after those first 3 rounds. But so far, what's that happening? 5 versus 5. Yopi on that trailer. He's going to man that. He spots first player. But there's going to be 3 players watching over him. But number 5, though, he's going to peek out. Halo spots one. Raven going to go for the 1v1 against Yopi. The help is there. And just like that, that is how you go through. But Kalo takes down Derp. Another player coming through. Kalo gets 2. Kalo gets 3. That is what happens with Speed, and Nachi gets 3 as well. And just like that, the 2 versus 1. Oh my, what is happening, Warden?
I don't know what's happening, man. But one thing for sure now, it's a 1v2 situation here. All down to Luffy. Makes it a 1v1. Speed out of the play.
Here we go!
Oh,
sit down, boy.
Dude, highlights from the side of the Huntsmen. Highlights from the side of the West Point Mamba Lokings. This is by far the best matchup I've ever seen so far here for GM3.
It's been really, really crazy. I like what I'm seeing there. A lot of 1v1s, a lot of triple kills, quadruple kills, and now on board with Luffy, the man who clutched it in a 1 versus 2. Can he get another highlight coming through, or even a pick here, just to slow down the push of Huntsman as he spots a player? It's going to be a player through the wall, sees the nade, and the nade again. Now the trophy is going to be there. No one's going to get taken down anymore. But still 5 versus 5. And now for the Huntsmen, they could have won that round, actually. Very, very unfortunate. But so far, 3 versus 2. And A side again, clear as day. And I feel like I like this from the Lokings. They're just, letting the ball roll here in A, because they know the retake capabilities is very, very efficient. As Luffy hits the shot. Does he get it?
Oh my god.
Does he get it? One, oh, no. Move it to the right. Just a little bit more. Little bit. Yeah, yes. Shoot.
No.
Shoot.
Up,
Shoot.
up,
Shoot.
Up.
No.
Aim higher. Shoot now.
Yes, there you go. Luffy gets the kill on Derp. Derp, he can't be standing still there. There's gonna be another kill. Luffy get the second one. Please, please. Oh, that timing is unreal, Warden. But the bomb is down now. Now time for the retake.
Time for a retake here, 4v3, and so far everything is just so working so well for the set of the West Point Mamba Lokings. But till then, time is ticking. The God Nick will come in. Luffy will find one, but ACNO finds the double. Can he make it a triple? Unfortunately, PJ stomps him down, and just like that, the West Point Mamba Lokings will even things off 3-3.
You know, honestly, I feel like that last round where Luffy clutched that 1 versus 2, it was the momentum boost that they really needed, and it's now transitioning over to this round number 6. And I feel like if the Huntsmen won that, I feel like it could have been the other way around. You know, I think they could have won it. It could have been 5-1 right now. So those small mistakes coming through here. But now time for switch sides. Derp, who's going to win the gunfight? Doesn't matter. Luffy shuts him down. Spots another player. Misses that shot, but he knows he's going to give that information. That's a direction to go to B, I believe, unless PJ can find something here. But so far, 5 versus 4, Luffy's just on a mission. We told him, you know, we called him out for missing shots, and now he's just going off.
Yeah, just going off, man. 10 kills already under his name. Could find that 11th as well, as Speed might be able to eat that nade. And so far, the energy here for both of these teams here, Jericho, quite nice here. As to kick things off, Asma will take down Klo. Until then, initial frags now will come into the play, and he's still on the roll here on towards the wooden ends. But unfortunately, timing so surreal. Demars will find him out. It's a 2v4 situation. Now, the West Point Mamba Lokings could take the lead.
Yes, they could take the lead here. 1 versus 4. It's all up to Nachi. Does have 6 kills on his name, but look at all the players of the Lokings. It's like it's our turn now. We're gonna take over this. Just like that, bomb is gonna be down. Demor's already looking through the window. They have spotted him. The tower player will not spot him as well. But this is just a hard 1 versus 4. And yes, Demor takes him down. And now they take the lead 4-3.
Yep, 4-3 here. That's gonna be the lead for the side of the West Point Mamba Lokings. This time around, they're going to be playing offense here, Jericho. And I'm really interested to see how could the Huntsmen hold their grounds, especially by the fury that the West Point Mamba Lokings could offer. With Luffy having 10 kills under his name, could really be a big impact or a big factor to open things up here on towards the A-bomb. 2 players are pushing on towards the middle lane. And so far, this is a very committed push here for the side of the West Point Mamba Lokings. 2 kills already under their name. Could make it a triple as well, as Speed will get himself in contact. Just like that, initial breakthrough for the side of the A-bomb side. West Point Mamba Lokings will have it all out.
Yep, they have it all out. Now 2 versus 3. But this is actually winnable. If you look at the map, number 5 is really, really far here. If Kalo doesn't get the right timing here, this could be an early defuse. And actually, no one's looking at the bomb here. But now, see PJ spotted. He might be able to take down one. He spots one at the back. Nachi spots him. He's going to clear this corner on the right. Clears it. Unfortunately, looks at the wrong corner. And PJ almost gets taken. Almost takes 2. But it's all 3. But it's a 1 versus 2 here. Luffy with the snipe. He's already ready. This should be a round for the Lokings. He spots 1. He does get that player, but Kalo is there for the trade. Great plays coming from the side of the Lokings.
I mean, you know, the storyline was looking quite, you know, overall exciting. As when we saw that on the first stage or the first half of Search and Destroy. But now as we move over to, you know, defensive takedown for the side of the West Point Mamba Lokings, they're leading the game by like what, 2 rounds now, and could make it a 4 triple round here as Luffy will be able to kick things off, takes down 1, Speed out of play alongside with Derp as well, making Ganachi out of the equation as well. Raven, Asma, all down to you 2 now to clutch this one out for your team.
Yep, clutch out for his team. Let's see what happens. 3 versus 2. And now and just the momentum, and look at this, Kalo spraying down Demors, takes down Asmal. It's all up to Raven. And another 1 versus 4. Their numbers are just hitting down 1 by 1. Yes, Raven gets 1. Needs to find 3 more to go. There's gonna be right beside him. Yopi, he's gonna be there, but he gets spotted as well. And Warden, that 1 round where Luffy clutched that 1 versus 2 really changed the things.
I mean, you know, in all honesty for you, Jericho, the Huntsmen, they had what it takes. They had the opportunity just to get that bomb planted and just wait out Luffy. But in some way, they went to push Americans to get themselves in contact. And guess what? History happened just like that. Luffy's still writing his name all over the history books of Call of Duty Mobile. Garena Master Street. He's on the spree. He's on the roll. Hitting things off for the side of the West Point Mamba Lokings. They're on the mission to end it all off. Derp, Raven, Ganachi. Raven out of the equation now. All down to Derp. All down to Ganachi to clutch this one out. The time is ticking as well. The West Point Mamba Lokings, they have what it takes to close this one out. And it's going to be game.
Wow. The transition of 1 play changed the whole scene. Wow.
Yep.
I mean, that's just a game of momentum in S&D. And for the side of Huntsmen, they couldn't adjust anymore. Nothing was working out for them. Now we just see the Low Kings dominating this game number 2. I mean, it's just unfortunate because the Huntsmen, they needed to get one, and I feel like S&D was the one where they had a chance to win.
Yep. They had a chance to win, man. They had a chance to win. And, Jericho, you and me, we share the same perception. The Huntsmen, they were playing Search and Destroy quite nicely for the first 3 rounds that they capitalized off the Mamba Low Kings. But as soon as we move over now to the composure, therefore the second half, or even the latter stage of that first half, they lost it all out, man. The momentum shift there for the side of the West Point Mamba Low Kings. Luffy, dude, my guy. This guy clearly dictated the pace for his team overall. So just like that, it's going to be a very dominating win once more for the side of the West Point Mamba Low Kings.
Yes, another win. And now let's bring in Beef Mammy, or analyst. Beef, would you agree with me that 1 versus 2 really changed the whole game?
Yes, I mean, they didn't get any points after that. So yes, it definitely swung the game around more to the favor of WPM Low Kings, where we thought the Huntsmen could probably go recover at least one more round, but that just wasn't the case here. The Low Kings just absolutely capitalized on that win, that 1v2. They had no business to push that whatsoever. They trusted that them having that, man advantage would give them a little bit more juice, but no, it just looks like a guy like Luffy can just clutch things up. And now let's just say that the aggressive nature of the Huntsmen at the very late stages, even though that they have the man advantage, kind of bit them in the butt. The snakes kind of bit them in the butt later on, because, I feel like this probably should have been a way closer matchup, maybe a 7-6, a 7-5, and more even to the favor of the Huntsmen. But this is where you kind of see where experience comes into play. And yes, you get to see Raven and Derp being really experienced in this map, or maybe in general when it comes to tournaments. But the Low Kings really looking very solid. They don't crumble under pressure, and we saw that in the Huntsmen. They crumbled when they lost that 2v1, and they just weren't the same ever since. And you being a team, a pro team or a pro player, you shouldn't crumble in that basically situation like that. Like what I keep saying when the last casted, to have a attention span or a memory of a goldfish, where you failed the last round, just forget about it and move on to the next, right?
I mean, you really have to move on, just like in relationships. If whatever happens, just move on. Sheesh. Clip it and shit. But yeah, I mean, going back to your analogy, yes, I agree with you. That's what Huntsman did actually, Beef. They forgot about the hardpoint anymore. Started really strong in S&D, but one small mistake really costed them this L, and now in control, we already saw what happened in Hardpoint. It'd be another episode on where the Low Kings will just dominate them.
Well, taking a look at control right now, Huntsman doing really good, actually. 100% win rate for them, and firing range, though. But I feel like it should have been firing range for control and standoff for S&D. I feel like I'm so frustrated right now. I feel like, come on, Huntsman, you gotta pick your maps, right? And now, moving on to that, with that in mind, Warden, 100% rate in control, but also, in the Low Kings part of the situation here, it's gonna be hard. I mean, sorry, when I said firing range control, I mean just in that particular map. In control, they have a 50% win rate, okay? So anyway, I'm gonna go here, try to watch this, because this has been a very entertaining series. Here we go. Standoff, control, and take it away.
Well, leave it up now. Last and final game mode here, 2-4, the series here. Could it be, or could it be, the opportunity for the Huntsmen to claim off a game out away from the West Point Mamba Low Kings? Jericho gained off here. We got the infiltration take here for Mamba Low Kings here for this A control point, and so far, it's a good job.
Yep, both tied up, but look at the side of the Huntsmen. They already have about to get that second tick, but Asma, he's gonna get the tick now. Only so pick for the side of the Huntsmen. Yopi gonna take down Nachi with that shotgun. Not really the best weapon to use here, in my opinion. Should be the case. Yopi still alive. He's gonna take down one. Can he take down the second one? Asma gets to trade. And look at the blue dots pushing through mid. They want to get that spawn trap going, but the players of Huntsmen are all spread it out. They have to clear out their far. Only 3 Asma is gonna got through already to P2. It's where the spawn trap is gonna start. And I feel like this is just a bad dream right now.
It's a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare. An abomination, annihilation, decimation, name it whatever you want. It's just all about the kills here being rained upon for the side of the West Point Mamba Low Kings. 21-10, and we've only wasted like how much time? Very little at all. just like that, the impact here, the scars, the bleeding of the West Point Mamba Lowkings is just so overall outseeing here up against the Huntsmen. So 16-9 we go. Could be another case of a comeback here for the side of Huntsmen, or is it just going to be going for a downfall? 25 seconds left to be played with here. No influence at all in any control points here, Jericho, and it is a bounded win here for the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
Yeah, you know, if they want to win this, they have to get kills at the same time, push through a point. So far, nothing is happening. The more he's gonna get to take it down though. Notchy and Derp. Derp gets one. He gets naded though. 12-6, 6 seconds left. They hop on it. One player to beat. That's gonna be BJ. He gets taken down, and now still a winnable situation, I believe. But never mind. He's not gonna hop on. Notchy forgot about the time, and just like that, 10-3. First round goes to the side of the Lowkings.
I mean, you know, Jericho, I'm just going to be taking this time out, you know, I'm just going to be bringing you back to the memory lane. When you were playing with Derp in control, how would you play this one out, my guy? Like, especially if, you know, the personality is a team like the Mamba Lowkings.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when me and Derp, when we played against each other, he was the aggressor. He was the one spawn trapping us in control. So I believe he has to really pop off. You know, he has to a little bit to do the dirty work, the hard carry. He needs to get his skills. But so far, you know, he hasn't been really doing well with in the gunfights department, Warden. And for the side of the Lowkings, they're just applying so much pressure. They have like 5 players just running around the map, just choosing where to fight, letting the Huntsmen follow them, and the Huntsmen just falling one by one.
Yep, falling one by one, and just like that, could be the same case once more. And it's really common to see that the West Point Mamba Lowkings will just go overextend and just go for the spawn trap, and it is really a detrimental factor, especially in a game mode like Control. So moving along here on towards this, you know, stage of this competition, or the stage of this game mode, the influence inside the hill here, or overall inside the game itself, kills, influence inside the control point, everything. The West Point Mamba Lowkings, they have it all locked down, and they're just going for the frags here, Jericho. I don't even think they're going to go for a capture at all.
Yeah, no more capture, but I think they need to do it. They have that one tick coming through, and for the side, oh my god, Kalo just gave him the ziggy-zag. And now, just like that, 18-11. Warden, Kalo with the Annihilator, very deadly. He spots one. Guess he spotted a second one as well. He might get taken down from P2. He gets that second one, though, but Forky will get taken down, but that's more than enough to give the space and to let the Lowkings capture that 8 point to get that extra minute.
Extra minute. 13-7 here.
The defense,
if ever, yeah. Actually, lovely defense here. Derp here actually going for a spawn trap. This is exactly what you told us.
There you
He
go.
said, Jericho. He's on the spree. He's popping off. And he is really the detrimental factor here for the side of the Huntsmen. But till then, they're still on the trailing ends. A lot of investments here will come into the play. Asmal will find a tree spree. He's going to go down. PJ will find him all out. Overextending play for the side of the Huntsmen. Will cut them back. Will bite them back. It's still going to be the West Point Mamba Lowkings on the probable side to win it all off. One more left to claim. The Grim Reaper is laughing here, Jericho. But the time itself is the one. It's going to be ticking. Actually, no, it's going to be the kill. West Point Mamba Lowkings will claim it all off. 2-0. Last and final round here, Jericho. Unfortunate as it may seem, the Huntsman is, you know, most likely to go down in a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw a glimmer of hope from Derp, but it didn't matter. Kalo shut him down. Luffy shut him down with the Annihilator. Everyone's just doing like just heavy load for the side of WPM Lowkings. They're just great team play, dude. And now you see round number 3. We saw what happened in round number 1 on the defensive side. The Lowkings were absolutely terrifying. And now for the side of Huntsmen, they managed to get that first tick, Warden, but it doesn't matter because they all get shut down. But look at this, Notchy, he's gonna get taken down as well. PJ can definitely make the players over at yellow. No one's really clearing him out, and this is such a great spot to be in the spawn trap position because if you get kills, you're like easy kills, just like that. Like Notchy doesn't even spot him as well. PJ's gonna go back and forth, finally gonna push up, takes him down as well, and just gonna run around, be a nuisance here. You need a player like this in control, just being annoying in the spawn, just getting the kills over and over and over again. He has a hunter kill to use, but he doesn't matter. Has KSP. Does he win this gunfight? Spot speed, but there you go. He gets taken down. But you know, that delay, he delayed at least 15 seconds for the Huntsman.
Yeah, delayed, you know, just really, man, being a menace here, being a nuisance, as you would say, Jericho, and just like that, all over the place we go. Actually, a little bit more of a fight here we are seeing here from the side of the Huntsman, 11-15. Yeah, for sure, the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they're still on the lead, but momentum-wise, actually, you know what, bring it back. West Point Mamba Lowkings, they have what it takes now here, 14-8, 14-9 we go. Only 20 seconds left for the Huntsman to play around with, and I do believe a capture here on towards the A control point is not going to be looking quite probable at most. 11-6 now. The West Point Mamba Loki is going for a rotating play here on towards the back alleyway. Could cut off the rotation here from Granny's, but is it really gonna matter as long as it is 10 to 5 now, 10 to 3. Frags all over the place. One more left to claim, and it's gonna be the game. West Point Mamba Low-Kings on the urge, and they are gonna be claiming the victory. 3-0 up against the Huntsmen. Devastating for the side of the Huntsmen here, George.
Very devastating for the side of the Huntsmen. You really hate to see it in the Low-Kings. Still undefeated. Say hello, Kalo. Goodbye, Kalo. And
Hello,
now,
Yopi.
oh, that was Yopi. And now, I mean, they're just undefeated. They are just undefeated, Warden, and they are really dominating. And this is like a revenge tour for them. They want to get back at it after an abysmal placing in GM2. They want to get back on that top stage. And look at this, the scores. It speaks for itself. All negative for the side of Huntsmen, and for the side of WPM, all positive besides Yopi. And let's bring in Beef Mommy here. Beef, F in the chats. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, F's in the chat right now, and it looks like my walis, my broom is slowly loading up. I'm gathering my attachments for it, y'all. But you'll see it once you see our screen later on. But seeing the absolute, I keep saying this word, decimation, because the Low-Kings just have been annihilating the entire matchup for today. And yes, we saw signs of life in Search and Destroy, but that's about it. 3 rounds of just goodness, and after that, it's just gone. And now we saw a little bit of life, but they weren't able to get at least one round here in Control. Again, such a great move from Low-King to choose whatever map that they did, because if they chose another map like Firing Range for Control, that would have been a different story here, knowing very well this is the strongest map of the Huntsmen. So that is probably one of the things that I really want to talk about, is the map selection here. It's just so smart. It's just really, really smart. I feel like the fact that the Huntsmen didn't choose that certain map going into Search and Destroy, probably should have been Standoff, but instead chose Firing Range. I'm like, you know what? That's a little bit of an oopsie. And so now we move on. Now Control, definitely a different type of matchup. There were so many moments where they could have turned things around, but it looks like that they just being outgunned. And in this entire series, they have just been individually outgunned by the Low-Kings, Jericho.
Just outgun, outclass, outmatch, out-strategize, out everything. Pretty much it was all Low-Kings. It was Low-Kings versus Low-Kings. Who could do better? But, unfortunately for the Huntsmen, now they just put themselves in a hole, because I believe they were the only team that lost to ACNO Finesse. I believe it was yesterday. And now if you look at their record, Beef, Low-Kings with 15.
It was Sector
Huntsmen
0.
with 9. Sector 0 with 8.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the most interesting one, because I'm excited to see what's going to happen. If it's going to be Huntsmen in Sector 0, who's going to go through. So they have a lot on the table. If they just won one game against the Low-Kings, they could have been a little bit safer, but now they need to be perfect in the next match that they have. But take a look at the scores, Beef. All 3 and O's. I feel bad for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, they were doing so well into the start, but just like, what we've seen in the games here, they do well in the beginning, in the beninging, and then now they don't really know what to do at the very end of it. And just like that, Sector 0 having wins against the Huntsmen yesterday is definitely going to be detrimental, because just like that, they're hot on their tail. They can lose their slot going into the playoffs. And just like that, Low-Kings has also secured 3 more points, just basically saying to everyone that, yes, we have a perfect score right now. And so a really good effort, though, from the Huntsmen, but we need to see more of that going into the later stages, because you only have so much left to lose. But you know what? It's going to be really hard here, because day after day, you're losing a lot of chances for you to go and get more points. But I'm trying to look at the list right now, if we can see if the Huntsmen can actually get one more. And, taking a look at that, I believe they don't really have any more games left. And so it's all up to Sector 0. They have one more game for them to see. But it's going to be really hard, because Sector 0 is going up against WPM Low-Kings. And now that is the biggest state. It's all up to Low-Kings if they want to give a point to Sector 0, or if they're going to give them a very hard time here, Warden.
Oh my days. Overall, the faith of Sector 0 is under the hands of the West Point Mamba Low-Kings. And, suffering from a very tough defeat here on towards GM2, I don't think they're going to give any points whatsoever for the side of Sector 0. They got the Mamba mentality, They're living up to the Mamba mentality. West Point Mamba Low-Kings, they're coming in hungry in towards this event. You don't really expect much, especially if you're expecting, for them to give a leeway for your team.
Yes, and all the leeways that you can get, you need to get every single one of the points. We already know that Low Kings are definitely going to go to the playoffs. And now let's see if we can go and have the Huntsmen there or either Sector 0. But as we can see here, there's a little bit of a preview as to who will be playing in our next matchup, RTL Esports and Smart Omega. But before we see that, we are taking a look at the highlights of what happened of today's matchup. Absolute annihilation, like we keep saying. It was so dominant, not only in Hardpoint, but in every single game mode that they have. Taking a look at that, they just basically just have 1 point, just one little point. They just wanted the Huntsmen to have a little bit more points before they end things. So nice of them, right? So they had to go in for the rotation, go into the next Hardpoint. They're like, you know what, we can definitely end things here. The rotation is going to be really crisp. And for Huntsmen, definitely a very hard game for them to win. And yes, Derp probably had a lot of really good moments there, but it just can't be the Derp game. It needs to be a holistic experience where every single one of their teammates can go and perform. But speaking of, they did such a great job here. The first 3-4 rounds was absolutely great, but then unfortunately for them, Luffy just stopped that momentum off their tracks and really just decimated their confidence going into Search and Destroy, where you thought the Huntsmen can finally have a little bit of a fight, but no, it doesn't really matter. You have the guidance of Derp, you have the guidance of Speed and Noki, where they've been absolutely popping off, and it was a really good whole valiant effort from the team. But we get to see Control now, though, where it was just really hard to see because at some point the WPM LOWKINGS just turned it into a team deathmatch, and you know, you get to see it. It's kind of hard that the Huntsmen, knowing very well that they're kind of good at Control, they know how to play the game really well. It's just really hard to see a 3-1. That's going to be really difficult. But obviously, the soldier of the game right now, like we saw a while ago into our head-to-head, PJ, with our average kills of 21, an average score of 2,708, and a KDA of 1.6. So that is really impressive to see here, Warden.
Yeah, really impressive. Coming again, I did state before the series started, you know, he is probably the most consistent player for the side of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS in terms of, you know, being the soldier of the game ever since GM1 as well as GM2. In every Garena Masters event, this guy, it's either just him or Luffy or any other players, but most of the times, you know, 70% most of the time, it's just all about PJ just, you know, slaying it all off, getting that influence inside the hill, and overall being such a good core player for the side of the West Point Mamba LOWKINGS Beef Mami.
And now PJ really just spearheading his way into being the MVP of his team every single time. But I really want to give a shout out to Luffy because he's the reason why that they won that S&D. He's the reason why that he stopped that momentum. But Demores as well, a really impressive badge that we have over here. But again, I want to give a shout out as well to Noki. He was really good at that S&D and Derp as well. So that is a really valiant effort from the Huntsmen. And obviously, we have so much more for you to offer, for everyone to watch here. We've had already 3 series down here so far, and 2 of them have been a sweep. You can see over here, we're loading down on the broom. In the Philippines, this is called a walis ting ting. And the last week that I was here, in day number 1, we brought the walis tambo. And if we get another 3, it's just gonna keep going lower and lower as we are collecting finally our walis ting ting attachments. But anyway, we are going up into our series number 4 that you definitely wouldn't want to miss. You saw it a while ago. RTL Esports going up against Smart Omega up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
And welcome back, community, to the Garena Master Season 3. And we are here at Day 8. It is Super Sunday. It's your girl, Beef Mommy, here. And we see a very special person here. The Masashio AJ finally making his appearance here to cast for us. And also Cali Gaming, who has been casting since Series number 1. It has been an absolutely amazing start of Day number 8. We are at Series 4 here. RTL versus OMG. Masashio, how are you feeling here?
I feel a little bit nervous. I feel a little bit nervous because I love RTL, right? But the team that they take on right now has got the opportunity to do wonders against them. And although RTL Esports holds so much of promise, Smart Omega plays at a whole different level, right? Although I'm excited to see Smart Omega RTL Esports take this to the next level, I want RTL to show us that we don't have to wait for teams like ALMGHTY. We don't have to wait for teams like Blacklist International Ultimate, that they can get the job done as well. Because at the very moment, they look like the best ones to make it through to the playoffs from this group alongside Smart Omega. But what's going to happen once they move on to that playoff stage? Are they just going to bomb out? I don't want to see that, right? So this is their opportunity to prove to us exactly what sort of quality they can bring onto the playoffs.
Definitely quality is something that I see when I hear RTL Esports. And as well as Smart Omega, yes, that's already a given because they did win Season 2 of Garena Masters. So RTL looks like they are really solid when it comes to holding that. But Callie, what do you think? We have two other teams that are fighting for that second spot. Who do you think is more of a challenger when it comes to RTL Esports?
Obviously, for me, it's going to be PDR Esports because these guys truly showed what they could do, especially on that search and destroys where they could just step on that cast and of course just run down everybody, especially with Chirac on that team. But you know, Envy Doctors they've been so great, but they just really lack that execution for me. So it's going to be PDR Esports that's going to be second to RTL Esports on that number 2 ranking for this group.
Yeah, PDR Esports looking pretty solid, but obviously they have so much to do if they want to get into that second spot. Smart Omega doing such a solid when it comes to showing up here in season 3, and they really want to make it into the playoffs and really just go into our very first LAN after such a long time. AJ, you know, you've been talking about this. You've experienced it already casting in studio for Garena. I haven't. I've never experienced that. How is it so far for you? And I'm pretty sure you're excited for it.
I've casted in the studio, but I've not casted live in front of an audience before, right? So if at all I do happen to get invited to the Philippines, if at all I do fly down, it'll be a whole new experience for me as well. I mean, you've gone ahead and you've casted the world stage as well, but even then, right, Beef, both of us, we've been stuck in studios all this while. We've been looking at screens. Now, being in the exact same location with all of these players, I think the energy, the vibe is going to be so much more different. I mean, we even see the fight coming out from teams like Sector Zero as well, because everybody's excited. Now that they know that it's going to be a LAN event, everybody wants to be there, right? So push comes to shove, now's the time to check out all of that effort. But when you look at this Group B, two teams have already been putting out that effort already. And although I love PDR Esports, they have got a lot of promise. When they took the fight up against RTL kind of bagged them clean, right? The first time round, it wasn't as clean, but the second time round, 3-0. And that's the kind of quality that we are talking about. But the main reason why everybody wants to go there is because they want to also meet the faces behind the scenes. They want to meet their opponents and they want to shake their hands. They want to give each other a hug. I mean, they've been beating each other online for the longest of time now.
Yeah, that's so true. You know what? It's really funny because I haven't really seen anyone else here like in real life for such a long time, and I feel like I've known you for so long. I feel like we go on a brunch every Sunday, but no, we haven't. And so we really would love you guys to really go into our first LAN event in the Marriott Ballroom in Resorts World Pasay. That is definitely going to be a really big deal. But so far, let's take a look at the schedule. What happened here? An easy sweep coming in from Sector 0. CKG Legacy surprised us with that 2-1 against C8 United. Again, another sweep that we have here in our series number 3. WPM LOWKINGS shows who's boss up against the Huntsmen. And now for RTL Esports, this is the matchup we're going to be casting right now. Smart Omega definitely making waves into the scene. And now PDR Esports is up next, up against the NV Doctors, trying to go and fight for that second spot. VVV Esports goes up against Blacklist International, and we're going to see if VVV can go and secure the top 2. And now C8 Legacy up against ALMGHTY, who has been absolutely perfect here so far. And now, so far, so good for all these teams. We're already midway into day number 8, Super Sunday, like we really like to say here, because there's just a lot of matchups here. So please bear with us. It's definitely going to be really fire into the next series up next. So speaking of a really fire team, we're taking a look at RTL Esports that has been an absolute bombshell here in the competition, really wanting to secure that top 2 spot in the presence of Young Jay, the El Capitan, with Jello 7, Susano, Waki, and Freezy. Ooh, you can see here, Callie, they have been making waves so far.
Yeah, they've been making waves so far. And RTL Esports, formerly known as Tyran Esports, had their core players move into RTL and add in 7 and Freezy. And this team has been really a bombshell. Just looking at the overall stats for each individual, everybody can play. And they are the team that actually gave Smart Omega a run for their money on the first round robin. And you know, if you want to pinpoint some players here, it's going to be Young Jay and of course Susana that really stands out the most, especially when we play those respawns. And hopefully today they can put the same output just to show us what they could do when they hang up against the best of the best.
You're absolutely right. And it's just really, you need to have a really good combination of Young Jay Susano. And plus, for me, I mean, Waki has been in the scene for such a long time. I remember when he was still in VVV Esports, where he has definitely perform there as a sniper, but he needs to show up here as well. And obviously in S&D, that's where he kind of shines. And there really needs to be a response because OMG, you have the best sniper, as I can say, one of the best snipers that you have here in the meaning of Whoopi, where you need to go and join them into a great ranks. And speaking of this team, Smart Omega, the gods right now, the team to beat with the captain Jay-Z, Whoopi, Risky, Candy, Idra, and Rage. And I know these are big names. And there's just one guy that just came in into light that just, just casually stepped in, which is Rage, having one of the best KDAs that we've seen here so far. It has been absolutely crazy for this team, AJ. You casted this team for such a long time, since 2020. They were supposed to represent us in the World Championships for that year, and now they're really looking like they really want to do that this year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But first off, I think we need a little bit of a change in the graphics, right? Because there is a new captain in the ranks for the side of Smart Omega. It's the one and only best sniper in the Philippines, Whoopi. And I feel like he has been leading this team to success. He himself, I mean, when you want to take on the role of a leader, you got to lead by example. And that's one of the things that Whoopi does absolutely well out there on the battlefield. He is the best player on their side right now. And that's, if you look into his skills, he's got the best average kill overall across all of those matches. He is an absolute slayer when we throw him into Hardpoint. And, usually Respawn players aren't all that too great when it comes to S&D. They do well at Hardpoint as well as Control, but not Whoopi, right? This guy smashes it at a Hardpoint. He drops into S&D, and he's also the biggest fragger on the side of Smart Omega at that mode as well. He's an all-rounder in every single possible way that you want to look at this, and nobody else deserves this role of captain more than Whoopi. Very happy to see him finally assume that responsibility. But, overall, Smart Omega, Callie, you mentioned that the one team to, of course, go and push Smart Omega to a point. We thought, okay, maybe they might drop their S&D in here, and they actually executed it, right? RTL ESPORTS, it was that standoff matchup where we did see Smart Omega make great strides, but all of a sudden there was a huge turnaround, right? The players of RTL ESPORTS still managed to rip that away from them. I'm sure Whoopi wouldn't be happy, but he needs to step up for the team this time around if he wants to prevent that beef.
And now taking a look at that head-to-head, Freezy having that 22K and an average score of 2,900. And that's going to be really impressive because it comes close into Whoopi as well, having average kills of 23 and average score of 2,800. But obviously, like what we keep saying, Whoopi is a very well-rounded player, a jack of all trades, master of none, but definitely better than a master of one because of how game mode. Definitely a godsend for Omega. Has been really good. And not only that, I can say that this guy is probably one of the best players that we have here so far in the same league as ALMGHTY. And now Freezy, he needs as well, and yes, he has, but even more so now. He needs to just not only just capture hard points, because 6 minutes on the clock, that is pretty impressive, but you need to keep up with a guy just like Whoopi. So let's see if RTL can go and keep up with Smart Omega. And now for you, Callie, with that in mind, what do you think RTL can do, or even just Freezy, to stop a man like Whoopi?
Well, obviously for me, if you are RTL Esports and you are going up against Whoopi, as much as possible, you try to shut him down early. Do not give him any chance to build that momentum, because this player right here, Whoopi, has a total kill of 159, leads the team. And not only that, this guy also leads the team on that search and destroy with 42 kills. And obviously, you're guaranteed to have him get those first bloods on you on that search and destroy. So, as possible, if you're RTL Esports, do not give Whoopi a chance to get on going early, because the next thing you know, if you let in that game in a snap, you're gonna get 50 bomb on your face, beep mammy.
But hey, Lady Luck is on RTL's side, because you can see that they won the coin toss. And now Takeoff Hardpoint will be chosen for their map and Summit Control as well. And for Smart Omega, they take S&D Raid in their hand. And so really good stuff here so far, because for Takeoff, that is really good. They're really good at Hardpoint and Control here in Takeoff. So really good choice for them to go and play it. Although for the side of Smart Omega, they're not really that good when it comes to Takeoff, because they did lose Hardpoint here once. They're really good here in Control, but to play in Hardpoint is definitely going to be different. And now, AJ, with that in mind, Takeoff Hardpoint though, what do you think RTL can do to keep the streak of winning?
I think RTL Esports very clearly have done their homework, right? They know that PDR Esports have taken a superb win over Smart Omega, and that was quite dominating, 180 over 50. And unfortunately for the players of RTL Esports, I don't know if or not they're going to meet the exact same conditions, because if they were looking at the chat, if they were looking at the facial reactions of Smart Omega on that day, Smart Omega was having a little bit of an issue, right? So that might have been a factor. but nonetheless, Takeoff was an L for Smart Omega. So really smart for RTL to drag them back again. For all you know, it's just going to be the trauma of meeting PDR that's going to be affecting them and might be throwing them off of their gameplay a little bit, right? But whatever it is, hopefully RTL can prove they've got the quality to take on a team like Smart Omega and shut them down as well. But Beef, we'll catch up with you in a little bit. Callie, the start of this Hardpoint matchup. Let's see exactly what...
All right, already right off the bat, you're going to see RTL getting involved in that gunfight very, very early. They're setting it down by making sure that they put players inside that hard point, but they also make sure that they maintain that anchor position. So far, it's going to be Omega having that early lead with 5 points in this. For now, RTL in control. Now they have the power positions. They also have their own respective player in that objective point, and now this should be a success for them. But hey, it's going to be really a back and forth in this first hard point.
Yeah, great spawn control coming through from the players of RTL. They hop on, playing that objective perfectly, and as the players of Smart Omega trying to circle around, none of those power positions they can hold on to, because the players of RTL Esports are taking them out of their angles, right? They're hiding behind that fountain. They take the... On the other hand, hopping onto the objective. This is all going to be the Kendi show as RTL Esports doubles back down for a little bit of an early rotation. But look at this, man. Anchor by the player of Smart Omega as well. They do have a response for Risky. Superb play by RTL, and they've got a good start here, Callie.
Yeah, they got a great start here. Although RTL will be early on rotation and get that anchor, Risky makes sure that he wins the gunfights, and of course his teammate Kendi will follow up, and now going to be there early as this hard point opens up. But RTL also sets pretty straight, and they make sure that they get the favorable spawn. So now they are on the push. They're storming down the front entry, but Israel will make sure that they stand their ground. But on the hard point now, it's the RTL Esports all the time. But again, Omega really making sure that they're persistent and contesting. Now we got 20 seconds left here, AJ, and it's going to be a matter of choice here for Omega. Do they want to contest this point, or do they want to make that move on the next hill? And it seems like they're moving and worry on this hard point rotation.
Persistence isn't really going to help you unless it's a perk that you bring into some of these Call of Duty mobile games, because you need to bring in that strategy as well. And so far, RTL Esports playing it to the T. And now with an early rotation from the side of Smart Omega, RTL has got the duty to take that backstab, take generators away. They do that perfect. Beautiful push by Jello and access for Jello, who gets stopped halfway there. Smart Omega hold on to this hard point, and all of their players not securing the outer perimeter, but very slowly oozing, making sure nobody steps far from that generator side. And the players of Smart Omega have got this aim down already. None of the operators activated for RTL, so it's going to be quite hard to break this, buddy.
As you can see, RTL use all their operator skills just to create an ingress, but defense right now is just too strong for Smart Omega. Although they struggle at first and at second hard point, they do make sure that they will come up strong here at this hard point number 3. But RTL, they're going in for the contest, attacking in multiple angles. But what they're only getting here is that scrap time that Omega is giving them as they try to set to that next hard point rotation. 8 seconds on this hardpoint number 3. We're moving on to New, and Kendi is going to be there early, wrapping around the back to make sure that RTL is not gonna have an easy task. But unfortunately for him, he gets taken down. But Gods of RNG, Kendi spawns right beside the hardpoint, and this is it. A break coming through for Omega.
Oh, a misplay coming through with that gravity vortex gun, and Smart Omega breaks the hill super easily, hops on right back, but Susano is in attendance, shuts everyone down with a KSP-45. Typical sound. The players of Smart Omega hopping onto the hill. Susano doesn't have the number to work with. He gets flashed, started halfway through. Kendi shuts him down. Smart Omega still have a fight. They're flushing out players left, right, center. They've got the favorable spawns in here, Gabby. 30 seconds to run down, and it looks like RTL want to take that backstab. They have to play this in a timely manner. They've got the numbers now. All they need to do is just win those gunfights. They start off with 1 and 2, but Whoopi gets shut down as well. Susano steps in. Beautiful play by 7 as he whips out his Annihilator, and RTL are right back in it, and they are just at the heels of Smart Omega. And if Smart Omega doesn't run away with this, RTL might just have a strong chance.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty great for RTL Esports. They just gotta make sure that they go head-to-head against Omega. Do not let them pull away, and make sure they feel the presence in this game. Now, we were moving on to New. Reset. It's going to be 86 and 85. 1-point lead difference in favor for Smart Omega, but now we're starting to see this score sheet build it up by Susano earlier. We're seeing that Dragonfire that's going to reveal the general location of Omega, which should be easy now for RTL to take all of the skills in the perimeter of this hardpoint. And Susano doing a great job, being annoying, and of course, tallying up 2 kills to open up and break this point. There you go. That's what RTL needs.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. It's a game of information. Susano whips out the... Oh my lord, misses against Idra. You cannot do that, Susano. Idra whips him into shape, and it's 100-94. Smart Omega has got the hard point. That backstab coming through from Susano was a little bit of a misplay, but they still can adjust. They backstab, they take control room, they hop onto the hard point. It's RTL to play that catch-up gameplay now with 14 seconds to go. The hard point is once again broken. We expect this first hard point to swing back and forth because of how open it is. But at P2, this is where RTL can catch up and run away with this game as long as they can hold on to that anchor. But as I say that, they just lose players left, right, center. Anchor taken over by Smart Omega. Cali, Smart Omega is outsmarting RTL at the moment.
Yeah, of course, Smart Omega, they will be here early, and you know what happens when they set up. They are definitely strong and well-grounded when they have the opportunity to have the early advantage here at this hard point. You can clearly see that as they're gonna have this infinite reinforcements. Risky popping up with 2, Rage following up with dropping 7, and now that should spawn RTL far away, and that should give Omega a lot of time to score and accumulate here at this hard point. Rage is going to make sure that his team is gonna have the objective time accumulated, but got the break made here by RTL. 25 seconds left, still plenty of time here, AJ.
Yeah, these guys are not salmon fishes, man, to swim against the stream, to swim against the current and prove themselves to be worthy swimmers, because they're just going against the flow here in terms of taking that fight at that P2, right? Nobody moving in to play those anchors. Gods of RNG give them the back spawns just specifically to Young Jay. He manages to pick up a couple of scraps, but that's literally all that is to it. A couple of points picked up by the players of RTL as Smart Omega now sets up. Oh, that rotation into P3, but Young Jay alongside the rest of his players, they break it. Jello brings out the Gravity Vortex gun, played to perfection this time round, and Smart Omega, they all of a sudden do not have an answer. They are forced to spawn out of the Gorilla base, but they now have got the numbers to sustain this fight. Freddy gets dropped, Seven's the only one that gets taken out of the equation. Rage now moves on, and it's all about the timing. Jello gets dropped as well as he doesn't lock down those angles, and Smart Omega, although they've got the numbers, RTL is putting one heck of a fight up here.
Yeah, they flood that point, and of course, RTL just got overwhelmed, and now they got bullied out. 25 seconds left. Smart Omega really doing a great job slowing it down and making sure they push as a team, and that's going to work for them for a brief moment. But RTL Esports is really good at just reinforcing as well inside this point. But easier said than done. 170 to 131. We're moving on to new, and RTL will make amends here this time. They're going to have that early setup. Then Omega will be late to rotate. Now, here's the question. What's going to be the priority of RTL Esports since they are going to be attacked by Omega here? In multiple angles, this is going to be a tough take for them. The hard point opens up and they got flushed out of the point, but good for them. They spawn right beside and they get to reinforce here. But Whoopi is going to be inside here, AJ, and you know what Whoopi can do. He's going to be annoying.
Oh, he's always annoying when he takes on these teams, man. But from what we have seen in the past, RTL has got the quality to keep it close with Smart Omega. The last time they did meet on a hardpoint matchup, it was 199 to 250. Smart Omega took the win, but that game got quite close. RTL Esports have got a similar sort of distance between themselves as well as Smart Omega this time around, but they should have learned from those previous engagements, and they should be able to take that fight up against them. It's all going to be about those mechanical skills as well as that split-second decision-making from the side of RTL. Young Jay, he has got those 2 streaks available on his side already, but it is Smart Omega nailing fight after fight, kill after kill. Rage on standby with the KSP, but none of the players of RTL there to challenge him just yet.
Yeah, now we're moving on to new. This is going to be the third reset on this Takeoff Hardpoint, and you can clearly feel that Omega has control of the game. They are playing with the pace, and they are just working on those power positions. They're taking advantage of the high grounds, which gives them more opportunity to win all of the gunfights. And you can see Idra just popping off. He takes Freezy, but he gets traded out. But then again, his teammate supplements him, and of course, backs him up. 40 seconds left, and Omega's already in it to win it. They only need 30 more points, and this game is over. And if you are RTL Esports, you better make sure you work double time, because if not, Smart Omega will pull away with the win.
I mean, even if when you do work double time, Smart Omega usually pulls away the win. So RTL Esports, they just need to put their lives into this matchup right now, because all Smart Omega less than 15 points away from that victory, 14 seconds to go, and RTL finally breaks it. But can they play every single point down at this hard point? The answer is yes. 7 slides on in. Susano takes his spot. RTL still fighting for their lives. But Smart Omega, all they need to do is just secure 11 more points in there. And as we move on to P2, the anchor spots secured by Smart Omega. Just what you need to close this game off now, Callie.
Yeah, Freezy now. This is going to be a huge play. He takes down the anchor spots, takes another, looking to streak off and of course score this multiple kills. His teammate is going to reinforce. Now they have the hard point in their favor. Freezy doing a great job in here, AJ, and that's it. They break the hill.
Beautiful play. 239 to 170. RTL, they need to hold on to everything. Nobody's holding on to the anchors, but the gods of RNG once again delivered straight to the players of RTL. But Smart Omega, in the name of Whoopi, they don't care. They hop on right through that window and they dominate. Hard point. Challenge comes through from RTL because they've got the spawns, but it's back and forth between the two teams. Smart Omega now do not have an angle. Candy steps right back onto their hard point, but 7 with the backstab. Beautiful plays by RTL, and they still run this hard point. Smart Omega still forcing the issue. Rage wins the gunfight. The backstab and the challenge is still there for RTL, but no matter how much they try, it's too late now to fight back. 250, 180 is not achieved just yet because of the fight in the hearts of RTL. But for how long more can they keep the champions of Garena Masters Season 2 on that 1 point? 249. It's gonna take everything in them, Callie.
Unfortunately for RTL Esports, their players are too late. They are so far away from that hard point number 3, and Smart Omega only needing 1 more point. Just needed to step inside that hard point, and they take it 1-0. Now, AJ, they've taken a hard point takeoff. Supposed to be the very strong pick for the boys of RTL Esports, but Smart Omega managed to prevail. And, you know, it's a total team effort. Everybody is just turning it for the better. But, you know, RTL Esports put up a great fight on the first segments of the hard points. But when we started to see Smart Omega win all those early rotations, that's where Omega separated themselves against RTL.
I mean, everybody bowed down to Susano. This guy was on a spree earlier on, 54 kills, absolute annihilation. But kills do not win you hard points. It is playing the objectives. And look at Rage, man, clocking in a total of 2 minutes, 20 seconds there. This guy was an absolute monster, was just so annoying. And he doesn't focus on the slays. All he does is hop onto that hard point, lock it down, allow the rest of his team members to do the heavy lifting. And you see, this was the main reason as to why, although Takeoff was the pick of RTL, we kind of, you know, weren't super confident, right? Because once again, now you don't want to be pegging down all of the losses of Smart Omega to connection issues. But on that day, they genuinely did have a connection issue, which they were very frustrated about when they did face off against PDR ESPORTS and took an L at Takeoff, right? So they reversed. Even though RTL Esports is a slightly better team than PDR Esports currently in the competition, they could not hold a candle to Smart Omega. Beef Mummy, your thoughts on this first matchup?
Oh, well, that was really close points, but Smart Omega just picked things up, especially going into the reset. And now we get to see it happen. Omega, definitely with the guidance of Whoopi, just brought things out. And for me, one of my favorite moments was when Whoopi just threw that God nade over into P2, basically ended the Freezy rampage. Freeze out of the points, the kills that they needed to just try and stop to get the points of Smart Omega, that 11-point difference that they had into winning. And eventually that God nade definitely helped Omega just bring down the points just 1 more. RTL though, really valiant effort, and obviously the really big kills coming in from the team. Susano, obviously the 54 kills is definitely no joke, but you need to focus on the OBJ as well. We saw it a while ago into our series number 3 up against the Lookings and the Huntsmen. I mean, sorry, I think it was Legacy or CA United where it was Hardpoint where he got a lot more kills, but they weren't focusing on their OBJ. And now for RTL Esports, they need to do the same here. And now we're moving on into Raid S&D, where I kind of like what I'm seeing here. I mean, Raid S&D is definitely going to be really important for them because, you know, they will probably try to go in for deny when it comes to the final, because we don't want to see that, because Smart Omega does well in firing range, and now we get to see it. Raid 50% though. S&D, they did win that S&D in control, but it's still a very tricky pick because they know that Raid for Smart Omega is pretty good here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But the one thing that I've always is RTL Esports is a superb team when it comes to S&Ds, and if there's anywhere that they can take the fight up to Smart Omega, it's going to be at that S&D matchup, right? And this is proven through data. Well, the last time RTL Esports did take on Smart Omega, they were quite successful at Standoff. 7-4 was the scoreline. They didn't allow even the Supreme Whoopi to get past them. Jay was absolutely solid matchup, and I feel like they might be able to fight once again to RTL. They showed, a lot of quality in that hardpoint matchup, but the one losing point was the fact that they were losing out on a lot of gunfights. And aggressive, although Susano was, he couldn't really make all of that aggression because the rest of his players would. So hopefully the adjustment we see in this next matchup, Beef.
Yes, absolutely. And I feel like with the map choice, I feel like it just went down to that. Yes, they did lose that. You're absolutely correct. But it was in a different map. And I feel like that is probably the biggest thing that you can see. Speaking of a different map, let's see if can bring the fire like what they did in Search and Destroy and Standoff here in Raid. Casters, Mustachio AJ, and Cali Game. Get away.
Here we go, AJ. Here we go. RTL Esports, Smart Omega round. First, once again, if our won this, they gotta start bringing in Wacky early. Last game against Spark scored 6, and of course, Whoopi scored 0 and 5 of the first 5 rounds. It's going to be very, very handy. But for now, it's going to be Smart Omega on that basketball.
Of Esports Rage, who just manages to slide. Wacky pulls out the LCAR-9, doesn't tag him up just yet, and he disengages from that battle. Steps on right back to take that fight. But Wacky hasn't seen his shots just yet, and as he repositions, this backstab might just undo the players of RTL. Susano shuts down Whoopi, Young Jay shuts Candy out of the equation, but that's the backstab I was talking about. Idra gets the job done.
Yo, Idra just slithered like a snake out of nowhere. He pounds in, just able to devour the 3 players in that basketball court, breaking all of them ankles. But you really got to worry about the strategies that Smart Omega could offer in this match, because this is one of their better things. This is where they are definitely comfortable at down opponents in this S&D. So for now, you can clearly see Smart Omega trying to spice things up. They push aggressive at A. Now this time they're going to slow it down and play per fix before they push that bomb, AJ.
See exactly what they can pull off here as Young Jay shuts down Candy. The numbers do not look solid on the side of Smart Omega. This is what we're talking about, right? RTL, they can take it to Smart Omega anytime, anywhere, as long as it's an S&D matchup. The bomb now is teasing up at Passageway. Hasn't been picked up yet by the players of Smart Omega. Risky just keeping an eye on it, baiting out the players of RTL. RTLs, they are the defensive team, so they don't need to step out of their angles. They just need to lock down each and every single one of those minute angles, just like what Wacky was doing, and punish Smart Omega as they step forth.
And there you go, Wacky getting his first kill for the day, but Risky at the back will not get any sort of refrags, and therefore it's down to Smart Omega, who will be playing a 1v4 situation. His odds are currently against him, but he needs to find a way to convert. But Young Jay with this shot takes it through, and again, RTL Esports, they take that round number 2, and as long as they get those first bloods and they keep pressuring Smart Omega early, they can really take the battle against Smart Omega, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I'm going to just drop the volume just a little bit on my microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please let us know in the comment section if or not that fixes the issue at the very least. We understand that it's cracking. We do apologize. Production is trying to fix this issue as we continue with the broadcast. Do bear with us. We'll try to bring you all of this fire at the very same time. We try to sort that issue out. 2 more players left on the side of Smart Omega. My apologies, 3. As the 3rd player, Candy, goes in for the plant. 2 more on the side of RTL. Need to rotate around from the side of Central Garden. Susano and Freezy, if there's any 2, they should be able to finish this off. Susano, he has to bring out his prowess of getting all of those kills earlier at Hardpoint in this S&D matchup to put the players of RTL in front. But both of them sticking together like 2 peas in a pod. Let's see if that makes it easier for Whoopi to take a collateral against them, or they're going to be able to work this well. Now, no trigger discipline. They take out their trophy system first. That gives away the information. Whoopi brings in the DLQ alongside the Peacekeeper. Candy shuts down Freezy. One more player. Whoopi gets taken out by Susano. This is the part where Susano pops off, goes in for the sprays. Candy gets tagged up. Both players tagged. Candy will not be dropped as the KSP 45 steps it up, but close though, Callie.
Yeah, both of the players were badly damaged. Half of the health that they had. If only Susano could have connected a little bit more bullet, that could have been a 1v3 clutch. But hey, Smart Omega, they play for the trades and they have their advantage. And of course, the numbers in their favor. But now we're moving on to round number 4. And you can clearly see that RTL Esports, they're letting Smart Omega plant that bomb at A. And they're going to go for that retake. Wacky, waiting for that big opportunity, AJ. As soon as one head pops off of that window, that guy is going to be a gunner. But the bomb planted here, AJ, seconds left.
Time's just not on the side of RTL. Even with a lot of time, they are failing their approaches against Smart Omega. Whoopi takes Freezy out of the equation. Not a great way to start if you are RTL. Rage shuts down Wacky as well. Susano does manage to trade Rage out. Whoopi, quick scope does not hit Susano. Brings out his secondary. MW11 for the win. KSP shuts down the final player. Whoopi on fire as usual.
And you know, that's what happens when you get him ongoing. He's gonna catch fire and he's gonna burn everybody he sees and smoke them with that scope. But do love the post-plant defense there for Smart Omega. They put Idra down to the bedrooms. They put Whoopi on that bar so he could gain access and spot the player staircase and of course in that bomb site. And now here this time, it's going to be RTL Esports responding back with their own big 2 kills. But Rocky's gonna get attacked inside and very, very close. Rage, beautiful turnaround. Now we got this 3v2 situation. Number is still in favor for RTL. All they just have to do here, AJ, is capitalize and wait for Omega to get that bomb.
I'll lose my mind if Idra gets a kill with that. Let's see. FHJ for the win. Idra, show it to me. Rage turns the corner. It's the mark of a pro player, but Freezy holds onto that corner and punishes both of them. Although Smart Omega gets that information first. 2-3, that's the quality of RTL Esports to keep it close with Smart Omega, although they are known as quite a scary team when it comes to S&D, Higali.
Well, I guess RTL Esports is just doing a great job at countering the key players of Smart Omega for this first 5 rounds. And moving on to round number 6, full stack at that B bomb site. Smart Omega is just going in for the hit, flooding their numbers in. But you obviously see the rotations made by RTL, but Whoopi's going to make sure things are going to be harder for the defensive side. As you can see now, we got a 1v3 situation here, AJ. A fast take here for Smart Omega. Only took them 30 seconds. I couldn't been able to pass it to you at this point.
I mean, that's Smart Omega right there, man. Analysis halfway through and they've already ended the round, right? They're just speed running through the players of RTL because of what happened in the past. But the last time we saw the scoreline, it was 7-4. So RTL still has a good chance to make that scoreline come through here as well. They just need to win every single round without fail. Whoopi gets spotted out by 7. Great movements in. Wacky and Freezy, they all lock down that B side and they go in for that plant as well. 7 completes it. Finally, 40 seconds on the clock. 4 players left on the side of Smart Omega. 3 attacking from the side of Laundry. Perfection. 1 overextending from Central Garden. This is the play from Smart Omega that is going to break the defenses of RTL, but they win out their gunfight. This should be on the side of Smart Omega. If only Candy wasn't as furious as he was. Risky just brings out his boxing gloves and Smart Omega showing exactly who they are.
That beautiful retake. Smart Omega clearly knows where to attack at this B bomb sites. And at this B bomb site, and where they actually went and scoured around and scout around is on that Laundries. They know that's a power position and that's where they went and they took most of the opportunity. Beautiful post-plant attack there. Truly caught RTL off guard. But now we're going to see some actions towards mid-map, AJ, and of course, kitchen control for RTL at this point.
Beautiful play, Susano, as well as Freezy. The numbers on the side of RTL Esports. Although Susano gets tagged up, Risky! Finishes him off, 7 trades him out. Final player in the name of Whoopi. If anyone can clutch this out, it's the one and only best sniper in the Philippines. What a shot! Tags the player, gets him him out with the sticky. Whoopi, a masterful S&D player. And now rotates around from the side of kitchen into safe room potentially. No, all the way out into open stairs, keeping it spicy, keeping the players of RTL constantly guessing. But RTL wants to keep him guessing. They rotate out of basketball court into a square center, and Whoopi is left spotting each and every single. Finally figures it out. They're nowhere here, and he makes that rotation through that safe room. Amazing strategy from RTL. They've got the numbers to win this, Cali.
Yeah, they got the numbers, and this is actually smart. You know, you don't want to play Whoopi on that A-bomb set where he can really rely on that sniper to take you down. So they try to bring him up close. And of course, for RTL, they're going to use that head glitches towards the boxes to take down Whoopi on this 1v2. But the bomb has been planted now at this point. And RTL is just going to back away, milk that clock, and make sure Smart Omega Whoopi pops himself in this game. And now, 25 seconds, still plenty of time. All he has to do is erase one player one moment after a time. Now he spots the first misses, and I think that should be it. RTL knows the location here, AJ, 1v2.
Whoopi. Quick scope for this guy. Pulls out the KSP, but wacky with the LK9. Goes him up 3-5. RTL still keeping up with Smart Omega, but they're allowing the Kings to run away a little bit here. Although they do win that round, they just need to smarten up and pull more of those rounds quicker to their side, because you know how Smart Omega speed runs through some of these S&Ds, man. Even in that earlier round, was just a little bit too quick. They just need to be careful here, Cali.
Yeah, definitely. Smart Omega had 2 rounds where they just finished the game in 30 seconds, and that's not what you want if you are RTL Esports. So now they're trying to bring this game. A very aggressive take here as well, for sure. As you can see, RTL Esports will plant that bomb towards B, but Smart Omega, AJ, they're storming and raiding this bomb site itself.
RTL Esports, they have got the numbers to work with. 2 more players, 2v3, not a lot. Wacky shuts down Whoopi. He takes a back-to-back kill, but Risky saves the squad of Smart Omega. And now match point for the current Kings.
That's just basic offense and defense there for Smart Omega. They have the rhythm, and they know where to initiate the attacks.
Oh yeah.
Especially when that bomb is pushed towards that B bomb site. And for RTL, very smart take for them. They know they can't push for A, so they're going to push here. They know they can't push for B, so they're going to push here at A. But Smart Omega, you know, they can really go for the retakes here as well, especially with Idr lurking around the back. But Young J takes Idr down. Now we got this 4v3.
Young J, beautiful trade coming through, as the numbers are not all that equal for Smart Omega, but they've got the mechanical capability to get this done. Freezy turns the corner, shuts down Whoopi. Great kills coming through. Candy now might be spotted out by Young J through the smoke. He goes in for the spray, tags up 7. Rage just raging on. That backstab's not going to be possible as Susato gets toasted. Rage, it's going to be that little concussion fist just to tease up the players of RTL. Shuts down Freezy, unsuspecting. Rage! Raging on the players. Tags up Young J as well. Young J with a God slide. Rage doesn't catch him out just yet, but toes Young J either way. 12 seconds on the clock. What a clutch by Rage.
Oh my God. Rage just went berserk and they take the round.
Wow.
RTL had 4 players, AJ. 4 players to trade out Rage. But when the guy just unlocks his flow state, just can't really stop him. And that's why Smart Omega picked this guy up. He's built up for those moments, AJ.
That's exactly why we always say, right? He is one of the best acquisitions within the community of Garena Call of Duty Mobile MP as a whole, because this guy has just been such a huge difference maker. We sometimes see players hopping from one squad to another, but by the time they get their chemistry working for them, people have already forgotten how, how crazy they are out on the battlefield. Rage, on the other hand, when he stepped into Smart Omega, he barely took a day or to adjust himself, and just like that, he shot right up to the top. And we have talked about this so many times, right, Callie, with how when Rage steps on in, especially for those objectives at Hardpoint, he allows Whoopi to play his very best. But this guy has even transcended that role. He now is the heavy carry for the team in many of these games, which is just such a shocker to me, Beef.
Yeah, quite the shocker indeed. And now taking a look at what we saw here, there were signs of life from RTL to try and get a lot of these rounds, but obviously it just is a shutdown of rage. That 4v1 situation where he was able to isolate all of these players from RTL and just finish them one by one with 11 seconds to spare for the defuse. That is just absolutely crazy. And the clutch moments that individuals that we had here in Omega is just absolutely great. Whoopi tried to go in there as well for the clutch, goes in for the hit marker shot. I think that was round number 8 where he had the nade kill. Was absolutely beautiful. Now that is the presence of mind that we really expect Omega to see. And it's not just like individually, it's also as a group holistically that RTL needs to go and get. Yes, we have Susano that is really good. We have Freezy as well that can go and clutch things up, but everyone needs to go and be a well-oiled machine, just like Smart Omega that what we've seen here. It's close games. Takeoff, Hardpoint, pretty close games. I mean, I can't really say that RTL Esports did a bad job because they did good. They just dropped the ball at the very end in this map. And now going into Raid S&D, they just couldn't really have any kind of response into the aggression of Omega, like what you guys just said. Ended around in 30 seconds. Kali didn't even finish analyzing whatever was happening, and then the round just ended here, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, that's Smart Omega for you, right? And of course, in that final round, we saw Ray shine through, but he wasn't just shining in that one final round, right? This guy has just been a phenomenal acquisition that has been a game changer. Not only does he step it up for the team, but he allows the rest of the team members to play at their very best. And, you know, when push comes to shove, he is that guy that clutches out those rounds for the team as well. 4 back-to-back kills in the most phenomenal of fashion. And the tactics that he used for it, it included game sense. It included a little bit of premonition as well, right? First, he turns around, shuts down Susano, who's trying to take that backstab against him, throws out the concuss, runs out of Tiki, takes the guy out from safe first, and then engages with the 2 guys already at the bomb site. You need to have lost a lot of matches in the most miserable of ways. You need to have played so many of games S&D at Raid to understand that those are the main angles you look out for, and Rage just played that to perfection. I mean, this guy just deserves all the praises from us, but we have to keep it on pause for a moment because as we move into control, RTL still has a chance. Remember, they pushed this into a match number 5. Beef will catch up with you, Cali. Let's see what RTL has got for us this time.
All right, we're already right off the bat. You can see they coming here swinging. YongJay and Freeze combining for those 2 early kills. This is going to be because they start off as the attackers. They're pushing their way and of course storming and raiding down this B control point. Same goes to the A control point for RTL. But now you're starting to see Omega recalibrate back and of course maintain their well-grounded strats. For me, for RTL Esports, they just gotta make sure they play it fastly right now because it's currently working. Smart Omega still hasn't been able to find their rhythm.
Oh yeah, fantastic, man. RTL, although they are losing 2 markers on that A flag already, they are bagging those kills. They are on a surplus. They just have to keep this up. But as I say, that Smart Omega slowly making their comeback in here. That A flag is not going to get ripped away. They clear off those markers. Smart Omega are a little bit smarter when it comes to the defense. And RTL, they just need to get those kills again because Whoopi now has found his rhythm inside of this A flag, and as they clear it off, RTL, all they need to do is just move their attention over to that B flag.
Yeah, it's currently open, and of course, our number 5 in YongJay is going to be here at the catwalk. He's gonna look at the corner. Unfortunately for him, he's gonna stay alive. Jello will be helping him stay alive, but hey, now for RTL Esports, they know that their fast gameplay is now read by Omega. So here, this time, they tried to play it slow and played more as a team. They get the first marker in. They now will extend that time. 8 and 16 live count. RTL Esports looking prime as Smart Omega is just finding the answers to the problem that's been given onto them by RTL Esports. Rage trying to make this work is going to get taken down. RTL, this should be a game in their back, but they shouldn't be complacent because Omega might fight back.
Yeah, 5 health surplus on the side of RTL. They have to down the players of Smart Omega to just 5 more lives. Kendi, he rotates around, can catch 7 off guard, but he manages to brag Freezy. Instead, still gets 7 on top of that. And Kendi alone is putting Smart Omega right back in the race. A 3-life surplus now for the players of RTL. YongJay trying to get it done, but Rage shuts down 2 players back to back. Jello steps it up for the team. Susano hits hard once again. 1 final left life, and there is no way Smart Omega bags this. RTL has to wrap it up, and Jello does not get the kill because Susano once again steps up. I mean, at that hard point, at that S&D, it's all the Susano story today.
Yeah, you know, Susano's been playing so great individually. 50 kills on that hard point, 12 kills on Lester Destroy. the team needs to help him, back him up, supports him, and that's what they did on that first round. Hopefully, though, they continue to play as a team and, of course, outplay Smart Omega. But that first round, very, very close. But they're going to start their defensive round with a great defensive lineup. As you can see, they are making sure that they push the spawns of Smart Omega. Freezy coming in hot, looking to serve a very hot plate of kills, and that's going to be it. 24 live to the 26. RTL Esports, aggressive defensive rounding right now, AJ.
With the KRM making its way back into the meta, I think it's high time we see Crush back in the pro scene once again. That guy just used to absolutely annihilate everyone on the battlefield. But very recently, boy has been silent. I want to see him make a little bit more noise in the near future. Let's see if or not he will do so as RTL tries to hold on to that A flag with their dear lives. Although Freezy was popping off the KRM, they have lost 2 segments already. Freezy now investing in that Annihilator. Can he make a good one out of this? Had a little bit of backup in 7, slides away, bags 1, bags 2. Can he bag the 3rd one? Nobody showing themselves just yet as the players of Smart Omega try to shut him down. It has to be a double angle attack, and Whoopi sorts Freezy out. Smart Omega, they now have a chance, but a 7 life surplus for the side of RTL means they are dominating Smart Omega right now.
Yeah, and of course, it's because of the spawns and Freezy just making sure that they get insulted from the damage he's been inflicting in this game. 9 to 16, RTL on cruise control. They are dropping Omega's buddy one step at a time. But now Freezy gets shot down, and Smart Omega is trying to play it slow. But huge props to Omega for just keeping their composure when they were spawn trapped. They were waiting for each other and play for those trades. And now they get to first control point favor. They extend the time. Now, only needing one more segment towards B, and this should be a fully successful gameplay for them. Whoopi gets 2 P0. His AJ, 4 kills, 4 life count for Smart Omega, 6 life count for RTL. What could go wrong for this dude?
Whoopi's bro, he got hit by the concuss and he still managed to bag 2 back-to-back kills. But Smart Omega now with a single life left. Ranger got the Annihilator to annihilate all of these players once again. A concuss will pause the attack of Rage. But Freezy, the guy who carried the team of RTL Esports in the 2nd round, finishes things off with that final kill. And RTL are 2-0 up. When we thought they were going to step up on S&D, they say, no, Mustachio, today it's the day of control for us.
The day of control for RTL Esports. Indeed, you can clearly see Freezy just stepping on that gas pedal and making sure the team will have a great kickstart, being the spark plug every time they open up a control round in this summit map. For now, for Smart Omega, they are able to silence down the aggressive pushes made early by RTL. In this 3rd round, they have been able to make an adjustment for it, but still RTL is control of the game. They've been winning more of these gunfights, but you obviously know Smart Omega won't go down that easily. They will find a way, and they will find an adjustment that can clearly counter RTL Esports in this game itself. And now you're starting to see it. 23 life count for Smart Omega, 21 life count for RTL.
But I don't want to see it. I want to see what? I see myself. Hi.
Oh, ALMGHTY. And you can see clearly right now, Smart Omega. AJ is shocked right now.
Hi, guys. Okay, so anyway.
Can I get into this party?
Okay, we are right back in the matchup. Thank you. What? My Freezy's going to town. The lives all equal out there on the battlefield. But RTL almost taking away that A flag already, Kelly.
Definitely. That's a good blunder there, ALMGHTY. But hey, we're going to move on. In this game, you can see RTL Esports now 2 segments in at that A control point. All they just gotta do is take 1 more and they could extend that time limit. Can play that TDM as well. Team Deathmatch indeed. Jello gets 1 kill with that Annihilator. Now we got 25 seconds left for RTL Esports to move around and win this match and end it here this 3rd round as well. But Smart Omega, they will be giving that A flag and they're going to play for that defense at B.
Beautiful. Now, the players of RTL have gotten themselves a little bit of extra time, but 1 minute is too much to take all of those 16 lives off of this plate, right? 8 to 6, a 2-life deficit for the players of RTL. Whoopi brings out the Annihilator, but gets annihilated instead by the one and only Freezy. Freezy backs a double. Susano taken out by Idra. He does have the him as well, but the movement's just a little bit too hot for Freezy to handle. Pulls out his KRM once again, but goes up against Rage. Rage has the KRM as well. Risky shuts him down from the back. RTL, 2 more lives left here, Callie. Things are looking dire.
Oh, RTL, you need to win this now. You can't give Omega the chance to come back because once they get the opportunity, they will take it and they will take it, then they will win it. 40 seconds left. RTL Esports back against the wall. They are staring at their own spawns. But for Omega, they are in a pretty offensive spot right now. Candy, prime position to take anyone in this angle whenever someone pops up. And there you go. Gets one, gets two, and there it goes. Candy with the huge two-piece. There it is. The first control round win for Smart Omega. AJ.
Role at Summit, and I really like this quality out of RTL. Let's see if or not they can take this all the way this time around. Candy opening things up with a kick run, dropping on the grenade. Wall being to punish one, but immediately bags two. Young J trades him out for every single 2 kills the side of Smart Omega gets. RTL slides on in and steals one away. With Young J getting Indra as well, equalizes the numbers. From 7 awesome engagements, but Rage with the positioning. It's going to be all the way Smart Omega for the time being.
Oh, now you're starting to feel it. Smart Omega, now they pick up their pace. This is going to be problematic if RTL won't be able to extinguish the momentum that's been burning up in the hands of Smart. Rage now repositions, gets 1 kill. With Hellpool, they take down Jello. 24 live count now for Smart Omega. They are starting to win all of their gunfights. Now RTL needs to defend this B flag. If not, it's going to be a round win here for Smart Omega themselves. Freezy has been stellar so far for winning all of his own engagements, but you can clearly see 7 getting involved as well. 22 kills, the highest total kills right now for any individual for RTL Esports, and he's trying to will them back to this game, AJ.
Yeah, fantastic play coming through from RTL, but a 5-life deficit is a lot to work with here. They just need to find a recovery. Freezy hops on down, but gets punished by Candy instead. Jello manages to trade one out. Young J whips out his Annihilator at the very same time. That bleed flag getting ripped away. What is RTL Esports doing? Cluster strike brought forth from the heavens, and it looks like Smart Omega should be able to bag this without a problem at all. And none of the players from the side of RTL even dare to step on forth because that cluster will just drop them like flies. And Smart Omega, they do not manage to bag it just yet, but they got so close. One final sector to secure with 7 lives left on the side of RTL. Smart Omega should be able to push us into round number 5.
Yeah, definitely, but we are now down to the late game. Jello hiding around the corner, spots Rage, and he wins that huge gunfight, but Risky comes in with the trade. RTL down to the final 3 players. Omega needs only 3 more. They get this win, but Freezy gets 1, but Indra comes in with the trade. 2-on-2 situation. Whoever gets this is going to be completely important. It's going to be a cluster strike on that catwalk here. AJ be on that kill feed, takes the center down. Omega only needs 1 more kill, and they will force this round number 5. But again, this is going to be it.
Yeah!
Jello ends it, AJ.
What a play, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 2-2, round number 5 it is. And it is the exact same way it went down the last time as well. But Smart Omega, they managed to grab that victory towards the very end. The final round went to the side of the reigning, defending champions of Garena Masters. Let's see if not RTL can bag this from them this time. They are on the attacking side. They lose 1 life. They take away 3. RTL is off to a great start here, Callie.
To wield and of course propel their team to get the advantage in this game. Talk about Freezy with that KRM, been so effective here at this close range map, but Smart Omega is now bringing in their big guns. So now later gameplay for Indra, this could be a make or break. They are in the spawns of RTL, so he should be able to gather a lot of kills, but he's not gonna find any no value off of that operator. But hey, they still got that live count advantage.
Play so far. But RTL, they are dropping 1 life after the other. Smart Omega waking up, and it's not good for RTL at all. They need to trade them out. Freezy good as he pulls out the KRM. Rage drops 7. Things don't look as steady for RTL as it started off. They were absolutely hot, and as they try to tease that flag away, they get spammed up. Whoopi will be able to shut down Freezy way too easy as he continues to hold on to that second floor of that control room. Superb play so far from the side of Smart Omega. RTL, they just need to find a way to backstab them somehow.
And yeah, RTL 7 right here. This is going to be a huge gunfight, but Rage wins it. So now Smart Omega, they are so relentless. They take whatever is going to be available in the game and they keep winning anyway. And now Young J pops up with huge 2-piece right there with that Annihilator. 10 and 7 here right now. 20 seconds left, AJ. This is going to be a close call.
Beautiful plays. 7-7. Once again, it's all equal. It's all going to go down to the wire as RTL Esports rips away that A flag. Freezy sends out the hunter-killer drone. Does not secure anyone as Susano drops Idra. He did manage to take Freezy out before getting shut down. Smart Omega now left with 5 lives. Whoopi try to trade all of them back out. And just like that, RTL are on a deficit. They are at a 1 life deficit. And as Freezy moves on in with the KRM, perfect opportunity. 2 more lives left. It is getting more and more dire. Candy moves on and the guy just runs away with his melee. Absolutely insane. 1 life left for RTL, 2 on the side of Smart Omega, and Smart Omega wraps things up to reverse out their strategy, to reverse out those points. Smart Omega gets that 3-0.
You hate to see it, but RTL, they had the opportunity to end it at round number 3, but they dropped the ball, they let it go, and Smart Omega seized the opportunity, take that round number 3, took that round number 4, and they win round number 5. Reverse sweep, AJ. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely hate to see it since I was expecting RTL to, at the very least, grab 1 map away, right? Because once again, we were talking about quality. We were talking about what can RTL do when they move on to the playoffs. This was going to be a preview of that. And if they cannot even rip away a single map from a Smart Omega that was ready for the fight against them after getting all of that reading and research done in this double round robin setup, then they're going to have one hell of a time at the playoffs, and it's going to be tough for them to pull away those maps, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, we can't go too hard on the players of RTL Esports as well, looking at exactly who their opponents are. Once again, this is the reigning, defending champions of Garena Masters who whooped Blacklist International Ultimate 2 series back-to-back to be crowned champions. So yeah, it was always going to be a long shot for RTL to rip away anything. But Beef, your thoughts on this matchup where RTL almost took away control?
Came across your streams and your screens as well, and he just basically just shouted everyone with a little bit of love, and that's the reason why that they won for sure, 100%. Because after that, Omega just had a absolute rampage. So yeah, but I mean, jokes aside, I mean, we have a beautiful reverse sweep over here. Obviously, taking a look at what happened a while ago. Takeoff Hardpoint having a 185 and 250 close games, but we head on over to rate S&D where Smart Omega just picked things up, and obviously with Whoopi in the bag, you just cannot escape this man. He does so well. And not only that, Summit Control, where we almost thought that RTL Esports was going to win it, just 1 more point to win this round. They weren't able to do so. Summit Control, a really good map for them. Unfortunately, they're not up against PDR Esports. They're up against Smart Omega, one of the best teams that we have here this competition so far. But valiant effort for this team. Again, another 3-0. And now slowly but surely, I'm just reloading on my sweep here. Just slowly but surely here, Callie.
Well, I gotta prepare my wipes because another sweep has been initiated in today's schedule. But again, it's expected Smart Omega is the champions, current defending champions of Garena Masters. And moving on to Season 3, they're looking prime and ready to claim another one in their bag. But for RTL Esports, props to them for making sure that they give Smart Omega a tough time, especially on this Summit Control Beef. They were so close at ending the game. At round number 4, if only Jello could have used that Annihilator earlier than Whoopi, they could have ended it 3-1. But Smart Omega, being truly the comeback kings, made it possible for them to just take this game, sweep Smart RTL Esports, and impressive performance.
Yeah, a very impressive performance by RTL. I mean, not just that, I really want to commend this one player, Young Jay. He had all things out. I mean, at round number 4, he had Predator that stopped Smart Omega to try to go and capture that point in Catwalk, and also a cluster as well. He pulled out everything he so still get that 1 point, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough because that one person just cannot stop a whole team that is definitely a super team that we like to say, that is in the form of Smart Omega. So again, that is going to be a really good, as we do in going for the recap here, that is going to be a really close call. And now that we take a look back as to how this all happened, let's say highlights that we had here for today. Obviously, starting here in Hardpoint, AJ, it was close. I feel like the rotations was just a little bit too late for the side of Art.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I thought they had a good fight at the very start, but the longer the match prolonged, the further and further away the players of RTL were falling back. And it was a very disappointing run at this Takeoff match because, especially for P2, right, there was close to 0 attempts on locking down those anchor spawns, which was huge waste when it comes to RTL Esports. I don't know what sort of crazy, strategy they were trying to play. Maybe some reverse psychology against the players of Smart Omega by not holding down to that anchor. Maybe they wanted to confuse Smart Omega, but it clearly wasn't working, right? P3, on the other hand, they put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough. Every single time they stepped back into P2, Smart Omega just ran away with those points, except for that one final rotation through. S&D, on the other hand, Beef, it was a Smart Omega show.
Yeah, definitely was. And what we thought, we saw RTL had really good plays, but they just couldn't. Whoopee. Rage was just absolutely crazy, especially clutching up that 1v4 situation where he isolated every single one of the teams. That is just gameplay knowledge that is just unrivaled, unmatched. Not only that, pair it up with really good gun skill and movement. That is one killer of an individual. It's already in a very stacked team. And now we got to see RTL finally pull things through here in control, where we thought they might finally get the kill. But then taking a look at that, a 2-2 already. And the highlights here is just Smart Omega after that third round, where we thought it was very close in RTL and to their favor, but no, they just know how to work under pressure. Omega, I mean, RAC also know that RTL can also work under pressure, but this is just the most pressured situation where it's the last point, but you still let it go. But we keep talking about Whoopi, we keep talking about a guy like Rage, but we don't forget about a guy like Candy, who is the soldier of the game. Like what I said, every single one of these members of Smart Omega is just absolutely talented. Average kills of 24 and an average score of 3,342, KDA of 1.6. And now this guy has just been one of the most reliable people that you can see. And yes, he's probably not in the highlights most of all, but now that makes it even more formidable because you kind of tend to forget that he's there, but then he just gets so many kills, and now he is the soldier of the game here. Now, Callie, we are moving into our series number 5, where we thought that RTL can probably grab at least one more slot here, but no siree. Smart Omega just proves that they are absolutely crazy here, Callie.
Yeah, anyone can pop up to Omega. And Candy, one of the major support for Smart Omega overall. He just enables Whoopi and, of course, Rage to play and slay in the game. And this guy being... makes me want to bring this.
Yes, there you go. I mean, like what I said, the more that we have 3-0s today, the more you're going to be seeing this broom right now, AJ. Yes.
Is that like the tissue for like the oil on your face?
No,
like
you wipe.
I think.
Oh, for the glasses. Right.
Yes,
Okay.
Well,
fair enough,
with
fair
that
enough.
being said, let's see if we're going to be having another sweep here, because we've seen 4 series here so far and all have been quite dominant. Again, you wouldn't want to miss the next matchup. I'm not going to say it yet because I want it to be a little bit of a show. We'll see you right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-air missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Well, welcome back for more Garena Masters 3 action. It is I, Warden here, your analyst for game number 5. Alongside with me is your casters. It's going to be Jericho and AJ here. One of your favorite duos out in this, whole universe. So, first of all, we've seen how it went down there for a set of Omega and RTL eSports. It was quite dominating there, AJ. And overall, I think we can expect something a little bit more, but at the same time not, because, we're going to be having PDR eSports up against the Envy Doctors.
Yeah, I just overheard your conversation, guys, and it seems like Rage didn't hit the 4 kills. The guy aced out that round where he was just on absolute fire for that final one, Warden.
Yeah, definitely. He was really on fire. I was really complete utter shock as well. Once he got the heady on towards the bomb side, I was like, this guy's accuracy is insane. And Jericho, glad to see you back here once more. And we're looking to see a very heated matchup here. But then again, if we're going to be looking at overall the statistics here, Envy Doctors struggling at the very bottom there with only 2 wins and 10 losses here. Not completely the statement you would want to see if you're on the side of Envy Doctors. But for the side of PDR, they do have 2 more wins. So if ever does the Envy Doctors get like a sweep here out away from PDR, till then they could come out on top in terms of statistics.
So PDR, all they have to do is win 3 straight. And then after this, they have to go up against Omega and hopefully win another 3 straight, because RTL, they needed to get at least 1 just to get that tie there. But unfortunately now, PDR and RTL, they're chasing each other right now. But so far, RTL, they still have that lead. But I feel like PDR, they're going to take this one for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really confident about that as well, because then again, second trailing team for this specific group itself, PDR Esports, they showed a little bit of a fight as well when they went up against Omega. They took one blowout away from them, but unfortunately, as soon as we move over to the latter stage of, the whole series itself, it didn't really work out quite well. So for this, personalities here being stated here for the side of PDR and NV Doctors here, AJ, who do you think is going to be able to pull through and get the dub here? Because honestly, I'm in between here, man.
Chirac is the rock of PDR esports, right? But I want to just echo to the point that Jericho just brought up earlier on how PDR esports needs to win this 3-0 and then take a 3-0 against Smart Omega as well.
Yep.
I hope they can. I really hope they can. But on a more serious note, the last time PDR Esports took on NV Doctors, they beat them 2-1. But the play at S&D just got a little bit too close, right? That was pushed all the way down into round number 13, and the players of PDR won that 7-6. So there is a opportunity here. There is signs of life from the side of NV Doctors, especially against PDR. They might be able to take it. And I think today is the day they get it done, Cap. Apologies.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of signs of life, I do believe Hardpoint won't be the factor here because, they've been struggling big time. 4 losses on Hardpoint, not exactly what you wouldn't want to see. But in terms of our schedule here, guys, we've seen all the first 4 matches are being played out, only being match number 1, match number 4 being the straight donuts. But first set of match number 2, C8 United, CKG Legacy, we did see a little bit more of a fight. Mamba LOWKINGS here, also a donut as well. Actually, I'm going to be taking back my words. It was match number 1, 2, and 3. 4 that was really on the very sweepstake there. So just like that, onwards to match number 5, expecting a little bit more once again, but still otherwise, the spotlight here will be given for the side of PDR because, just looking at NV Doctors, it's state here as, Jericho and it would say, guys, they're out of the competition here. It's just a matter of, getting more of those consolation points and putting them in a better state in terms of their brackets here. But just looking over the win rates here for the side of PDR, they're also been, they've been 50-50 on Search and Destroy and Hardpoint. And for the side of Control, it's a big question mark here. A lot of these teams so far, they've been struggling in controls, and I'm really expecting big time here, especially if you got a player like Usopp, Chirac, Omo, Teflon, Cell, and Skata here. And emphasization here is Teflon, honestly, because I love this guy. I've been a big follower of this guy, and I really figured that he's one of the most intelligent players out there in this competition. I'm really hoping that he can bring his team back here and could get more points for his specific team to put them better in this specific bracket here, Jericho.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you also got to look out for Skepta. This guy with the snipe, he's pretty nasty with it. He can make himself a probably top 5, top 10 there, but S&D, yes, it does win you championship, but here in the group stage, you need to win all 3 if you want to get through. Take a look at the boys here. Hopefully they're fired up here to actually try to get a victory here against NV Doctors. I know it's NV Doctors. They're 2-10, but all these teams, they're here for a reason, so it's going to be really hard for them.
Yeah, overall, I can completely agree with you here. It's going to be quite hard. And as you would say, AJ, Search and Destroy is something that we are really looking for here, especially if NV Doctors would want to capitalize a game out away from PDR Esports. And it's some way I'm really hoping that PDR Esports can really bring in the momentum that they can start off, because one of the best teams out there to really kick things off in a very heated way, but they do get a hard time to finish it all off. But first set of NV Doctors here, we got Zen, MIB, Gary, Pika, Esper, and Yelpo. And I want to bring you, I want you to win this one out here, AJ. Who do you think here would pop off the most aside from the El Capitan Zen?
When you look at NV Doctors overall, Pika is a solid player, right? But, we don't really see him dropping into each and every single game. So whenever Pika does not step up for the team, you have to depend on Zen. This guy is a heavy carry for the team across all 3 of those game modes. You talk about Hardpoint, you talk about S&D, you talk about Control, Zen will show up. And as the El Capitan, he leads by example, just like Whoopi. The only downside of NV Doctors is they do not have a lot of experience at a level of competition in this at this stage. In the Garena Masters Season 3, we see them with an opportunity, but they've never been able to make it to the playoffs in the past. But it's not going to happen in this competition as well. Like what Jericho has pointed out, the numbers really don't look good. But as their capability of taking the fight up to PDR Esports, I do believe NV Doctors have got the quality to shut down PDR.
Oh, definitely. I mean, mechanical wise, really, envy doctors, they just have to pan out their strategies. Until then, if they could add smart PDR esports in terms of strategies, for sure, execution is something that they don't really struggle at most. Then again, I don't want to take PDR esports out of the equation. They're home for a lot of formidable talents there. Chirac, as you would say, AJ, he's one hell of a beast here. So consistent in terms of rocking that SMG, especially in hardpoint as well. It really hasn't, it's such an ease for him to just multi kills. Overall, Envy Doctors better watch out for him. But, for I just can't wait to see how this one's going to pan out, because if we're going to be looking at the head to head, I do believe it's going to be quite an even stake here. Just looking at their numbers here, if talking about kills, Esper could be reliable as well. If he can't be the one popping off, obviously El Capitan will back him off. But for this whole competition itself, if they want to put up a scar and make it hard for PDR Esports to score, to place better in their bracket here, Jericho, they gotta play as a team, man.
Yeah, they gotta play as a team. Not only that, I've been hard on MIB for the past day. I really need to see something from him. That MIB that I've seen before with Rampage Gaming, I need kind of MIB. Also Esfer. I mean, Esfer, he was from 7-9 before, but slowly but surely they've been falling off a little bit. I just need to see something from them here. And I mean, this is a great team right here. It's just like you said, teamwork and the execution. It's not really there. They really need to work on it. I mean, I know they're not going to make it anymore, but they can put on the show, as Mastachi would say. Leave the tournament with flying colors.
Oh yeah.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I really want to put this one to you here, AJ, because coming again, if you can either lose happy, or you can lose sad, or you can lose without a fight, or with a fight itself. So really, I mean, forever we're gonna be that storyline right there. Envy Doctors, they have what it takes.
I know the Envy Doctors are listening, and I want them to know I'm a huge fan of this brand. I'm a huge fan of all of these players, because regardless of how many times they've gone in there, tried and failed, they have never lost spirit. They've always got that smile on their face. But today, you see those game faces instead, right? And this is what PDR Esports needs to fear. When you see the smiles wiped off of the faces of the doctors who are always cheerful, you know they are getting ready, and you know they want to take the fight up against you. And as we talked about Chirac as well as Zen, they get brought forth at this head-to-head. And it looks like the numbers are stacked up a little bit better on the side of Chirac here, Warden.
Yeah, a little bit better, but then again, not going to be so convincing for me, as, an average kill of 21 in comparison for Zen with 20 as well. KDA on a positive end for Chirac, that's going to play a big factor in terms of, if you're going to be getting a head-to-head this close here, you can expect his teammates as well, or their teammates as well, to play off the same way, They're on the equalizing ends here. It's just that if we're going to be putting down the statistics overall, PDR Esports, they're looking quite better, but this is a completely different day, I can really expect Envy Doctor to show off a little bit more, take more games out away from PDR Esports, more than what they expect. Until then, we can really get the fight that we have been wishing for itself. Looking at the hardpoint capture here coming again, not so much of a difference. Zen will just have around how much? 17? It doesn't really matter, not much. It's not even worth mentioning how much of a difference it is. I'm really seeing Zen and Chirac here being, like a 1-2 mirror here, or even 1-1 if we're just going to be just rolling it all down. But, Jericho, Zen, Chirac here, one of the best, if not the best, for their teams here to be the playmakers. I'm really eyeing for Chirac here. How do you think can Zen pair up with Chirac, especially in those gunfight, man?
I think both these players are outstanding players. It just comes down to, yes, they can lead the pack, yes, they can carry, but it comes down to the other 4 players. Can they hold their own weight? Is it just going to be Zen and Chirac? Is it just going to be their show? Yes, they're going to pop off, but their teammates, if they pop off, let's say Zen drops 60, but his teammates are dropping combined 30, you're not going to win a game with that. So it has to be, it's really coming down to teamwork. It's not even about the head-to-head anymore here. It's about the whole team that they really need to coincide as a unit.
Yep, definitely. You got to be cohesive as a unit. Thank you, Jericho. And just like that, we're going to be moving over to our maps and modes. Winning the coin cost. We'll be banning Purifier. And on the contrary, we got Envy Doctors banning the Annihilator, leaving, just the casual take here, guys. It's going to be the Sparrow. It's going to be the Gravity Vortex. And those mixtures of operator skills will be well available. But quite interesting at most, we're going to be seeing Hardpoint on Hacienda. And this is not exactly what you tend to see here, Jericho.
Yep, I mean, Hasi, finally, Hardpoint, finally get to cast this. But yeah, I mean, it's just a weird pick, for me, honestly. It's just a weird pick coming through from PDR. I don't know if this is a death wish or this is their magic trick coming out. But I mean, I like the pick, but I don't know if the NB Dogs are going to like the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that, in some way, the Envy Doctors, I don't think they really expected to ban even Hacienda, because they don't really expect a team to play Hacienda overall or have it as their, one of their first picks. But it happened. That's just like that. PDR Esports will choose out Hacienda here. And, Jericho, we could really talk, AJ, we can really talk about Standoff here in Summit, but I really want to emphasize here in Hacienda, because I really want to know what your takeaway here, man.
I hope that PDR Esports know exactly what they're doing. I mean, when you look at their capability out there on the battlefield, they've proven themselves against teams like RTL Esports. They have proven themselves against teams like even, PDR to a certain degree, right? And they've definitely taken the fight up against Envy Doctors and shut them down. But I feel like at Hacienda, things might just turn around for the worse. Envy Doctors, it's all up to them to ruin the chances of PDR and leave a sour taste in their mouth. Let's see exactly how they pull this off here, Warren.
Yeah, exactly. So, we're moving over to Hacienda here. One of the most played maps here in this Garena match. Overall in Call of Duty mobile competitive scene. Game number 1 opening up. It's going to be Envy Doctors up against PDR Esports. Cashers, take it away.
Very much, Warden and AJ. Here we go. Game number 1 on a map that not everyone really loves. It's going to be Hacienda. And we start thinking things off with Envy Doctors. They have some points already, PDR as well. And AJ, what is the key here for this P1, AJ?
Well, the key here is to hold on to that second floor of mana and try to play your angles well, right? Just send in one objective player at max 2, but the rest of them just have to be on the top floor, locking down those left and right angles where they will be able to swoop on in on the side of PDR Esports. And for the time being, Envy, they've done quite a stellar job picking up those initial points, but PDR Esports still manages to smash their way through towards those final seconds. Now, early rotations needed for Envy as they move on into Garage. It is a solid play from PDR as well to attempt the same, but Envy Esports winning out those gunfights on the way there, Jericho.
Yeah, winning the gunfights, you can see there, more players coming through already on the P2. And we do see just gunfights after gunfights and PDR here. A little bit of conventional rotation, as I can see here. It's taking things out. MIB gonna get taken down. Skepta also gets a nade. Chirac on your screen. He's gonna try to make the play at the back of the anchor with the piece. For getting the kills that they can, but Zen and Teflon trades back and forth, and you really want to control that backside, AJ, but here we go. Omo on that head. He's going to be the first player, the first line of defense, and see how long they can hold it down.
I love the play by PDR. Look at Chirac going in for the overextension. He wants to flank around, but will be punished. And in the meantime, the rest of his players managed to overcome the situation down at that hard point. PDR Esports now running away with the points just because they are trying to get control of that map, right? Instead, you see Envy Esports just rushing on in towards that hard point. That sort of gameplay is not going to work. You need to secure the spawns. You need to play all of those flanks. Gods of RNG may help them out just a little bit, but this is towards the very end of that hard point already. So Envy Esports, they need to hustle up a little bit faster towards the next hard point. Early rotations are not going to be possible, but unlike what they did earlier, they need to flank from the side of docks in towards garden and then take that backstab into that warehouse, or else PDR Esports are just going to have them numbered here, Jericho.
That's true. You really want to get those spawns. And Skepta's going to be the first line of defense there. Esfer can contest on his own with his teammates from Valkyrie jumping down. Great plays coming through. They've used their operator skills. Yelpo gets that kill as well. One away from that Sparrow could be really, really huge. But Teflon,
nice.
It's his turn to bring the Sparrow out. Get some skills as well. But the points are not translating yet. And Envy Doctors are going to secure it this time here. Stuns are being thrown. But look at that. Number 3. He's just holding it down. Gary, he is one shot, but he just wants to contest the hill. This is what you like by Usopp with the mantle, with the jump up play. And just like that, they break the hill. 20 seconds left. Time to bring out the Sparrow.
Envy Doctors, they need to play those angles. They are just rushing on into that hard point. And yes, it will give you a few points, but it's not going to help you win that match overall. And look at PDR Esports. Look at the overextension into its mana once again, just to take that backstep. They are also trying to rotate over towards the next hard point as well, because PDR knows exactly how much of their time to invest in all of these hard points, right? So this map of Hacienda was picked after most definitely the players of PDR going in here, doing a little bit of research, mastering all of those rotations before daring to pull Hacienda as the surprise pick. Envy Esports, they don't really have much on them, and even as they make those rotations, they're failing on those gunfights, Jericho.
Yeah, they are failing on gunfights, and now Gary on your screen trying to get the kill here. He's just gonna go left and right. MIB brings out his Sparrow, but more players are flooding in, and PDR, they're not going down with a fight. More players coming through. Gary still alive, and now 83 to 52. Very, very close game, guys. This is only the first set of rotations. We're going to go back to P1. 30 seconds left, but PDR, they managed to get this last 25 seconds, and now they have the spawns as well. Tiles control is going to be important here, but here comes more players of Envy just jumping up. Yelpo potatoing every shot there, but the Hunter Killer cleans them up, AJ, and they get the scrap time.
The only times where you do see Envy Doctors taking that flank and taking that backstab against PDR Esports is when the game literally forces them to spawn behind their opponents. And if you're not going to take the initiative to take that backstab and catch your opponents off guard, PDR Esports, this is just going to be an easy win for them, man. Yes, they may be separated by 30 points, but it's nothing with the way the players of Envy Doctors are playing this against PDR. They clearly have not really mastered Hacienda as well as we expected them to. But as they continue to rush on in there, hopefully something's going to change here for those plays. Because if those strategies aren't sound, PDR Esports are going to just run away with those points continuously here, Jericho, just like what they're doing right now.
Yes, they are, and this P1 is just a contest, so you just want to try to get most of the control to set up for P2, but now, as you can see, Envy Doctors clear it out. Skepta on your screen, gonna push up with Usopp on the second floor. S4, he's gonna get taken down. Just great plays coming through from the side of Skepta and the boys of PDR. He's gonna jump down, clean up the house. They get the time again. Another 20 seconds to PDR's time, and they're just getting most of the time here every single hill, and every time Envy tries to make the comeback, they're always just losing most of the gunfight. Skepta gets taken down. MIB finally getting his 10th kill. 2 kills free so far, but now we're gonna move on to the rotation. Back we go to P2, AJ.
Okay, scrap points here picked up by Envy Doctors. This is quite big. Usopp's not able to shut down the player just yet. Finally takes Zen out of the equation. Early rotations from the side of Envy Doctors to shut down Garage as well. But those angles are not being controlled. They need to get rid of Usopp. They do that at a timely manner. And now all of the players on the side of PDR Esports being forced to spawn out of the Gorilla base. With the Sparrow in the hands of Yelpo, he's going to be the biggest difference maker here. But everybody else already crashing into the hard point. Yelpo's there to help them out. Superb play by pulling out the operator in a timely manner here, Jericho.
Yeah, very, very timely manner. Yelpo brings out his Hunter Killer drone, checks his teammate as well, and now they know the spawns now. MIB and all the other players are getting the kills now, and now the momentum is slowly shifting to the side of them. Yelpo fully streaked out. Gary gonna push out the water as well, place the corner. Very, very neat corner, but now the pinch might just happen. Gary gets one as well. Can he get the second one?
Again.
Yes, he can. Gary on a 3-kill spree, working towards some streaks here. 15 seconds left, battle for rotation, but S4 in the gang, they still want to get this scrap time. They want to take the lead momentarily, AJ, but now for P3, this is where you want to bring out your operator skills, AJ.
Yeah, and once again, you just will notice it if you take a peek at that mini-map, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The players of Envy Doctors being forced to spawn behind PDR Esports, but not really taking the initiative to flank around. And that's going to be one of the biggest reasons why, if they do lose, for that loss. Beautiful plays from Envy Esports for the time being as they hop on into this hard point. They're finally winning gunfight after gunfight. They're finding that momentum within themselves. But this new setup all the way up to 250 points just shows us that the fight is not over just yet, Jericho.
Not yet over. Teflon gonna push through with his teammates, but he's gonna eat a Sparrow. Gary again making the huge plays. More players coming through, and Gary with the Sparrow has been instrumental for the past 2 hills. He's been really doing great. I know he has a slow start, but finally getting that energy that he needs. He gets wallbanged. Skepta on your screen, 17 kills. Definitely get more here in this hill, but the power positions they're getting is just very, very helpful. AJ 17, he's gonna get taken down. MIB with another 2-piece. Zen, he's gonna get taken down as well. 142 to 127. If you are PDR, AJ, you want to give up this time already?
You most definitely want to give this up, right? And PDR Esports, they do send in 2 players to hold onto the anchors over at the observation deck. That's going to be your next hard point. And as those players go through, it's not a straightforward attack on that hard point in itself, right? You can see PDR Esports just flanking around, trying to lock down all of those angles, overextending, not just throwing their players onto the hard point. And that's the kind of play we need out of Envy Doctors if they want to secure this game. 151 to 132. The players of PDR Esports not too far away at all. And once again, look at that minimap. Envy Doctors, straightforward attack. One guy overextends. Zen, if he can win the gunfights at mana, that is a GG. He doesn't. And once again, the gods of RNG send them back behind PDR Esports. And just through these spawns, usually Envy Doctors make a play, but they cannot allow the gods of RNG to dictate their plays.
Yes, attitude, they cannot allow it to dictate, but now we do see PDR, they're trying slowly losing the control of this game. Another 154 all tied up, they get control momentarily. Usopp on your screen, gonna go for the kill. Yelpo trades him out. Chirac and Teflon, they all go down. Chirac still alive, finally gets taken down. They get all the scrap time. Now back we go to P1, but MIB still wants to get more kills here, still using the CBR. Has been nerfed, but with the right hands, he's gonna take down Chirac as well. 2 more birds to be. MIB gets the third one as well. He is on a spree. Esper gonna take him out as well. They clear out House in this P1, and they get first control of this hill.
Beautiful play so far. And we Doctors now, as they hop on in, they're playing this hardpoint well, just sending in 2 objective players, one at a time as their players get dropped, and they spawn out of Stonewell. That's quite far away. And instead of taking a straightforward attack this time around, they flank around from the left-hand side, moving in from the lobby. And that's going to be the winning condition for NV Doctors. They're finally catching up with the strategy of Hacienda. I'm loving this. But PDR Esports, too close for comfort goal. Things need to change, and what mainly needs to change is NV Doctors. They need to go take control of that second floor of Mana and shut down the place of PDR.
Yeah, they need to get control of it and win most of those gunfights of those power positions. But Usopp, he's gonna take down one more. Yelp, he gets destroyed. Oh my goodness. Beautiful shots. 175 to 172, 10 seconds left. It's the battle for P2 now. More rotation. MIB on a 6-kill spree. He's working on his streaks as well. And this could be huge for this Fence Hill if he can get this. He has to play for his life, but now 187 to 172. Zen's gonna be the first line of defense here. He spots the play. Usopp, it's behind him. They don't check the corners. And Usopp now, he's waiting for his teammates. You're gonna play on this heady. Very, very great positioning, but shots are not hitting. He just has to make time for his teammates. Players of PDR inside the hill. Usopp, 30 kills to his name. Can he get more? And for the side of NV, they have a drone, AJ. Let's see how can they use this.
Yep, they've got those players tagged up already. They get that extra bit of information. But PDR Esports now spawning from the back. The gods of RNG, not just on the side of NV Doctors, but playing it quite equal for the side of PDR Esports as well. And PDR, they take that attack straight from the side of Gorilla Base into its garage, taking over the hard point at the very same time. 20 seconds, a lot to go here, so it needs to be contested, and that's exactly what NV Doctors do. Fantastic decision making, not go of a single scrap point, because they know how important they are. PDR Esports have got a fight of their lives, and I'm pretty sure they did not expect this out of the Doctors.
They did not expect this as well. This was their pick, AJ, and now PDR slowly scratching their heads here, but the game is not yet over. 221 to 194. Still a winnable game, but this P3 is going to be very important. The Pred comes out. He doesn't get Skepta. That is so unfortunate, but his teammates are there to clean it up. S for now still has a Gravity Vortex to use. If he can make the play, spray with the Holger. Fortune will not get anything, but they have control so far. The Sparrow comes out though. Chirac gets one. Can he push in and get the kills that he needs? Because Chirac, he's in a very good position, but MIB shot gets the shot over. 229, 197. It's going back. AJ finally gets the control, but more players just flooding in. Maybe he has to hop on the hill to get it to help his teammates.
Looks like PDR about to get punished for bringing us into Hacienda. Doctors, beautiful play, drops that cluster, players there for the objective plays as well, and with about 15 points more to go, PDR Esports cannot squeeze themselves in. Gary throws out the trophy first, hops on in so that those grenades do not take him out of the equation, and that Peacekeeper more than enough to secure the area, pulls out the LK9 as well, but continues to contest the hard point, and that's going to be the winning factor here for the NV Doctors side. 250, just like that, and PDR Esports bomb out in the craziest way. And this was that quality I was talking about when it comes to NV Doctors. Good on you, boys. Show us more of this.
Yes, we need to see more of that. You know, finally MIB's been waking up and they take that 250. I mean, but there's this one thing. You know what, RTL, you should say thank you to NV Doctors. Your chances of getting to the playoffs are just getting more and more and more. But the plays, just amazing plays coming through. Look at 40 for Zen. Gary with 36. I mean, yes, it's not the best numbers, but the teamwork that we're seeing there, AJ, it's finally showing up here. I mean, unfortunately, at one of the last days of the event.
I'm so glad they finally caught on to what they were doing wrong, right? And more importantly, look at the amount of time every single player on the side of NV Doctors were an objective player when it comes to Hacienda. A similar story over at PDR as well, because both of these teams, they were quite messy out there, right? Continuously throwing body after body after body, playing that objective, getting those kills as well. But the rotations that NV Doctors initially were bringing into those hard points absolutely horrendous. It was a main reason why they allowed PDR Esports to kind of run away with the points just a little bit. But the moment we saw Zen overextending, finally taking those backstabs, Gods of RNG delivering those spawns right behind PDR as well, that was the winning condition, and they played it to perfection. Warden, your thoughts on this sudden turnaround of events, buddy?
I mean, all I can say is they're not making it easy at all for PDR Esports to claim their spot up there, AJ.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be Envy Doctors here. This is quite okay. Don't quote me on this one here, but Envy Doctors is like, okay, we're out of the competition, okay, but we're gonna make sure we're gonna be bringing a team with us. And it's looking like it's going to be PDR Esports here, especially just looking at the momentum here. And coming again, Envy Doctors, they came inside this matchup with, what, a 0% win rate in Hardpoint. They've been struggling big time. For them to take down PDR Esports in this magnificent way, I'm really so mesmerized to see this type of Envy Doctors. And as you said, Jericho, unfortunately, it's one of the last few days for this event, so there's not much impact that this could pull through, but surely for sure the next time around, if Envy Doctors can stay consistent just like this, we can really see a different type of blow. We can really see them in a different state in terms of, the bracketing for a group stage, Jericho.
Yeah, it's just really different now, and I feel like that was the one condition that PDR had to do. They had to get this 3-0, and then also have the 3-0 Smart Omega, which is easier said than done, but that is, it's the way of the road, Warden. It's the way of the road, unfortunately. Yes, you have Usopp with 35 and your best player, Chirac, 34 kills as well. Just really unfortunate. They felt a little bit complacent towards that last few hills, AJ.
Yeah.
Like you said, no one was really rotating fast. They weren't really holding the power position. They were lost.
I mean, PDR, they were playing it all right from the get-go, right? And I feel like the adjustments mainly came through from Envy Doctors. They were, pretty bad when it first started. But the adjustments that they brought in towards the halfway point of that game and into the second half was just absolutely stellar. PDR Esports continued playing it the exact same way where they started. No adjustments whatsoever to reverse out the strategy of Envy Doctors. And Doctors just ran away with it, man. 250 to 201. I would say this was quite the dominant play. A 49-point difference for the side of Envy Doctors, getting a win on a map pick that wasn't even theirs.
Yep. Not even. Yeah. Okay. All right. So first of all, when we saw Hacienda, we were like, we hope that PDR Esports, they know exactly what they're doing. And unfortunately, yeah, they showed a little bit more of good rotations, a little bit more of those gunfights as well was showcasing at some point of the game. But like Envy Doctors, for some odd reason, they have more familiarity here. If PDR Esports, if they were lying for a win here, they would have. In some way, they should have wished, or they were wishing at at some point of the game where we need like a full 60 at all. We need a money hill to bounce back on towards this game. But unfortunately, looking at the case here, it didn't really happen. 201 to 250, 49-point deficit for their side. Just like that, said and done, over with. Now, Standoff, Search and Destroy. This is where I'm going to be questioning a lot of things now. Because Envy Doctors, this is a map that they chose, So we can really expect them to blow out PDR Esports just like this and could get the revenge play at most. Or could PDR Esports just showcase the same thing as well? This is your map choice. We'll take this one out from you and move this to Summit Control to extend the series furthermore. But then again, it's just question marks all over the place here. Guys, game is starting soon enough. It's going to be Standoff on Search and Destroy. The last time we saw this one out, it went to a clinch on the very 13th round. It could really go both ways still. I'm still leaning for either of these teams here, guys. Cashers, take it away.
Thank you
so much, Warden. Oh, sorry.
My bad, brother. You go ahead, man.
Thank you so much, Warden. We'll get back to you. And now S&D, AJ. All right, before we hop on the game, I want to ask you, if you are Envy Doctors here, you won that game number 1.
Yeah.
What's your mindset going through here?
My mindset is I'm going to take this all the way, man. For a fact that they're not going to be making it through the playoffs. So they're already disappointed. You see the smiles wiped off of their faces, but they can still make sure we remember them, although they do leave us from the group stage, right? And that's exactly what they need to remember in their heads and continue fighting. They are fighting for their pride, and I feel like they are doing one heck of a job so far.
Yeah, they are really doing great. Chirac gets to kill an MIB. Omo. Can he make the play pushing through? But Teflon and Usopp, they start things off. They get 3 in a row. Zen gets 1 as well. So it's all up to Gary now to 1 versus 4. Seems impossible. Gary gets 1, but it doesn't matter. Omo cleans it up, and that's going to be the first round for the side of PDR. Great retake from them. A little bit sloppy there for the side of Envy. Once they dropped the bomb, they didn't know where to get that post plant, but great round for the side of PDR.
Beautiful. It's a first opener for PDR and a warning sign for Envy Doctors to step things up. They are the attacking side. They just need to slow it down a little bit, spot out the players on the side of PDR before they take the bomb straight up to that private backyard, right? They want to aim for that A bomb side, but without thinning down the defenses, they're not going to be able to make much of headway here. Skepta just trying to go in for those wall banks, absolutely misses those shots, but that's the kind of warning signs for PDR to kind of slow down their play as well. So great move by Skepta to kind of just give that warning to the players of PDR. It doesn't seem like they want to take this too hard, but finally he nails it here.
Yeah, he nails it. Almost gonna get the trade as well, but Esper still alive. Finally shuts him down with a KSP. Yelpo gets one as well. Now it's gonna be 2 versus 2, but the snipe from Zen, Quickie Scopey, takes him down. Now it's back to a 2 versus 2. Both have 1v1s. Usopp doesn't look at his back, gets taken down. Now Skepta with the sniper versus Zen. Who has the better shot here? He spots him. Skepta spots him. The jump shot, not gonna work. Can the second one work? Doesn't work as well. The third one misses as well. Zen, he's gonna go for the 1v1, but Usopp is here to trade it. Zen gets that kill, but Zen finally gets taken down, doesn't get his body over at the bomb, and round number 2 goes to the side of PDR once again.
Ooh, warning bells for the players of Envy Doctors. I mean, they started off well. We talked about how they needed to slow that pace down, which they did absolutely fine. But it was what happened after those initial engagements that's a problem for me, right? Because you're dealing with PDR ESPORTS, a team that is quite solid, and also the team that did shut you down on S&D. So you need to just respect them a little bit more. Those angles that are held on just needs to be a little bit better. And MIB doing a great job shutting down those players as that overextending player on the side of Envy Doctors. So far, the numbers all equal, but Zen just needs to step it up by getting this kill, spots that player, but missing is just going to cost him.
It's just going to cost him. You just get a hit marker, but MIB kills the overzealous Skepta there. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2, but look at the back. Number 3, Usopp has the perfect trigger discipline. Yes, beautiful. Usopp gets 1. Does he spot a second? Yes, he can as well. The third one, MIB gets him now. That's going to be a 1 versus 1. He's going to be on a heady. 1:10. He has the bomb, though. Has a lot of time to work with, and I like this from Omo, just flanking all the way to the other side. AJ, now MIB, can he clutch this 1 versus 1?
Almost a great player, but so is MIB. We've seen this guy for the longest of time now in the pro scene, and just like the Huntsmen, MIB has made many mistakes of the past, but he has learned from those mistakes, which is the reason why he's still sustaining out there as a pro player. Very slowly circling around towards that private backyard, but taking his time as he knows he's got 40 seconds to continue playing. And the nearer bomb side would be that B bomb side, and the player on the side of PDR ESPORTS, Omo, nowhere near, and he's not even keeping an eye on Hotel Yard. So MIB just needs to make the decision now and move on in. Has got the CBR4 though. Quite a curious gun to bring into this current meta.
Yeah, quite a very interesting gun, but he's been using it. Is this another case of Sector Zero Pepsi, where we're going to tell you to use the KSP? Hopefully not. But Omo now, he does not read the play, but he knows the bomb is down now. MIB, does he read this perfectly? Is he going to go for the flank, or is he just going to stay back? No, Omo, he's just waiting. I like this. He's letting MIB double think, and now the timing is just perfect. This is Call of Duty timing at its finest, but MIB, he spots him already. Here comes the gunfight. He has the better advantage. Spots him, tags him as well. MIB gets taken down. Omo doesn't even get tagged up, AJ. And 3-0, PDR, they take it.
That's why MIB, you got to throw that CBR4 away and bring in the KSP. I mean, I'm a CBR4 lover, man, but you just got to keep up with the meta, because at the end of the day, it's the most effective way to take down an opponent out there on the battlefield. It was tried and tested on day 1, right after that patch was released. Not literally day 1 of the group stage, you know what I mean. Like literally on the day where the patch was applied, right? And we saw the mistakes coming through from those teams already, so no reason exactly why they have to force this for themselves. MIB still sticking to that CBR4. Let's see if or not he can make a difference with that gun.
Let's see if he can make a difference. Skepta, another overzealous snipe. Doesn't hit anything, but still a 5v5 stalemate. Everyone just holding down. And there you go. The wall bang from Zen almost gets Skepta as well. Teflon gets taken down. You know, that's the oldest trick in the book, man. If you see a little bit of camo there, you can just shoot that wall, AJ. But now bomb should be planted. And here we go.
Beautiful. I love the retake setup here coming through from the players of PDR as NV Esports get that plant. Skepta drops Esper like he's hot. 4 more players on sustaining for NV Doctors. And I love the angles that are locked down here. Even after they've gone in there for that plant already, they're holding the perimeters. And as you can see, Zen just backing away into Bakery Backyard. And he's the backup player for the rest of NV Doctors. Doctors have this round on their side guaranteed.
Yeah, this round guaranteed. Gary takes down Omo. No more clutch gene for you. That's going to be round number 1 for the side of Doctors. Very interesting, AJ, because I remember the last time they played an S&D standoff against Smart Omega, they took them to 7-5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against the champs, and now here against PDR, you see the cracks here. Maybe it's because of Skepta's aggressive sniping. Look how aggressive this is. Zen is that shot. He's gonna get ripped off by the KSP with Usopp. Yelpo gets the trade though. Skepta almost hits that wallbang as well. Esper gets Usopp back and forth we go. Now it's gonna slow it down. 4 versus 2.
Good Punisher. Esper with the Man of War. That's one of the good guns in this season. Skepta drops Gary. Unfortunate for the guy. He just steps on out of his defenses and is immediately eliminated. But it's a 2v2 as Omo now continues to circle around. He will just try to hold on to that bomb as long as possible, just locking down that angle at Bakery, forcing the players of NV Doctors to circle around the other way. And Skepta deals with them as they show up. It's a 2v1 now with the bomb on the ground. Esfer really needs to play this well. Needs to check his corner. If he doesn't check the corner on his left, it's a GGWP for this round. But I feel like he might, based on how slow he's moving out. Pusangala.
That's true, but the timing is unreal. Esper with the Man of War. This gun has actually been used by a lot of pro players, actually. But, you know, you still want to use the RPD. You still want to use those. The KSP is just the best weapon in the game.
Yeah,
so I feel like, you really love it, AJ. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I really love the RPD finally. I've hated that gun for the longest of time. We've got a love-hate relationship. I love it whenever I use it. I hate it when other people use it in ranked mode and they just spray me down, locking down those angles. Very annoying to deal with. But in the current meta, it just rips a secondary hole in you, man. It's fair. Moving on in, picks the bomb right up. But Skepta has got the angles, looks away at the wrong time, Skepta. Unfortunate. Now looking at the wrong angle.
Again.
He's across on Omo already. And he will get the plant. Superb play by Esper.
Oh, does he check it on time? He's not there.
He's checking the wrong spot.
He's checking the wrong spot. He spots him though. He has information. He sees him through the blue van. Oh my God. Don't be cheeky now, boy. Don't play with your food. Spots him as well. Esper. He's just standing there. The challenge comes through and Esper takes him down. The slide challenge coming through. And there you have it, 3-2. And that is Call of Duty timing at its finest, AJ.
Oh yeah, fantastic. And I love the engagement from Esper. And you really want a gun that has got a quick time to kill when you're taking on a sniper. Esper knew the Man of War would be able to deliver, just plays it as patiently as possible, sees the player through those glass of that van, steps out at the right moment. Skepta this time around might be able to punish Esper. Teflon gets the God nade on Gary, and the position's all locked down here for PDR. And it looks like NV Doctors have got nowhere to rotate to. And if I was NV Doctors, I would just double back down and just play this a little bit more patiently, because look at the players of PDR. They're slowly starting to push out.
Yeah, they are in MIB. Does he check his corner? No, he does not check the corner. And Chirac, he gives him a KRM. That's going to be another kill, 3 versus 4. And the flank is very, very open. And now that gives Envy 2 angles to watch here. But they still trying to make a play. Chirac on the screen has a nade. Also, Omo, they're not even moving. Skepta takes down Zen. They're just hitting numbers 1 by 1. 4 versus 2. Omo right beside S-Fix. S-Fix probably as well. Another timing coming through, trying to take him out in the heady. Fortunately, still alive. The punch doesn't work. Omo takes him down with a KSP. Last player alive is going to be Yelpo. He gets spotted. Yelpo doesn't spot anyone. He spots the next round. 4-2.
Fantastic adjustment from PDR Esports, right? They just know on the defense, they just need to lock down those angles and take the fight straight to them. The bomb in the hands of PDR Esports as they move on 4th now to challenge the players of NV Doctors. After 6 rounds, what can the Doctors do on the defense? Locking down the angle first is a good move. They stack the A bomb site. Superb plan coming through, and they nail those first 2 kills. Fantastic setup by NV Doctors. Oh, check your corners then.
Nope. No one wants to check their corners, man. I just want to run through forward, just go forward and charge, and that's what happens. Teflon gets the kill. Now 4 versus 3. Yelpo is playing the corner. Bomb is down though, so if you are PDR, you're in a lot of world of hurt here. Teflon spots one though. Ooh, beautiful shots, but does not kill him. Makes him one shot though. Now, maybe another player at bottom brown. That's going to be Usopp trying to get the play as well. Look at the back, the rotate back from MIB. Skepta trying to find something as well. But now the A-bomb is cleared. There's going to be a 1v1 as well. MIB, he has to back away. They do have the man advantage here, AJ. If you are NB, just play it slow.
I mean, you're on the defense here, so no reason whatsoever to push. The bombs on your side on top of everything else. It's all for PDR to just push into the alley of NV Doctors, right? And I love the angles that are all on lockdown here by the Doctors. But Skepta now might be able to take one out of the equation. Very careless by Gary to show himself. But Sphere goes in for the challenge. But Skepta drops him with a quick scope. Elpo, beautiful plays. Numbers still equal out there.
Yeah, numbers still equal. MIB takes down Teflon. It's all up to Skepta, the sniper. 1 versus 3. What can he find? He finds Yelpo. Beautiful trigger discipline by him. He knows he's going to be in that corner, but does he spot the player? Oh, spots one as well. Gets that shot. It's going to be another player right beside him. He spots him as well. Yelpo, what are you doing? You don't want to look forward. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Gary versus Skepta. 9 kills for Skepta, the MVP for PDR. Does he spot this? Does he read this perfectly? Last 6 seconds. He's going to go for the wall bang. Gary spots him as well. Skepta still alive. 3 seconds to go. But the flick by Gary takes him down, and they make it 4-3. NV Doctors not making it easy for PDR.
Yeah, Skepta specifically not making it easy for the players of NV Doctors earlier on. Beautiful back-to-back kills the guy's taking. He's on fire. 9-5 so far on that positive KD. Just wants to rule the players of NV Doctors. And the setup this time around is a beeline for that private backyard. But once again, stacked up by NV Doctors. They're just waiting for that attack.
They're just waiting for that attack. And now Omo going to be the first one. Skepta. They're trying to let Skepta make a pick here. He spots that player, though. Misses that shot. But unfortunately, Omo, the number 4 though on your screen, Yelpo, he might get a kill here, but he's gonna get taken by Chirac. Omo now. Now it's gonna be a 4 versus 5, pushing through. The nades are gonna come through. They're gonna all fly in. Skepta takes down Esper. Chirac's gonna hold down mid. Zen, you need to get some kills here if you want to stay alive here. Now finally, more players pushing through. Zen, you have to be. He spots 2 players. The trigger discipline. He gets one. But unfortunately, Omo trades him out, and just like that, it's gonna be a 1 versus 3. Gary spots 1 as well, but he's gonna get traded back and forth. He needs to win these gunfights, running away for his life. Times to reset, but he's gonna get pushed through by 3 players. Gary, what can you find? Finds nothing, and PDR 5-3.
You know, if I was the players of NV Doctors, I would just tell myself this one thing. Do not repeat any of the strats. I mean, obviously your opponents are going to try to adjust, right? They've stacked that A-bomb side one too many times already. And now PDR Esports are expecting it. They're expecting to encounter multiple number of players inside there. And they're moving with caution. You have to catch them off guard. You have to play those retakes sometimes. You have to double back down, push overextended hotel shortcuts, get that backstab, and torture the players of PDR Esports. Keep them guessing. But the Doctors aren't getting creative here. And I'm getting a little annoyed here, Jericho.
I am as well. It's very fortunate. Skepta gets a hit marker on that side. MIB takes down Omo. Now, they have the man advantage here. They should be able to win this round. Unfortunately, Esper gets ripped off. Teflon rips off Esper as well. The KSP. Gary takes one down, though. Back to 3 versus 3. We're all tied up now with the lives. Teflon spots Gary as well. Trying to rip him off that head. He almost gets him as well. Gets him to a 1-shot. Bomb should go down now. And here we go. The Man of War as well. Perfect gun on the perfect position. But mid push, everyone's going to have their 1v1s here. Teflon has fun against Gary. Oh, gets away. The move, and MIB takes down Chirac. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 3.
Yelpo overextending after 3 years, but let's see if or not he can get that backstab executed well here. It's all about the timing. And as he steps in front, checks out the bakery backyard first. That's a good move coming through as Yelpo takes Skepta out. And the strategy finally works out. You see how much that overextension, you see how much that flank does wonders for the players of NV Doctors. That's the kind of play they need to go for. And they can't just keep stacking that A-bomb side round after round because PDR Esports knows what to expect. And when they know, they're quite deadly.
Yeah, they're quite deadly. If they know where you're setting up, it's going to be really deadly. And if I were NV, just rotate and just keep on flanking. Yeah, and Skepta as well. He's going to take it down. You know, Yelpo, 3 years of rotation, it does work. But now let's see if they can do it. Like, look at gas station, AJ. It's free. It's open.
Unfortunately, Envy Doctors will not go ahead and push in there. Yelpo does take Chirac out of the equation though. Zen, good angle, but gets caught out by Teflon. That KSP just so spicy. Gary holding on to that A bomb side, the bomb on the ground. So good play here for Envy Doctors, but with Yelpo all alone, dealing with two players, the KSP and the DLQ, this is going to be tough. And he brings in the QQ9.
It brings it as well, but look at this Teflon. Yellow, the timing, but Teflon's still alive. Oh my god, Yelpo Potatoes the shot. You don't want to see that. This is why you want to use the KSP, kids. This is why you want to use
the QQ9 is all right, but the QQ9 is not going to beat the KSP, unfortunately. It's all about the timing now. Skepta might get caught out. This grenade, if it bags Skepta, it's going to be a GG. But it bags nothing because of the trophy system that was already set up. So good safe play by PDR Esports. It's a 2v1, an advantage for PDR. Tagging Yelpo, they get that information. 18 seconds to go, and Skepta very easily uses that head glitch snipe. Match point for the players of PDR.
Yeah, match point. I just want to point out something. You kept on saying about the flank, and they keep on trying to go for the harder gunfights.
I know, right?
I don't know what's happening. We were praising you, NB Doctors, and now you're just getting a lot of criticism from us because take the easier routes.
Yeah, like they want a challenge. You shouldn't be begging for a challenge, right? Take the easier way, overextend. Convenience store this time. Chirac takes the initiative to overextend and shut them down at convenience. One player in the name of Zen can make that difference, but the bomb's already being planted. Beautiful plays by Skepta back to back, but traded out by Sphere, and the numbers don't look good. But PDR Esports should be able to bag this. They've been stellar all throughout this S&D, and Doctors just made one too many mistakes, but they recover their numbers.
Yeah, they recovered their numbers now. 1 versus 2, Chirac, the MVP. Can he make the play? Spots that first player, takes him down, takes the second player as well.
KSP.
What was that?
That was the KSP, sir. That was the KSP.
The KSP making
not
a name
the CBR4.
Not the QQ9. not the Man of War. It's the KSP, kids.
Yeah, I mean, the QQ9 got a buff, but, not as much as effective as the KSP-45 is on the battlefield. And I don't know how much more, examples these players need to see before they start trusting in the supremacy of the KSP in the current meta, right? You just got to double down and pick up that gun. You got to put that ego aside and just go with the flow. Skepta, fantastic performance this time around, Warden. 15 kills this monster hit.
15 kills. Skepta, I mean, I love the play there for Chirac, but emphasizing here Skepta at most. This guy was, despite that play right there, that awkward moment where he was looking at the wrong angle. Everything else for Skepta, he played a big factor for the team alongside with Chirac there, finishing things off, really showcasing how capable the KSP is in terms of the meta nowadays. Really overpowering that QQ9. Just like that, Search and Destroy actually, I was really hoping that in some way that Envy Doctors would actually prove us wrong. I mean, prove us wrong at the same time, right? Because, we were in the middle in terms of predicting how this game is going to play out. Yeah, for sure, Envy Doctors, this is a map where they won up against the PDR last time. Actually, it was down to the wire, and it really showcased that PDR Esports really fixed up their game and the way that they planned it all out. And just like that, it's going to be a more convincing win here on Search and Destroy. Standoff. Moving over now to the overall personalities that we saw here. It was really just PDR Esports having more cards to be played with here up against Envy Doctors here, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm lost for words. I mean, AJ was already giving them the book, the play, what to do, but still nothing, no adjustments. And that's been one thing that it's a recurring error here for most of the teams in S&D. They're just having a hard time adjusting every single round.
I think the biggest problem here is, Jericho, they were respecting PDR Esports a little bit too much, right? Usually, if you want to take this overextending plays, you got to be confident with your own gunfights. And it's so disappointing for me to see Envy Doctors not have that confidence in themselves to go in and overextend in this S&D matchup, right? This is actually quite a solid map on their side. Although they have lost to Smarter Mega, although they have lost to PDR Esports, both of those games, they got quite a number of rounds for themselves. They almost ripped it away. But in those games, what was so different was they had the confidence. They were overextending. They were very confidently picking off all of those angles and punishing even a team like Smart Omega. Taking the fight to PDR Esports shouldn't have been an issue at all, but unfortunately, we just didn't see them shine through.
Shine through, shine through. Now, the question here, can they shine through once more here for a set of NV Doctors here onwards Control? I mean, they have a better percentage here compared to PDR Esports and Control. You know, in Control, we've seen PDR Esports play out, like 4 Control games, and they lost it all out. And if we're going to be looking at overall the games that NV Doctors has played out in Control, they played 4, they've won 1. Would that really matter here, Jericho? I'm not so certain. I mean, it's only 1 win, and just overlooking that the total games that they played here in Control, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's really gonna matter. And PDR, they need to win this, Warden, because if they win this, they get 5 wins, 9 losses, and they hope that RTL they lose to NV Doctors. And say, hypothetically speaking, NV Doctors get 3-0. They 3-0 RTL, then PDR 3-0 Smart Omega. They make it through. But that is in a different world. That is in a multiverse. But it's not gonna happen here. But now Summit Control, I don't know, Warden. I mean, I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's your prediction, Warden?
I mean, I'm really loving the NV Doctors here, and so far they've been proving me wrong. Despite the fact that they lost out Search and Destroy, I surely believe they can pull this one out and give PDR Esports a hard time. But till then, I'm still gonna be saying it can still go both ways. Casters, this is the last and final match for this series. Take it away.
Thank you very much, buddy. And it's gonna be a hot opener for the Doctors here as they drop bodies, multiple bodies on the side of PDR, Jericho.
Just fast-paced action. They get 5. They get 6 kills in a row already. Haven't lost a single life, Agent. I like this. But Tarak on your screen, try to make a play here. He's gonna be on that flank. But finally, they get that first kill. But Zen and the gang, 5 life advantage, make that 6 now. And I like this from the NB. A little bit of aggression in this respawn, AJ.
Oh, they are pissed, and I love this, right? I mean, but, with all of that anger comes a little bit of mistakes as well. So they just got to keep it calm. They just got to keep it cool and play the defense. This is their map to play, and they just need to wait for the players of PDR Esports to run towards them, lock on those angles, especially that second floor of that control room. But for the time being, they've been doing a tremendous job out there. It's all up to PDR Esports now to step it back up. One segment of that A flag pulled away already, and if you're PDR Esports, you just need to brute force your way through, but keep it spicy, right? Focus on that A flag, switch it off to the B as well. Try to split your numbers just a little bit. Send one guy to overextend and play that B flag if possible. And great strategy. As I say that, PDR Esports trying exactly that, but NV Doctors, they are getting aggressive with those kills, and I like this side.
They are. They're applying so much pressure here. 18-12, 20 seconds left. Finally, Usopp pops on that A point. Gary gets 1, gets away with his life, brings out the L car, runs away. The movement is on point, and they are all looking for him, AJ. And he's going to be on the Candy spot, as we can call it now. Chirac as well gets 1, but he gets taken out by S4. 14-8, 13 seconds left. They can still get that extra minute, but unfortunately, Gary's on the flank. He gets 1, almost gets a second, gets away with his life again. How is this guy still alive? AJ Elcar finally gets taken down, but he's given so much time for his teammates to push up, but Omo is there to make the play.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the players of PDR, they kind of trade out the numbers really good here. And NV Doctors, this is what we were talking about, right? Don't get complacent, don't get over-aggressive. Yes, you start off hot, but usually hotheads get taught a great lesson by the end of the day, right? You really got to stay cool, calm, and collected. That's the only way you'll be able to rotate around. And like the pace that slowed down instantaneously. 2 more kills for them to secure. This should be in the bag. 1 more now, and PDR Esports has to try again the next round.
Just one very, very winnable, but the drone will spot him.
Spur
gets... Oh, no, Chirac wins that gunfight. That's huge. But he's going to run away with his life, but Zen is there to clean it up. I thought we were going to see a miracle, AJ.
Bro, that guy, he already got flashed. Covers his eyes, just sprays it blind. Still gets the kill. Thankfully, Zen was right behind that to secure the final kill, or things would have 100% gone south. And Doctors have already shown what they can do on the defense, although it was a little rocky towards the end. Now on the offense, what kind of magic will we see? Holy Lord! That's the kind of magic. Sparrow on delivery.
Yeah, just freaking throwing it away. I was lost for words there. Just the amount of explosion we were seeing there. Omo, he brings out his Sparrow. Spots one as well, and now a little bit of a stalemate. They slow things down, but look at number 4, AJ Yelpo. He can make the play there, but Usopp now. They're just gonna try to break this through. And there you go, Chirac and Omo. They're going for the spawn trap. They want to bring this up. Usopp, they want to get this round here. 20-25, 50 seconds left. If Usopp can get this kill, this can start off that spawn trap.
I like what Yelpo's doing, but he's focusing on the wrong thing, right? He's trying to spawn trap these players and get the kills on his side, but the kind of angle that he's holding onto, manages to find one kill onto Omo, reveals his position, and now finally that fight is going to be that extra bit of distraction that the players of Envy Doctors need to steal away a flag. And so great plays, but Omo just outsmarts Yelpo by sending out the hunter-killer drone to do what he could not do by taking that fight up straight to the player. Amazing stuff by both sides, and I feel like Envy Doctors, they were not making full use of Yelpo's overextension there. If they had, they would have one flag in hand.
Yes, he would have one gotten that point there, but now Omo, he's trying to defend it. One kick coming through, 20 seconds left, 14-14. Here comes the push. Usopp, he's gonna get taken down. Gary MIB getting more kills coming through. Yelpo as well in a first blood, but Chirac takes him down. Teflon brings out his Sparrow, but MIB gets that trade, but it's Chirac's turn. That one doesn't hit, but he still has the Sparrow here. Takes one down, has more players to go with. Does not spot the player, but he takes him down. Beautiful flick coming through from Chirac, the MVP, making it work. And now can he make the play here? Spots MIB as well, takes him down. Chirac with the KSP can definitely make the play, but Teflon takes him down. Yelpo with the nade. 7 seconds left. Zen trying to make the play as well. They're going to be able to capture this, but there's a player contesting. Hey, that's going to be number 1. Teflon loses a gunfight. And now 7 seconds. Yelpo, he's still getting more kills. Gets another 2-piece, AJ. 6-5. Chirac is still alive. He's going to get turned on by Yelpo.
Oh,
Yelpo on a blender, the flamethrower, making it happen. A minute left. 3 lives remaining for PDR. Do they force this? Do they wait it out? But more players pushing through. Usopp gets taken. Usopp gets 2. 3-3. Chirac. Esper gets 1. Now it's going to be 3 versus 2. 1 minute and 6 seconds, but they're hopping on 1 tick already. Going for that second tick. AJ Yelpo as well. He's still alive. Get the 5. Get the 5th kill as well. And Chirac. But Chirac gets the kill. 2-1. Usopp with the Sparrow. 1 player alive. Does he peek this? Here comes the gunfight. The spray comes through. Zen has to keep on spraying. Usopp spots him, but Esper is there in the corner. And PDR, they lose it. Envy, they take it 2-0, 1 round away.
I like the smiles. I love the smiles. That's the kind of smile I have been missing since the start of the series. I believe in that Envy Doctor brand, and they're now 1 round away from pulling this from PDR ESPORTS. A little unfortunate. Once again, I always kind of called it RTL ESPORTS and Smart Mega to make it through to the playoffs. I love PDR as well, but there's just no way to take the fight up against RTL and Smart Mega. So they just have to concede and try to show up against the players of Envy Doctors instead. But Doctors now having the 2-0, they have to pull a Smart Mega, a reverse sweep, Jericho.
That reverse sweep, they need to go with the full sail reverse sweep. Happen, but MIB start things off. They get 3 in a row, 25-21. MIB with the nade, gonna delay them. Double nade coming through. Like that utility usage from them. MIB with the CPR still doesn't watch guns, but it's been working out for him so far. Gonna get this 13th kill on a 3 kill spree as well. MIB on a roll. 45 seconds left. Make that 4 in a row. Esper as well, holding it down. And MIB can definitely use the spread. It's a very open map. You can use it right now if you are MIB.
Oh, fantastic, right? And Freddy on the drop. The players
go.
all spawning out of the gorilla base. Hello, friends. Bags. Nothing. Nothing. GG.
You hate to see.
Jokes aside, they've got a 10 lives surplus, right? And all Envy Doctors need to do is just lock on those angles, because PDR ESPORTS needs to come straight at them and take the fight to them to rip those flags away. And whilst they are playing the objective, Envy Doctors, they can just stab them in the back, pick up all of those kills. 12 more lives on the sustain. Usopp doing great job here for the team, and he makes it so much more closer. But Yelpo still being annoying with that KSP here, Jericho.
Yeah, the KSP just being annoying here. You're right. Yelpo 15-9, and there's only 10 seconds left, AJ. Make that 8. 7 seconds to go. If you are PDR, you just have to hop on it. But Yelpo, he is not letting them hop on it. He wants to get the kills. Last second, doesn't matter. Envy Doctors, they take it 3-0, and they take the series 2-1.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Just, I mean, that's it. That's the only way I can say. I mean, they're not going to make it, but all smiles. Look at them. They know they can still make it. I hope this team sticks through the next couple of months.
Thank you. Thank you, Envy Doctors, for proving that my trust in the brand was not for naught, right? Amazing plays. Hardpoint was solid. S&D could have been better, a little bit of a disappointing performance, but they make it back through at control. And I'm not taking anything away from PDR Esports because in the first half of that double round robin setup, they've taken the win already. And you know what I always focus on, Jericho? How is the response second time round? And the doctors have proven that they have read the plays, they've read the strategy of PDR Esports, at least on Hardpoint and control. S&D was horrible, right? And they managed to play it pretty well. Warden, welcome back, buddy.
I mean, overall, I really love the take there, By PDR Esports, it really showed here, even statistics-wise. I was really hoping that in some ways stats would lie to me, but unfortunately, it's going to stay the same way.
Numbers
Suffering is, 5 losses onwards control. Not really not so pleasant at all for a set of PDR, but Envy Doctors, that one win of control right there, they really brought it through onwards this matchup, and just like that, it's a very dominant win here on Control Summit here, AJ.
Fantastic stuff. And PDR, it wasn't like they were doing a horrible job, right? I mean, look at the numbers for the side of Chirac. He did step up, and Omo, those engagements were very solid. He was making headway initially in round number 1 especially. But when you've got Skepta not really showing up for the team is going to hurt overall, right? Because it's a game of attrition. You send your players out, and if they are dropping more than they are getting kills out there on the battlefield at control, it's a horrible performance. And Skepta just gave away too many of lives in those rounds and should have just kept on to a further angle. And this is one thing that I really don't understand. Why do we not see these snipers pop off on control, man? I mean, yes, it's quite a fast-paced match, but on a map like Summit, when you lock down some of those angles, treat it like an S&D, especially when your opponents are taking the attack and you're on defense. I feel like those snipers can be such a huge difference maker, but no, everybody wants to rush on in with those SMGs, with those ARs, and try to prove that they can pick kills better than the other team. I don't like that. I want to see a game of control where both teams slow it down and play it like a solid game of S&D. That's going to be a control match that I'm really going to enjoy.
I mean, overall, I'm really acknowledging that statement right there, AJ, and I'm really hoping that the teams would acknowledge it all out as well, because, we tend to see that, we really hope in some way that control would be played out like search and destroy, right? But most of the times people play it like hardpoint, which is quite obviously like it's not gonna go so pleasant at all, as you only got 30 lives. So if you're gonna be going out tackless in the mid lane or something, just out in the open, rush it all out, bash your heads against the wall, it's not really gonna go your way most of the times. Holding down the angle, stalling it all out. Then again, if a round start, you got how much time? You got almost 2 minutes. So if you slow down just a little bit, it's not gonna hurt that much. Till then, if you slow down the pace, change the trends, change the fad, maybe till then you could really show off your enemy and go for a fake out, and gonna make your team, your predecessors question, why are they doing this? Until then, it could be easy kills that could rock for your side. Something like changing your tempo, just changing the fad, changing the trends is something that I'm really looking for these two teams here overall. But just putting it all down there, guys. Series said and over with. Maps and modes coming again. Hacienda Hardpoint, a complete shocker here as PDR Esports shows Hacienda. They struggle here, 201 to 250. Moving over to Search and Destroy Standoff. This is where Skepta shined the most, and it completely put up a big impact. Unfortunately, he stops there. Didn't really transfer on towards control, but for Search and Destroy, 74 in favor for set of PDR Esports. Moving over to control, we saw the Annihilation, Abomination, Decimation, name it whatever you want, coming again. It didn't really work out quite well. So 0-3, Envy Doctors will be putting a very bad scar here up against PDR Esports here, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, just really great plays coming in. And they pretty much crushed the dreams of PDR of trying to make it to the playoffs because they had to win 3-0. But unfortunately, after that first L, it was a GG already. And I just want to touch up on control later. But for now, let's take a look at the highlights here. What went wrong here for the side of PDR? PDR, yes. What went wrong here, AJ?
I mean, I think PDR was playing this well all the while. The gods of RNG were 100% on the side of Envy Doctors. When Envy Doctors were not flanking around and taking the backstab position against PDR Esports, gods of RNG said, hey, I'll give you the spawn for free. And of course, jokes aside, the players of PDR Esports, they weren't controlling those spawns. Because if you had an anchor just holding on to that back, segment of that map, you're not going to have the players of Envy Doctors spawn behind you. But what players of PDR wanted to do was just rush on at the hard point and play their gunfights right at those key angles which is obviously going to be the death of the team, right? And Envy Doctors, they slowly found those adjustments because towards the ending part of this game, they were pulling off those flanks and they were realizing exactly what was working against the players of PDR Esports. PDR, on the other hand, they didn't adjust their gameplay at all. They started off the same, quite good. They ended up the game exactly the same. It was Envy Doctors that brought in the adjustment to rip away that Hacienda. But I guess they got a little bit too excited because at S&D, they just weren't overextending.
I mean, you know, overall, Envy Doctors were playing quite phenomenal. They're on towards Hardpoint, but Search and Destroy, not really the same case here. I mean, they had the intentions, but unfortunately, the execution there wasn't really working out. And at some point, actually, as well, you know, they had the intentions, but they were quite scattered as well. So overall, the composures there for a set of Envy Doctors wasn't so, you know, it wasn't so showy at all. But it didn't completely matter as soon as you move over to Control. As you know, Control. Just coming again, just comparing numbers here. It's truly their forte. I love that play there for Chirac, you know, the double piece right there to end off everything. But you know, Control here, guys. We saw how it went down. It was just overall devastating for the side of PDR Esports here, AJ.
Oh yeah, and you know, I really love the fact that Envy Doctors, they always listen to the broadcast and they take our words seriously, right? Because the one thing that I begged for Envy Doctors to do was to just be a little bit more confident in those engagements. And you saw that confidence shine through at Control. They stepped up, they took the fight to PDR Esports, and guess what? They can stand toe-to-toe with PDR Esports, and that's what we should have seen it at S&D as well. But you can't cry over spilled milk. You can't just wipe it up and just move on with life. That's exactly what they did, especially Gary. And I have to say, this guy looks scarily familiar. He kind of looks like Silver.
Shout out to Silver. Shout out my man Silver.
Wow,
Doesn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
the smile, he got it. He got the hair. That's my guy, Silver. I didn't know Silver was great at
Are
COD.
you moonlighting as a pro player, Silver? I think he is.
I mean, you're gonna be here production laughing as well. But that was a good one.
He does look like Silver, bro.
Silver, don't fire us, please. We love you.
If you guys are wondering who Silver is, he's the guy in charge of Call of Duty Mobile Esports for Garena, for MSP right now. And he's been doing a fantastic job. If you see all of these adjustments brought into the format of the hardpoint being pushed into 250, the fact that we have got, you know, those best of fives and all set up, so many of these matches and back-to-back competitions in the squatter alone, it's all thanks to the guy. But of course, we're not done yet. We've got way more in store for the COD community here, Warden.
Definitely. We got a lot of more matches here. Up next is going to be Triple V up against Blacklist International Ultimate, something that we all have been wishing to see.
Yeah.
It is I, Warden here, AJ and Jericho signing off for this matchup here. See you on to the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for flying Call of Duty Mobile Airlines. Beware of enemy fighter jets. We got a lot of those today and expect a chance of anti-missiles. Most importantly, stay safe and enjoy the new season of Call of Duty Mobile to the skies.
Welcome back to the Garena Master Season 3, and we are finally at Day 8 in our group stages, like what we call the Super Sunday Fun Day. And so far, Mustachio, AJ, Callie, it has been an amazing treat for our host, Beef Mommy here. And I want to thank Warden for doing such an amazing job at hosting our series number 5. We on into series number 6, where VVV ESPORTS goes up against the king of before, Blacklist International Ultimate. Mustachio, people have been waiting for this matchup because VVV was the only team to get one map from this team.
And because they've got the kind of quality to rip away a map from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, but what we want to see is, are they capable of punishing Blacklist International Ultimate? Or is it just going to be the same old two Supreme teams getting into the grand finals? And well, it's not boring because, there are great teams in the competition, but we want to see the ranks kind of change, right? We want to see more teams bring the fight to the table. And if anyone can get it done, it's the team of VVV ESPORTS. These guys, Garena Masters Season 1, they couldn't even make it to the playoffs, right? But before we move on to that storyline, the schedule of the day for the breakdown first, Beef.
And now taking a look at the schedule, we've had multiple sweeps here, but then I'm really glad to see that what we expected to be a sweep isn't going to be the case. Kind of like what we saw here in CKG Legacy and C8 United, where we thought that C8 United was going to get 2 or 3 points. C Legacy really just snowballing into a really good. because yesterday they took a 2-1 against VVV Esports as well, and now they're doing the same thing here. So upward trajectory for this team. And now all the way down here, what we just had in series number 5, where PDR Esports goes up against Envy Doctors, where the Doctors had a 2-1, a really impressive show where they could have had that S&D, but yet if they slowed things down and really just thought of better strategy, they could have had a 3-0. And now we are going into our next matchup, VVV Esports versus Blacklist International Ultimate. Like I said, it was going to be that one map that could be the difference, but definitely it's a different day. Blacklist International has been absolutely amazing here. And then later on, we're going to end the day with C8 Legacy going up against ALMGHTY for our last series. Now, that was such a great matchup. And now we're almost at the tail end of our competition here, Kelly.
Yeah, we're on the tail end of the competition. But again, this is going to be important for VVV Esports. Right now, they currently stand as the second ranked team in the group, and Blacklist Ultimate is in 1. Right now, VVV Esports needs to do whatever it takes for them to steal, and of course, either win a map against Blacklist International Ultimate, because if they don't, CKG Legacy, who's currently sitting at that 3rd rank, will try to come and get them. So right now, VVV Esports, they need to bring their A game here today.
I think the players of VVV are quite safe because of what CKG Legacy did earlier on today, right? They smashed C8 United 2-1. Yes, they 4 overall points now, but they've just ruined the chances of C8 United, on top of the fact that they've already been dominated by VVV Esports once around. It's just going to be a repeat. CKG Legacy shows us like some sort of magic to be able to rip it away from VVV Esports. If that happens, number 1, I lose my mind. Number 2, bye-bye VVV Esports, because CKG will just slide into their spot, right? But speaking of the guys themselves, Chroma, D-Mac, Kenji, the best sniper on this roster, Yaku, as well as ACNO. I am absolutely excited to shoutcast this matchup. And you know, it's crazy that a team like VVV this excited, even though opponents are International Ultimate. Usually when Blacklist International Ultimate on, pretty much done and dusted match, you know who's going to be winning it, right? But VV is the kind of difference maker that might just be able to take us all here.
They can finally take more points in Blacklist International, try to steal it away, but definitely these guys can definitely go and take it. Like what Kenshi had kind of experience from way before. He was in this team and really represented our country in this region here for the Eastern Championship. So he knows how this team works. So he has that inside job to, you know, give that information to his team. Mac, on the other hand, has been a very experienced player. Yaku also was in PDR. So again, a super team, but they still have to find that chemistry that they've had in the past few weeks. They've been getting that, but that loss yesterday CKG is definitely going to be a little bit hard on them in terms of the points, because CKG has been definitely on a rampage since yesterday, getting that 2-1, and also for today. But let's see, VVV Esports, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and let's see if they can take another map here, Kelly.
Yeah, it's just a matter of bounce back here for VVV Esports. But now on, we practice Jaben, AG scared, Ato, FDX. And, you know, this team has been putting on a ringer. They had a very impressive World Championship run at 2021, but now they're back in here at Stage 3 just to try and create improvements on the recent roster. You know, this team absolutely the best here right now. And with FDX in the lineup, it makes them even more better.
Yeah, FDX has been quite the sniper, and he's been so good the past few years and so underrated, and I'm so glad he's finally absorbed into this team. He was also prior to VVV before, and now it's so funny because they just keep shuffling their roster, and now what, this team go to this team, and now for FDX it looks like his home has finally be black and white, and now black and white really suits him right now. And obviously with a, you know, Captain Jabin going in to just retaliate and be that person, that leader for them to go, and really that has been the most important part, is this guidance from this guy, because even though yes, he might not be the top slayer, but he does his job by guiding his team. And kind of like what we saw in Smart Omega, Jay-Z was that person, and now he has been replaced by Whoopi as the captain. And yes, even though that the captains don't really get as much points, he is the glue that holds everyone together in this team, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And although I do like FDX, I do miss my boy Yobabs, right? The guy, he hits a little bit differently. But overall, Blacklist International Ultimate have been doing spectacular in the competition so far. Within this group, they are clearly the most dominant ones. Only a single map given away, and that is to the team of VVV. So if VVV could rip one away in a fantastic fashion at S&D, I'm pretty sure they can push this to S&D, that raid Hardpoint as well, if at all they do win that coin toss. Because if they do, I'm pretty sure we know exactly where we're going to head on to already, right? The last time they hopped into raid Hardpoint, we thought VVV was going to pull off the most craziest of upset of all times, but less than 13 points away, Blacklist International Ultimate bagged them. So that was a little bit of a disappointing run. And when you think that, getting close but not getting the job done would crush your spirits, no. VVV was just built different. They made their comeback, and even stronger setup at that S&D just to pull it away 7-4 from the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. But they just could not sustain on control. That was their weakest mode by far against the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. So I want to see what sort of changes, what sort of difference they can make out there on the battlefield today. Because if anybody knows how to study the game, if anybody knows how to bring in adjustments, it's got to be this team of VVV, right? Because like to your point there, they've got Kenshi, a guy with a world-class sort of experience under his belt. He knows exactly what it takes to win out there.
And yeah, taking a look at the wins that we have here. And these are the people that try to lead their team into the win. Yaku represented for VVV, having an average kill of 22 and an average score of 2,838. On the other side, Tin, Blacklist International, having 26 kills and an average score of 3,983. Now, this team is very well-rounded. We really like to see it. I feel like we get to see different players just represented their team here. It's basically like shuffling every now and then. But again, Tin, really solid player here. And now for Yaku, you have the monumental job to try and stop this guy, because you can see the points are so different, especially in the average score where you see almost 4,000 for Tin. And now for Yaku, almost reaching that 3,000, but still it's 1,000 points in between them. And so Tin, really good with the kills, but also really knows how to do OBJ. But like, I want to touch upon what you said here, AJ. It really is down to who wins that map picks, because for VVV, as much as possible, just ban raid, because in Hardpoint you just lose it every single time, because they're really weak at Hardpoint right now. And so they've had 4 losses even in Hardpoint. And so okay, I'm so glad we don't have them in the map.
Another Hacienda. Let's go, VVV. Let's see exactly how they can surprise Blacklist International Ultimate. But I'm very sure Blacklist understands what can happen at Hacienda, right? Now, this is a common ban coming through from Blacklist International Ultimate. Usually, they don't really like to play on Hacienda. They remove it from the list. But surprisingly enough, they ban firing range. Afraid of what? Because although VVV Esports is quite good at firing range, that was the same map that they lost to the players of VVV, but they get to pick the S&D map. So I'm a little bit confused with this ban. But let's see if or not VVV will be able to punish on Hacienda, though, because it's one thing to pick a map that Blacklist does not like. It's another thing to actually execute it out there on the battlefield, because at the end of the day, mechanical supremacy on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate is quite hard to shut down.
Now, this is what I like about VVV right now. And also Blacklist International Ultimate. They're so smart with their picks. They banned firing range, knowing very well that VVV Esports has a 100% win rate in S&D firing rate. So they did not want that possibility at all. And now for VVV Esports, using Hacienda, knowing very well that Blacklist International Ultimate does not like this map, really just throws them a curveball. And now, for me, my most favorite part here is for VVV Esports, taking advantage of the coin flip. The Takeoff control, they're really good here at control. They were able to play this one time. Oh, hi, it's me. I don't know if you guys at home can see me, but I can't see the screen right now. There you go. And there you go. Oh, now we're looking at another screen. But you know what? Anyway, we're talking about control right now in Takeoff. Thank you so much. I was pretty prepared for that. Good thing I wasn't drinking water or something. But yeah, like Takeoff control up against CKG Legacy. They won that. So that's a really good sign. But let's see if Blacklist International Ultimate, Cali, if they can take it.
Yeah, of course, for Blacklist International Ultimate, this is going to be a tough challenge for them, because VVV Esports, they really pick and they choose their battles, and the map picks, it all boils down to this map picks. And for VVV, really looking forward to that takeoff control. But what I'm looking forward to the most here is this Hacienda Hardpoint. I feel like it's going to be a very, very close one here. And I do hope VVV Esports brings their A game here, because every map, every game counts here for them, because they're fighting for that number 2 spot here, Beef Mammy.
Yeah, number 2 spot. Let's see if they can take it, because it's not going to be easy, as the lion that is Blacklist is going to be roaring very loud. Let's see what happens here in Hardpoint. Hacienda. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Beef. We'll catch up with you in a little bit. Earlier on, we did see the mistakes coming through Doctors and the adjustments later on. 250 points to run towards gives you a lot of time to adjust out there on the battlefield. But it looks like Blacklist International Ultimate wants to control the top side of Manifest before hopping on into the objective. I really love this sort of a setup here, Callie.
Yeah, I really love the setup here as well. Of course, for both of these two teams, they are pretty take on the challenge inside that mid map. It's going to be tightly contested, since it's exposed exactly to the middle of the map, where you also have a lot of angles where you get taken care of. But Blacklist International Ultimate doing a great job setting the tone, and of course their personality here early. Tin already popping off, your key player head to head for Blacklist International Ultimate, making his presence known. And not only that, we're down to the final 20 seconds here, AJ. And Blacklist International, they set their priorities straight. They're moving in for that early rotation. They want that money hill.
Fantastic engagement so far. Javen spots Kenshi out, but Kenshi plays the head glitch well, unable to shut down both the players, manages to trade one out first, buys a lot of time for VVV to circle around, and that hardpoint is going to be opened up by Blacklist International Ultimate. Once again, it's going to come down to the mechanical engagements, and that's exactly where Blacklist International Ultimate is just so very dangerous, right? They hold on to this hardpoint, they open it up. Overextensions from the side of VVV might catch them off guard, but once again, VVV cannot even make it close to that hard point. They lose out on those engagements.
That's because of that mechanical capabilities of Blacklist International Ultimate. They're just holding their ground, but finally the push comes to shove, and VVV Esports, they break by using the multiple angles that they've been pushing Blacklist International off that limits. But the damage has already been done. Jabin already fully strikes, and that could be devastating on that third hard point where they could use it to pull away. But still on the early game, and VVV trying to go for that catch-up gameplay. They will be here for the final 20 seconds. Final contest made by Blacklist International Ultimate, and they're going in for another early rotation. We're moving on to the jungles. We're going onto the courtyard, and VVV, they got that lead. And this is nice because they are making sure that their presence are felt here early, AJ.
Oh yeah, fantastic, right? I mean, you just love to see teams taking the fight up to the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. But the hardpoint at Warehouse is one of the hardest to break on Hacienda because of how long those angles are. And if Blacklist International Ultimate locks on those angles, you are just going to be toast, man. Chroma stepping on in with the peacekeeper. It's on down like the death and drops on the side of BBB. Now, just try to secure this right back for the brand, but VVV Esports, they've already stacked their numbers in. Chroma brings out the Annihilator, gets stunned halfway through, cannot pop off just yet, readjusts, turns around, drops two players back to back. Chroma on fire, surviving for just a little bit before Blacklist retakes this hard point, and now VVV plays those angles, but they are doing fantastic, winning out their gut fights. Back to back, they barge on in here, Callie.
Yeah, they barge on it. It's being led by the boy named Chroma, man. He just flies off out of nowhere and make a lot of these flashy plays, electrifying. And of course, giving VVV Esports the chance, the ingress on this hardpoint number 3. And props to Chroma for being annoying, and of course, just getting into the head of Blacklist International on that hardpoint number 3. But we're moving on to this stack. This is going to be an important hard point for Blacklist International Ultimate because they've been settling down early on rotation, but they kept on getting broken by VVV Esports. And this really shows that VVV Esports has a lot of fight in them, and they know when to attack, where to position themselves, where to counter Blacklist International Ultimate in this game itself. But now it's time for Blacklist to showcase themselves, the true capabilities, and we start to kick things off in this hard point. First 30 seconds accumulated by Blacklist.
This is a game that NV doctors really need to watch and look at the tensions by VVV as they try to ripple this hard point from the players of Blacklist International Ult. You can be the back-to-back champs, but if your opponents bring in those rotations and play the map well, you are going to have a tough time. The only overcome is through those mechanical capabilities, and Blacklist International Ultimate take the VVV players down as they win gunfight after gunfight, then locking down those angles, spotting out the lowest section of mana. But as his numbers get thin, his own players overextend. Tin big fight, he loses it at the heart, given it away only for one single scrap point. VVV, they did have a good lead. Blacklist International Ultimate now back at their heels. We go in here for the reset of those hard points, but VVV is the first one to open this up. But that very first hard point usually swings back and forth depending on who holds that top side of mana here, Hekal.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, it's been a 50-50 battle here so far, but Blacklist International Ultimate slowly downs, and VVV Esports need to find a way to cancel that out. And Yaku on the top for control. He's been doing a great for sorting this team and enabling Kama and Owen, of course, to just play and pop sides left. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they swarm that middle of the map, but we haven't yet seen Jabin use all of his core tricks to be on that late game, and he's saving that for that moment. So now, 15 seconds, and if you are national, gotta make sure you move into that next hardpoint rotation, win your gunfights, and you're gonna be good to go. 96 to 113 for VVV Esports, gonna have that lead, but as soon as we see hardpoints on that, you're going huge here for Blacklist.
Overextensions is key for the side of VVV. Yaku out the Annihilator, annihilating player after player on the side of Blacklist, but he doesn't have those angles to lock onto just yet. Yaku is out of the Annihilator. One opportunity, kept out of it. ASP 6 on end, but the head glitch played good by the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Yaku single-handedly breaks for the players of VVV to back him up. And time gets stunned. Lock angle. Yaku that dropped it, one and only 10, and skirt rip away. And the fight is so equal in these two teams. It's all depend on who has got the better strategy. The time it's neck.
Yeah, it's neck and right there for VVV. Make sure safety, constant pressure. How you top. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, they're gonna get final fight. One thing that they did majorly that rotation. So, but they gotta be move it crop off and play, create for VVV Esports, and of course this solely by himself. Now opens up, see paint the international before flood this hard point.
Wow, this is players of the fire. Now, Hardpoint once again at Warehouse, where they showed us exactly who is there. Them all Blacklist International Ultimate. Benny Vici has been taking a commanding presence at this Hacienda map so far, but the champions of all are not letting it go that easily. Yaku engagement, but Scared drops him like he's hot. Chroma slides back in, plays the trophy first, but gets stunned halfway through. Won't be able to simply hop on through. And look at the angles held on by Blacklist International Ultimate. They disengage the moment that Hardpoint gets grabbed away, and they leave VVV to pick up those scraps, and they rotate over towards the opposite deck, but VVV making exact same place as well. Roma, can he spot out Yato? Yato spots him first, shuts him down, and even those rotations break halfway through. Blacklist International Ultimate now have an opportunity to make a comeback.
Yeah, they can come back here, this position right here at this hardpoint number 4. Prime for them to take this lead, because the moment they get a hold of that head glitch is the moment they are able to tear things apart. But you're gonna see multiple angles pushed once again by VVV Esports, and you know, they really came in prepared going up against Blacklist International Ultimate, because they've been giving this team a run for. We haven't yet seen Blacklist International Ultimate take that lead, but that soon could change with that cluster strike used by Jabin here at this hardpoint number 4. But still, they are having a rough time winning their gunfights. They are just empty right now, AJ.
And we do apologize boys and girls, we know, we understand our voices are cracking on broadcast. We are desperately trying to fix it as quickly as possible so that we can bring you guys a clean feed and as clean as we want it to be. Unfortunately, sometimes technical issues just happen, man. We just have to dance around it, maybe take a backstab, take the back spawn, Scally, and try to fix it on the fly. But it is exactly what VVV is doing out there on the battlefield as well, right? Always being a step ahead of Blacklist International Ultimate. But what's more amazing is they are able to equalize all of those gunfights. Yaku, FDX pulls out the Annihilator, then quickly shuts one down, but instantly traded out. Chroma on the side of VVV hasn't pulled out the Annihilator just yet, but takes it to town against all of the other players on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. A 30-point lead, and VVV already so close to wrapping this matchup up.
Yeah, Chroma is just so good right now individually. He's been delaying the rotation of Blacklist International in every hard point. And big things like that is going to win you. And right now it's been so effective going up against Blacklist. Now starting to pop off. Gets this 5 Ps lighting up the show. They want to come back, and now this guy is already hot. This is going to be a problem for VVV.
206 to 175. We apologize for the technical difficulty, especially in the middle of such a hot game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We understand that even though we bring the hype, you guys are not really feeling it. Our voices are cracking on broadcast. Don't worry, we are trying to get it fixed as quickly as possible. And as the players try to circle around points on the side of BBB, Yaku watching the and playing his angles really well. That grenade isn't going to catch anyone off just yet, but Chroma drops those shots as well. Jabin takes that backstab. Backdoor entrance is already at the hard point, but gets sprayed down, melted by those players. Yaku holds onto those back entrance, and FDX will be toasted out as well. 2-player engagement. Tin brings out that Gravity Annihilator, and he will be able to suck all of those players in, and that Gravity Vortex gun will be the perfect in the current meta when you look at things, right? The Purify constantly banned out. These players have got a crazy amount of choices out there when it comes to operators, Cali.
Oh yeah, definitely the Gravity Vortex really useful here, especially when you want to delay certain entrances that your opponent is gonna play. But hey, moving on, 7 seconds left here at this hardpoint. We're moving on to new. Here at the courtyard, you're gonna see VVV ESPORTS 20 points away from taking a map against Blacklist International Ultimate, but that's not gonna be that easy. Blacklist will make sure things will go their way, and you're going to see Yato pop off, dropping Yaku, and now they are starting to swarm and flood that point. But then again, VVV, they got all this operator to themselves, and they're going to be feisty with it. Ace is trying to find one, but is not gonna find any just yet, and Blacklist is starting to win their gunfights here, AJ.
Fantastic plays. 221 to 230. Blacklist International Ultimate slowly catching up Skirt, winning all of those gunfights. That's going to be big, but the backstab by VVV, that's what we want to focus on. How can they lock onto these angles and take that straightforward fight? They rip away that hard point first, but Jabin is still alive and kicking, torturing those players, and going in for that engagement, making sure those points are not ripped away as Tin manages to tear through the players. Blacklist once again rips away the hard point, and this is that equalizer to the 235 picked up by VVV so far. Blacklist is right back in it.
And yeah, right now, it's going to be the late game, 237 to 235. As you can see, Blacklist International Ultimate, they have now finally taken that lead since the start of this game, and they're looking to pounce. They're looking to bounce with that victory, 241 to 235. Moving on to new. This is it. This is the end. Whoever gets this, they win it.
Absolutely, man. And it looks like VVV, they want to desperately win this. They open up that hard point, fighting for their lives out there. And Blacklist International Ultimate trying to barge their way through. But VVV ESPORTS, 248 already. Final second engagement stops the clock. VVV needs to win out all of it is all up to Owen. Pulls out the boxing gloves. He wants to go Manny Pacquiao on the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. One more point to secure this. Yaku with a big fight. Tin on the prone. Gets dropped. Jabin comes in for the challenge. FDX as well. Blacklist refuses to give up. But VVV, can they sustain? Yes, they do. And they take one away from Blacklist.
Damn, look at this sequence. Back and forth action we go. You did see Tin trying to hold up the attackers and holding his own ground, going in for the prone, hiding himself from the opponent's spot. VVV ESPORTS, quick to know, quick to adjust. VVV Magic on point. They did their homework here,
yeah.
Beef Mammy.
My goodness, what a win that was for VVV. I was watching it the whole time and it was like back and forth. Yes, there was a time where VVV had a lot more points, but Blacklist International, especially after that reset, was able to catch up on the points. But oh my gosh, they did such great retakes, especially in P2 and Lambo, where we always saw Blacklist International go in there and rotate early, but the retake is always so prime because they take out the Annihilator and flush them out one by one. And the game-winning moment for me was just that even though they lost the hard point, they don't stop contesting it. They don't lose out on any of the points. Not only that, they also get the scrap point as well because every single second matters. Like what we saw here, 9 seconds and 9 points in between them, AJ.
You know, you're most vulnerable when you are in the lead, right? Your backs are showing to your opponents. They know exactly what to do to catch up to you. You, on the other hand, are focused on the prize. You are running towards that prize. And that's the VVV eSports now. But once in a while, you just got to turn around and check out your opponents as well and to see exactly what sort of strategies they're setting up. Because if you have got no vision on your opponents, they're going to catch you off guard. And that's a GGWP. Moving into this S&D, although VVV has already beaten Blacklist International Ultimate once at S&D, they cannot take their chances. As we move into Standoff, the players that need to step up for the team, most definitely Kenshi, as well as the one and only Yaku. These damage, all of these skills that he has been able to deliver in this hardpoint, if he can translate that to S&D, obviously not the 49 kills, you know what I mean. But if he can pop off as well, the players of VVV have a super strong chance, Beef.
A solid chance at winning one more point, but they just have to focus on one game mode at a time. That choice of Hacienda, very great, because knowing very well that Blacklist International does not play here. So that is one trick out of the bag. But then another one in the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, banning firing range, knowing very well that VVV Esports has only ever played in S&D, so we have no data whatsoever what their performance is here in Standoff, Search, and Destroy. And now we're going to slow things down here, and Blacklist International is so good at S&D. And yes, the only team that has taken them down is VVV, but even with that considered, it just really depends on what kind of map that you're playing on. And now that VVV, this is not a map that they're used to playing in the past few rounds here, we'll see what will happen. I still have no definitive answer who is going to win here, but what are your thoughts here, Kelly?
You know, VVV Esports, they're not so used to playing Standoff S&D and Blacklist International Ultimate. There's plenty of videos you can watch about their strategies, and I think VVV Esports can stand a chance here at this map number 2 because they have Kenshi. And Kenshi played for Blacklist Ultimate on that World Championship 2021. And he clearly knows what type of strategies, what type of rotations our Blacklist Ultimate players are going to do inside this game. But I feel like it's all about conversions. For VVV Esports, they have converted one already. But they can expect that Blacklist Ultimate will not fight back. After all, this is the Eastern Finals champs. And you know, for Blacklist Ultimate, they're gonna do whatever it takes for them to outclass VVV Esports on this map number 2. They have done one loss already. They will not try to afford more, Beef Mammy.
And here we go, casters. We're finally starting things off here. Standoff, Search, and Destroy, a map that we didn't really see coming in this matchup, which is what I really want to see. But anyway, take it away.
Thank you very much, Beef. As we hop on into this S&D, VVV has done the unthinkable. But Blacklist International Ultimate should have continued to ban out Hacienda. We know how they do not like playing on that map. And they thought that VVV was going to be more dangerous on firing range. Good on VVV for showing they can shine on more than just that one map. Yaku, early engagements, but he peels away. Ability to punish AG. Glides on at the wrong moment, but Yaku does not call him out on that mistake, and he doubles back down. The respect being shown here by both teams for each other, absolutely amazing, Callie.
Yeah, classic textbook Blacklist International playbook here right now on this Search and Destroy. As a defender, they love to play for those retakes because they know that they can win all of those gunfights, and of course their retake capabilities are insane. But Kenshi, now the first blood has been exchanged and AG is slowly advancing from the back. We're going to see some 1v1 actions at this garage, but we are also going to see that bomb planted here, AJ, and now Blacklist is setting up for that retake.
Wonderful plays, Yato. Beautiful takedown onto Big Daddy Mac. And with him out of the equation already, the front lines of VVV get smashed up. Ace-Key, final clutch moment, but he gets shut down way too easy. Yato, that quick scope was just dirty.
You gotta do him like that. Yeah. Again, you saw how
Too
this
good.
guys play with that retake. And
Oh, yeah.
if we don't see any answers from esports, they're gonna go and continue doing that. That we did see from them for way too many times, and that's been so successful. Somehow, for some reason, teams can
Boy.
just break that code. Get it? Break that code. Well, 20 seconds passing by already, and you can see VVV Esports is really playing this one slow. And for Blacklist, again, they're gonna do the same exact thing here, AJ, and they're gonna wait for the offense to initiate before they make that decision to move.
That's exactly how this engagement is. Yes, ACE tries to lock down the angle against AG. Oh, tags him up, but a beautiful slide away. AG, he continues running away, man. Run, Forrest, run!
Run, Forrest, run. And eventually he ran all the way around the world. But
Yeah,
hey,
he literally ran.
Yaku
Oi!
decided to get that first landed, the first blow landed, dropping FTX. That's going to be huge. One less player to worry about. The bomb is going to get planted. 45 seconds. So here's going to be another top challenge for Blacklist. They're going to have a number disadvantage. And for Yato, he needs to find some sort of connection. The first line of defense is going to prevail. Big Daddy Matt gets one, but Scared trades him. But flanks are going to be VVV Esports counterplay against Blacklist. And I think that's going to be the best way for them to outsmart Blacklist International here, AJ.
Yeah, Blacklist International Ultimate playing this really smart. They stack each other up and they back each other up as well at the same time. Kenshi can't drop one with the DLQ just yet. That head glitch played extremely well. AG tries to circle around to catch him off guard. KSP, but Kenshi with a quick scope right back. And the response is solid from VVV to pull one round back.
Wait, it's a matter of adjustments here every time. And for VVV Esports, love the take there. No, they did not do the same thing twice. They tried to let Blacklist International Ultimate create some sort of extension, and when they had the opportunity to bounce on the mid-map, that's where they eventually took matter into case. So now 15 seconds passing by, not a lot of engagements happening through, but we're going to see some elite exchanges here. Scared takes down Kenshi, his former teammate. 30 seconds left, and VVV down in numbers. Yeah, got 4 versus 5.
Fantastic angles here locked down by the players of VVV. Although they do not have the numbers advantage, they're still trying to circle around, looking for an opener, and they're leaving it all in the hands of Big Daddy Mac. One grenade. Oh, it will be that flash that tags up that extra bit of information. Big Daddy Mac slides on and grabs the 2 kills. That's the KSP action. But AG drops him with the exact same gun. And Skirt and FDX, they quickly take down the numbers of VVV, leaving Yaku all. But if anybody can do it, it is the sniper on the side of VVV. Yaku angles. What can he pull off here? Bomb on the ground, route outside. It will be Skirt with that first engagement against him, but Yaku spots the wrong angle, and Skirt bags him out. Blacklist right back in front. I love the opener by Big Daddy Mac, but there was just no follow-up. There's no back. VVV here, Cali.
Agree with that. You know, it's an 2-piece. We could have seen them flood that bomb site, but that we didn't see because FTX, they made sure that the players will be cut off rotation, and that's what you call the Blacklist International playbook. You know, they are really good at cutting off. They know where to attack. They know this map at the back of their heads, and they are going to use that to their advantage. But again, play for retakes for Blacklist International Ultimate. They're gonna let VVV plant that bomb. So here's the question. This is going to be our first 5v5. Who's going to draw that first blood? It might happen on that mid-map at the back there, AJ.
Oh, overextension by Oven here. This stab and shuts down AG. Beautiful place, but Kenshi gets back by Yato. That's quite a unfortunate engagement. Yaku, even though he has the glitch on his side, only manages to take Yato out of the equation. Tin equalizes him out. Big Daddy Mac steps up on VVV, and that is a perfect play. VVV now 2-2, toe-to-toe with Blacklist International Ultimate.
You know what scares me the most is VVV Esports. They are really playing it. Blacklist International Ultimate is smart. This team tries to play and outsmart them as well, and I think that's the way you outthink the thinker. And VV, Mac is phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. I love. But whole strategy that Blacklist International Ultimate has hidden away from VVV ESPORTS, because the main reason for that is Kenshi. He is like that one spot sent behind enemy lines, right? But Kenshi wasn't really a was welcomed with open the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. He carried them as the sniper. Those rotations. He knows the strategy of play of the players of Blacklist International, and that is the biggest win on the side of VVV. They know exactly what to do. It's all about the execution. That's why it comes down to the mechanical capabilities of these individuals. And from what we have seen in that hardpoint matchup, VVV can fight to Black International Ultimate. It's all equaled up, and it will stay equal for quite a while as these two teams are quite well matched. Pooyah! Yeah.
Blitz play, but ACNO being annoying gets one, looking to get another there, but Kenshi able to tag one. 8 seconds should be a round win for VVV. Great take here, AJ. They really know what to base this on this standoff map.
Beautiful side of VVV showing the match, the lead. We know that this was that game mode that VVV had opportunity to rip away from Blacklist International Ultimate. But since they've already taken them down at Hacienda Hardpoint, which once again was the mistake of International Ultimate, they should have banned that map out. But Kenshi opens things up with a beautiful wall bang. AG shut ready, and as he circles around, the repositioning by the sniper, absolutely supreme. Tin gets tagged up by Big Daddy Mac, but hasn't really been able to through. And I like the discipline from Gally.
Yeah, Tin, very smart with his plays. You know, it's not gonna rush. He's just gonna wait for his team to get more information before he heads out. He's going to be a very important factor here, since it's going to be the last player alive for Blacklist International Ultimate. But VVV, quick to they get the final 2 kills. Now they will be having the largest lead right now in the search and destroy. 2-round lead in favor for VVV Esports. Going to switch the sides here. This time, VVV will be going in for that ultimate. As you all may know, they have plenty of strategies as the attackers. They are really good at attacking with a line of nades, and you can see it here. AG dropping Mac. So that's going to be really, really huge for Blacklist. They have their way to is a be aware of number 4 and Yaku, who will be going in for the J.
Yeah, very, very, very for the audio issue, guys. We know exactly how annoying it can be when you're tuning into an engagement out there. Exciting, but the mic keeps dropping. Are trying our best to fix, but we hope. I highly doubt it's going to be fixed on this broadcast, though, because of how severe the technical issue is. But please do bear with us. Those numbers. It's all equal now out there on the battlefield. It's all about those angles, but Yato backs over as well. Turns around the corner. It's all going to be in the hands of Yaku as he moves on in beautiful engagement. Kenshi shuts down Yato as well. And Yaku takes the last guy, goes in for the defusal. A lot of time to play around with, but they waste absolutely no seconds in this matchup. VVV Esports blitz through Blacklist International.
You know what's a crazy story, AJ? VVV Esports taking this search and destroy. They might absolutely be able to get this control as well. Just looking at the pace that they've been doing. They are so relentless. They waste no time. The opportunity that's available, and when they do get it, they convert. So right now, on pace to win this game. Only needing 2 more rounds, and this is gonna be Yaku going in for the slice. Gonna cut through mid, and this is going to be useful for VV. Now have to go and flank the ultimate.
No, I want to agree with you, Gally. I really want VVV to show us that they have got the quality against International Ultimate. Blacklist go ape on VVV data control, especially if they do lose this S&D, right? Because they're going to be so annoyed. If Blacklist International Ultimate, this sort of a loss against VVV, although I'm asking for it, is unacceptable for the brand, right? But Kenshi doesn't care. Kenshi's going to drop them like it's hot. Yato has no standing against him. But the numbers on the side of VVV now. Scared, deep inside. Look the other way. Big Daddy but AG will be able to trade out Big Daddy Mac as well. Kenshi with those angles. Owen drops FDX. One overextending player. And Jay! Ken freaking Shay! What was that shot?
Ah, he drops it like it's at AJ. In just 8 rounds. This guy's just so efficient. He knows what to do. Blacklist International. Now at match point, they can end this here. Like one more. Looking to get that early blow here at this round number 9, but that ultimate, they're slowing it down.
62 VVV. This is what I asked for, and I ask for usually a stage of Call of Vici stepping up when we desperately needed yet another contender for the championship. And they show us that they've got the quality. If they can fight against National Ultimate and take them against Smarter Mega as well. And that's one engagement I am dying to watch. The players of Blacklist International Ultimate now know exactly. Stake, but Yato steps on out, bags Yaku as he pops his head up. Kind of punishment wall gets served up hot by Yaku. Do not share first opportunity. Because around punishes over. East of Blacklist International Ultimate has woken up.
This is the player that's really going to be very important. He's monumental for Blacklist International Ultimate. They now manage to secure a very good lead on this round number 9. They have planted that bomb. Big Daddy Mac playing against 5 players. Do note, he also needs to worry about that bomb. And then waiting at that boxes, took the opportunity to get that kill. And there it goes. 3 and 6 now on the score. Blacklist International Ultimate, they took the last round. Here's the question.
Yes.
Can we see that round win be able to be the game changer for Blacklist? Can that shift the tides? Only one way to find out, AJ. Here we go, round number 10.
Engagement, but it is gonna be the one and only Kenshi with the annoying wall bangs as usual through those walls, trying to tag up the player over at gas station. A little bit of a lag on the broadcast. Apologies, German boys and girls. Just technical issues kind of just impeding our performance here, but please bear with us because all of these lags are for a reason. We are trying to fix that mic bug, but unfortunately the fixes are causing more bugs. Usangala 6-3. Yato drops Yaku. That's a great opener for Blacklist, but Din steps on out like it's nothing out there and he gets punished for it. But before he does shut down A-Ski. The numbers on the side of Blacklist, they've got on the plant 40 seconds for VVV to retake this, and Big Daddy Mac shuts down Yato. Backstab on FDX. Big Daddy Mac serves it up hot with a KSP. Can he give us another one? No, he gets bagged by AG, and as AG doubles back down, Kenshi takes him out of the equation, and Very Vici shows you exactly who's hot on the S&D. Oh yeah, baby, that's how we like it.
Oh yeah, baby. Kenshi, 11 kills. Big Daddy Mac with 8 total team effort. VVV ESPORTS winning this map number 2. That's 2-0. I can't believe it, AJ. I can't believe it.
Well, we have an option right now, Callie, whether we take a quick break for this technical issue and sort it out, or we continue with the mic issues. I think I would vote for a break because the quality of the stream is more important. We hope all of you can stay tuned as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because obviously you want to see exactly how the series ends. You want to see if or not VVV can actually sweep the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, because what we have on our hands right now, this unprecedented, showings here by the players of VVV. I knew they had the quality. I challenged them, and they serve it up hot. They already have the win in this series, but can they take it all the way? Beef Mommy, your thoughts?
Oh my goodness, what a match. And you know what? Let's just take a little bit of a breather here because VVV just proves that they are still 100% in search and destroy no matter what map they play on. And in the recent years, they have been known to be one of the best S&D teams.
Yeah.
And it just proves that they are still one of the best S&D teams that we've seen here so far. That follow-up from Hacienda, that really great 7-point almost win coming in from Blacklist International, but no, shuts them down, plays the most perfect hardpoint ever, and now we bring it over here. We didn't even realize how well and how this team would be. They came, they saw, and they conquered. And now this has been absolutely great. I know there is a little bit of a technical issue here, but hopefully we get to solve it because control is going to be crazy, like what we saw here. AJ, that issue that we had for VVV is the fact that maybe it was the map choices, but today they showed how smart they can be when it comes into their map picks and bans.
You gotta believe. You gotta believe in the promise of that VVV brand. I came, I saw, I conquered. And it doesn't matter who the hell you may be. You can step in front of me, but if I'm VVV, I'm gonna just bust a hole through you, open up a small little door right through. And that's exactly these technical issues, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're going to take an extended break for just a bit so we can sort it out in the background. We hope you guys can stay patient in the comment section. I mean, clearly we're control, so please be entertained by the guy. We'll be right back with you guys.